Welcome back to Tiomila 2024, where for the first time in this competition, we will have some night legs then on the women's relay. It is coming up to 9:30 local time, and you can see all the women there warming up, ready to go. The sun set about half an hour ago, so it's not quite fully dark yet, but you can see everybody getting ready with their head torches ready to go. We will have 2 legs then on this women's race in the night before we pause the competition and have the restart of the men's competition. The women's will restart at 7:30 tomorrow morning. So lots of action, lots of orienteering to come. And I think what we saw from the men's race that actually there weren't that many mistakes, at least amongst the top teams. But with the added complication of it being at night, we're going to see a lot more mistakes, I think, on this women's relay. But, it's the first time we have these night legs. A lot of the competitors will have been doing their training through the winter with this in mind, which is very exciting. But you can see there, that's how the legs kind of line up. We start with this slightly longer one, 6.8 kilometers. Then we go a short night leg, 5.3 before we end. We pause, and then we return with that unforked long day leg, leg number 3. Again, there's also bigger teams this year compared to previous years. So we have 6 women in the team, all part of an effort to try and make the men's and women's events more equal, and to make sure the clubs are investing in their female orienteers as well as in the men as well. So we've got about 6 minutes or so before we have the start, and at this point it's the last stages of the warm-up.
Definitely, and you mentioned it before, we're going to see mistakes now, and of course that doesn't have anything to do that we see women running here.
No,
it's just because we changed at night.
Yeah.
I'm sure we're going to see mistakes in the men's competition later on as well, because night orienteering in this kind of terrain is so difficult, and I'm so excited to see now women. The night orienteering in the women's relay. It's a really cool thing, and finally we have it.
Yeah, because it's not just the big teams that make these big relays so exciting. It's the fact that so much of it is done at night or in the very, very low light as well, and that's really what's going to add to that challenge. I mean, it's such a big, important part of our sport, that night orienteering, and then
or at least of the relay tradition.
Yeah. So to have that for the men and for the women is just really, really useful. You can see this lovely arena here was very, very full about half an hour ago, and everybody, of course, has congregated to watch the women run out and to kind of cheer on those first legs that they can do in the mass start in the dark. You can see a clock ticking down in the corners. We've got 5 minutes to go until the start there, and it's such an important part of this relay, the whole experience, to have your team set up, be cheering on your friends and your teammates.
And of course it also changes the style and how people are training, how athletes are training. You mentioned it during winter. If you live in Scandinavia, it's quite a normal part of the winter training that you're going out for a run, at least when it's dark, and then it's not so far away from doing night orienteering. And I think it's a very good thing that now you kind of get this importance of the night orienteering training also for the female runners, because before, let's be honest, there was no reason really why women should be training for night orienteering. There's not, except for the national
night championships,
but they are still not that important really. It's the relays that count when it comes to night orienteering.
Yeah, it does, and we're going to see all these teams kind of line up here. Number 400 is the lowest number, so that's last year's defending champions, EF Göteborg. But you can see all the teams kind of lining up here. I do want to have a look at the team that's just got there into the left. Maybe we're going to miss it. I'm sure we'll talk a lot about Iktisa later on. Okay, Kora Vilma von Krusenförner.
One of the teams maybe most interesting on the first leg. I think maybe not the strongest thing throughout the whole course. Whole competition, but definitely on the first leg. Marika Teini, Kalev and Rasti, they have a strong team actually. They're very competitive in this Finnish relay league, and usually with 2 strong teams there. So yeah, if you feel 2 strong teams, then you have 6 runners.
And is it a surprise they've put Marika Taney on the first? Okay,
I mean,
we'll come to that later,
yeah.
maybe. Let's keep looking at the top teams. Netherlands were 3rd last year, and then you can already see the blue and white
Historically, a very good, strong team in this Tiomila relay as well, Netherlands. And then you have 2 teams from Gothenburg. And I mean, yeah, there's a reason why they have 2 teams up there. They took a double last year, and 2 still very strong teams. They're missing 2 important runners from last year, Sara Högström and Sanna Fast. But still, I mean, they won with 2 teams last year, so it's not that hard to fill up that gap again.
There's a little fist bump there from those 2 on the start as well. So they removed the tapes underneath their feet as well. You can see their head torches turning on, and it's going to be so we usually obviously see this historic start where you see all the head torches. Normally it's the men. How great is it to see the women doing that and being part of such an iconic moment? Look at all those lights on the road as well to kind of lead them out. It's amazing to see.
Yeah, it's amazing to see, and I mean the pictures will be, yeah. I mean,
They
it's
speak for
always
themselves, right?
it's always nice to see a start when you see all the runners lined up, running through the darkness, and you just see the lights and nothing else, and looking forward. I mean, we have been talking about that. That's a big part of the kind of experience in following a relay like this is to see a control in the middle of the forest, nothing happening around, and then suddenly there's a runner coming, and now when they come with the night lamps, it adds something to it.
I can feel your excitement, and
it is.
Yeah,
I mean, it's sometimes it's really slow TV, but it's so good.
It's slow TV, but exciting TV.
Slow TV deluxe.
We are here for it. Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely slow TV. We will be keeping going all the way through for the next 13 hours, I think. Yep. I said it. 13
I
hours.
don't remember. You should remind us on
I
that.
hennes trakt likvärdig tävling för alla. Vi låter jublen högt ut i skogen skalla. Vilken framgång för skogssportens jämställda tag. Vi skriver historia just så som Moa. I sorunda ljuskäglor dansar en snoa.
And this was the Tiomila message, and it was definitely written for this historical moment because it was. I mean, the message in it was that it is an historic day today for. Kind of equality, gender equality in the sport.
Yeah, finally, there are some women doing night legs. There's still a long way to go, but this is a big step for the relays to have done this, and I, for one, am very glad to see it. But you can see the time ticking now down in the corner. There's only a few seconds left to go. All the head torches are on. See those 2 IFK Göteborg teams on the right of the picture, the top 10 teams lining up there, ready for what is going to be a very, very exciting and dramatic, we hope, first couple of legs in the night for the women.
I think
nearly a false start there.
Someone to look out for now. I'm quite sure she's going to start very aggressively. Is Vilma von Krusenstjerna for Kåre. You can see her with start number 406 already in the lead. Another team we haven't been talking about now because they weren't placed in the front row is Göteborg Mayo, and I think we can count them as one of the favorites for at least the top 3. They had a very good early season in Sweden in this relay leagues, competing against IFK Göteborg for the victories in this Swedish league relays.
But nearly 300 teams then out here, and it's always amazing to see the shots from above, the shots of the head torches lighting up the forest, and we're going to see them move through like ants through this forest, maybe split up into several groups, and it is just brilliant to see how they're going to light up the forest, and I think we will see some exceptional orienteering in these really tricky conditions out there in the forest, and then suddenly it all goes quiet, it all goes dark. We can follow behind some of these runners in the middle of the pack here, and you can see initially they are all kind of together going out of the start points. Look at that. I mean, it's nearly day in the middle of that. If you look down on a drone shot, It's absolutely incredible, and you can see, you know, everyone just kind of having glimpses of their map. You can see them starting to split up here into the forest. And the last of those nearly 300 teams out into the forest. And will the teams have had to decide quite early in the season, you know, if they want to focus on the night orienteering, I mean, in the winter, you know, to put those hours in of the training?
The teams or the runners?
The runners, I mean, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. I think that you have in every club you have you need at least 3 or 4 runners focusing a bit more on night orienteering. Then I think at the same time that for a few of the runners it might take a bit longer to get used to it. If you're a very good technical runner in day orienteering, you're often quite a good runner as well in night orienteering, because the difficulty is basically to work with the information you get, and you get less information in night. And if you're strong orienteers, and they can do quite good in night as well. But definitely it's an advantage, and it's something about experience. So if you and self-confidence as well, that you dare to run kind of aggressive, or if you don't dare and maybe not have the technique, that you know how to get to the controls and have a kind of a concept how to do it, how to handle the situation that you don't see that much. And it's interesting today because, I mean, we have seen relays before where women were running in the night. For example, Stigtomta Kaven earlier this year in Sweden. But this is a different level of prestige, waiting for the runners, and no one here is experienced running a big relay like this in night in a women's relay. A few of them have been competing in the men's relay before. But it's really what counts. I mean, then you always have the excuse that you have been running before on the day, and it's not that important. You're not a member of a top team with a chance to win, and this is different. And it's not only about the technique. It's also about how you can handle this kind of pressure and with it. And one of the, you can see there Sävedalen in the picture. I think that's Maria Magnusson, and she's one of the front figures when we're talking about the fight to get more equality into the night or into sports of orienteering. And I think that she was one of the main figures that we can thank for that we got this opportunity to see the runners here today.
Yeah, very, very happy about that. So this is our kind of GPS tracking. We're not going to be able to show you any map for a bit, but we can see some of those leading teams then in the picture.
You can see that Göteborg-Majorna going on a different route there to the left.
Yeah, there's certainly... we kind of talked before, there definitely are different options that you can take. You can see now climbing up, and if we're looking back down from the pack, you can start seeing some of those controls. And actually, we were just discussing before the broadcast that there are reflectors on the controls as well.
Yeah, I mean, usually you have reflectors in most of the countries when it comes to night orienteering. But I know that, for example, in the Finnish Relay League, there are definitely none. I don't actually remember. I don't think there are any at Jukkola Relay either. So there's a special, it makes it a bit easier if you have the reflectors, because you don't have to be as accurate when you get close to the control as you have to be when they're missing. Usually, especially when you have so many headlamps pointing into one direction, one of them will see the reflector. You can see how they're splitting up here. There are definitely different route choices you can take towards this first control.
Yeah, but then coming quite closely back together.
Yeah, most of them decided to go straight. Of course, it has to do a lot of what the front runners are deciding. If we had seen the main part of the 5 first runners going on a different route, it would have looked differently here as well.
Yeah, really, really would. at this point, you know, especially at the start of this night leg, you just want to be with people and you just want to play it safe as well. There's one of the controls.
One of the controls. It's easy to say from these pictures that first control is fork, because not everyone has been punching there.
No. No, there's a different control. And you can see a little bit as well just how kind of the rock is quite rocky. Even if it looks kind of flat on the map, there's lots of really small undulations as well. That means you really need to keep active when you're looking around in the terrain.
And to the left you could see other runners as well, maybe a bit further ahead, but also due to the forking, of course. And you can feel it already here that compared to day orienteering, you can kind of feel that you don't see as much, you don't get as much information to the left or to the right. I mean, you see very much where you have your light pointed at, but what's the difference is usually you see the contours just around, kind of always giving you a bit more information to the left or to the right, so that it's easier to avoid the mistakes. And if you take that away, it's a bit like as if you just have a smaller angle out of your kind of visibility from your eyes.
And especially if you're wanting to see, I need to aim between this big hill and this big hill. If you can't see them, then that's just an option that's removed for you in terms of your, the decisions you've got to do. So now they can see them join together again on this track. And running nicely middle pack here.
And compared to kind of the running style or the technique you're using, if you compare it to day orienteering, you're really looking for parts of the course like this one where you can use a track or a street for a bit of longer time. You try to get close to the control in the way, like you try to make it as easy as possible for yourself.
Yeah, you don't want to take as many risks, and I think we'll see a few more people going off the straight line because of that. But then obviously compass is incredibly important. Nearly a little bit of a false start there, but that was the pictures out from the start. And just if you're in the middle of that group, all the bodies going around, you've got to open your map, try and see something as well.
And as we're waiting at this control here of the 1.8 kilometers, we've been talking about Vilma von Krusenstjerna running the first leg. Maybe another runner we should highlight here, running for OK Renan on the first leg, Hanna Lundberg. Definitely one. I think those two are maybe the favorites for the victory on the first leg.
Didn't she go out the first leg last year as well?
That's very much possible. I mean, she's by far the best runner in the club, so it makes sense to have her early in the competition.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if you're you kind of will probably get the most out of it and use the best potential rather than trying to make your way through a pack and to have all those other top class runners around you. Then that's really, really useful. So this is after 1.8 kilometers around this 6.8 kilometer course. We're going to start looking out for people, which should be maybe a little bit easier in the dark. Here we go.
Yeah, but it's not easier to see.
Not easy to see who they are. No. It looks like
the long legs.
Yeah, just the way she's stepping around the.
It is definitely, and together with Vilma von Krusenstjerna for Kåre.
Very, very good prediction.
I mean, look at this. I mean, if you look at the start field, you have two world-class runners on the first leg. And you have two runners as well, maybe not as much to lose as the others. So they are very good and they have not that much to lose. And here we have
Victoria Hester Bjornstad. Yeah.
Very good start for Gothenburg.
Exactly what you want to do.
Kampen Pyrintu. Lidingö, Linné. Iktisa. IFK Göteborg. MS Parma. Esponsunta, NTNUI, Hiden Kierta 1. IKHP, Calvin Rasti second team, IFK Mora, Calvin Rasti, Helsingin Solstad 1.
First team behind the second team at the moment, Malika Tony.
Here we have GMOK, Sakina Aumo. Turun Solstad 1. Tyrving, I think. Halden. Minna Wingstedt for Halden.
Yep. Young runner on the first leg.
Another team for GMK. Södertälje. You can see that so many runners coming together here. It's similar to what we have seen in the men's relay. Interesting to see though if we're missing any of the teams. So far we haven't had this control, what I can see from GPS. Tiomila Rasti, I think.
Oh, they've just come through.
Okay, Västervik, they should come
just now.
Yeah, Tisran should be here now as well. Here they are.
Yep.
So then we're waiting for Stora Tuna, and I can tell you they have been doing a mistake at the control before. So it will take at least 1 more minute for them to get here.
Oh, a few runners going back there. You can just hear the beeping of SI units. Hear the runners' feet on the rocks. And the breathing as well.
I think here we have Stora Tuna, right?
Yep, 4:04. So that is 4 minutes down. 4 minutes down. No, 3.5 minutes down, sorry. Outside of the top 100. A few more runners going back. At least when you're finding a control and it's not yours, well, it's not your next one, it is at least yours.
Stora Tuna, they must have had some last-minute changes here. They now have Anna Morsell on the first leg. Yesterday the team was set up in a way that we would have Magdalena Olsson running that first leg.
still more teams coming through. 200 teams.
Within 5 minutes. Oh, yeah, she was overshooting the control. Obviously, it's one of the 4 kings at about 100, 150 meters away. And we have the next TV control. Yeah, it's control 7 in approximately 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you can see from the graphic that they're nearly at this second TV control.
And look at this. This is Paimen Rasti and Kalevan Rasti. Marika Teini for Kalevan Rasti. And yeah, close to the control there. Didn't really get it. I hope we will see a few others as well in the GPS replay. Not yet, maybe later.
Yeah, over a minute lost there. And you can see all of the spectators on the AstroTurf pitch watching our big screen. And so this is the next TV control, and you can see that they are on their way.
Yeah, let's see if it's still the 2 of the runners. I can tell you it's not.
It's not. No.
I mean, it's still...
I'm hoping we're going to get a GPS replay in a bit, but we won't give it away.
Maybe it's still one of the runners still there, but they did a big mistake together.
Yeah. So we had Hannah Lundberg and Wilma von Krusenfeiner with a little bit of a gap, but not anymore, is what I can tell you. This is the control.
There will be here most probably as the leader still, but as you can see, there are quite many more teams.
Lights, yeah, and you can see they're really spread out as well.
So
spread wide as they come from different directions.
Let's try to get ready.
Yeah, they're on their way.
But this is Hanna Lundberg i Koreanen.
But only just.
This is NTNUI. This is IFK Göteborg. GMOK. Then we have Linné, Tampere Pyrinto leading. What else can I see? IFK Göteborg, Iktisa, Sponsunta, MS Parma, Linné, Nydalen. Now I start to miss quite many of the teams.
Iktisa, MS Parma are in there, I can tell you that.
I mean, you can see it in the graphics.
Yeah.
Interesting though, the bigger teams, we're still waiting for Järla. Hasn't been here. No.
Nope, no Järla on my list.
Pojentetti, Södertälje's first team, Halden. And of course, you're still waiting for Wilma von Krusenstjerna. She's doing another mistake.
Oh no, yes. Ouch.
Han had Västervik, Sunto Jyväskylä, Tisaran, Paimen Rasti. We saw the mistake earlier. Paimen Rasti. So here we have Nyköping in position 30, 1 minute and 15 seconds behind. This is Sunto Jyväskylä, isn't it? NTN. No, that's the Karhut it was.
Yep.
NTNUI.
Here's Paimen Rasti.
There we had Sunto Jyväskylä as well. Still, here's Västervik. Lina Eliasson-Löf.
No Kora yet.
Waiting for Tisaran.
The Halden team there, that's our third team.
Here's Tisaran. 56, so 2 minutes and 2 seconds behind. And now, of the top teams carrying a GPS device, we have 2 teams we are waiting for left in the forest, Kåre and Stora Tuna.
Yep, so Kåre, hopefully we'll get a chance to see the mistakes there for Kåre. And we'll remind you, there was a late change on this first leg for Stora Tuna. Was due to be Magdalena Olsen.
But she will be running later on.
Yeah, she'll be doing leg 4.
Yeah. Of course, now it's important for Anna Marcel not to lose too much. I mean, they have a very strong team. Then tomorrow, especially on the day legs with Marie Olausen and Tove Alexandersson. But if the gap gets too big here, it will be a very difficult task. And as we mentioned before, in the men's relay, of course, it's more difficult to run properly through those courses, night courses that we had, Anna Marcel.
Yep.
Through the night, if the runners around you don't have the same quality as the top runners, it doesn't make it easier.
Yeah, you can be really helped out by running in a fast-moving pack, and if you're with slower athletes or you're by yourself, then everything's just a little bit more effort as well. Had OK Ravinen through there as well. Now down to 122 teams. So we're anticipating this leg will take 48 minutes, and again another fantastic shot of the athletes going through the terrain.
Yeah, you can. It's easy to say that you can. It's quite spread out already.
Yeah. Yeah, as we might expect, but still, like 133 teams there within 5 minutes.
Yeah, but I mean, when we saw the start, we could see the last runners entering the forest after like 2 or 2.5 minutes. So of course it's spread out. And next TV control, it's still
quite a while away, yeah.
Yeah, I would say about 7-8 minutes. Yeah, maybe 6-7. Now there's a gap. Is it the first one?
Yeah, it actually is. It suddenly goes dark, doesn't it? There's actually a light in that control. Did you see?
Yeah.
Like lit up from.
Yeah, usually it is at the TV controls. Here, might see the mistake now. You can see. I think that Wilma von Krusenstjerna was together with Hanna Lundberg. At this point, you can see the comparison between Hanna Lundberg and Sabina Aumo from GMUK.
And what is that? Is that a parallel mistake? Did she think she was on a different
It's so
hill?
hard. I mean, it was very typical because she was in a flat part, and it's hard to keep. I mean, you just have to trust on your compass, and then you start kind of spotting for these hills. You try to see, but it's hard to see the hills when you don't have anything to reflect the light from. So when it's flat, it's so much more difficult to do night orienteering. This is Wilma von Krusenstjerna. So this is actually the second mistake. She was together with Hanna Lundberg before.
Yeah. But she didn't recover quite as well as Hanna Lundberg.
No, I think that she didn't
time.
really make it into the lead. I think she lost a little bit more at the control before.
Yeah, because Hanna Lundberg managed to kind of catch up with those leaders again. Obviously, we saw her in the lead at the second TV control.
And you named it before at the start. It wasn't like properly dark then, but now it is actually.
Yeah, it really
proper
is
night now, night
properly
oriented.
night, absolutely. And actually, I think it's quite good for spectating, like all of the women's relay, because you can watch the first two, like go to bed and then get up ready for the
Skip the whole men's
skip
relay.
the whole men's relay, and then watch the last 4 legs of the women's
Get
relay
a good
when it's light
amount of
again.
sleep and
we're
get
not going
here
to talk
again
about.
recovered.
Not going to mention the S word.
So usually the S word is something else. than sleep.
No, but no, this time it's sleep, because we're not gonna get much. We're not gonna get any. Here's the recap then. Hannah Lundberg for OK Reinen in the lead by just 3 seconds ahead of Entenui. A little bit of a gap then back to some of those other teams. I mean, a little bit of gap, it's 4 seconds. I'm trying to build some drama into this, and I don't really need to be honest. We've already seen some big teams making mistakes, so. And this is how the top 20 teams line up. And it's quite cool because we can see some of the, teams that, aren't gonna end up even in the top 50, like having great first legs and being up here.
Mm-hmm. And see, there you have a small gap actually from 28 to 45 seconds. I think it was after 22 teams, 32. So interesting. I think they had a very young runner, Isabella Ljungberg, on the first leg, but still up there in good position.
And this is quite cool because there are these tracks, these like wide tracks, these ski tracks, I guess, which are lit up, which you can see there. Those are like these orange lights. There are street lights out in the forest on these like wider tracks, providing some additional help.
There you have Ylva von Krusenstjerna, 3 minutes and 1 second behind.
Which is actually not that much time, but
no, but
like
I mean for her
86.
it's now all about getting back and get the self-confidence back, because she had one mistake, then she had another one just after that control. Usually you really have to be careful in order not to lose it then, and
not to mess up on all of the rest of the controls. Yeah, and you have to be really confident that you know where you are and you can attack it.
Actually, I think this is the lead. Small mistake by a few of the runners, getting a bit too much to the left first, then had to turn back. You can also see that the runners came to this control from 2 different directions. It was kind of a rude choice.
Okay, I have a replay here.
Stora Tuna. It's hard to say which control it was, but definitely one of the mistakes. I think that was the control just before the TV control, before the second TV control.
Yeah, but really not the start they wanted. Going to have a lot of work to do for some of those runners towards the end. Some big names still to come in that team.
Maybe say that they had a kind of a transportation part now. It was much more path orienteering on the middle section, as you can see now here. Much more difficult and technical here than it was in this middle section. And this actually, it's a small mistake here by Vienna and Kalevandrasti. They got too far to the south, had to turn back, and then they kind of, all the other teams could get there again. But as you can see, I mean, they came from the same control. The group going to the right in the picture here, they had a an easier entrance to the control. In the end, you could see that this kind of made a difference. The other ones went straight. It was a bit of bigger risk. And they missed
And
the
that's
control.
about
It's
like
kind
taking it easy, right?
yeah, exactly. It's all about the
making it
tactics.
good, easy route choice.
How much do you want to risk on a route like this? I mean, this control, you're not very likely to lose a lot of time because the path is so close. But still, it just shows a bit different approaches, and you can see also different approaches on the way to the 12th control. Hanna Lundberg really not afraid of entering these stony fields and taking a few meters to climb. I think it's a good choice to keep on this small track between the hills.
But there is a lot of fallen trees just ahead of that track.
You can't see that on the map, though.
Huh?
You
Yeah, there's
can't
green
really-
lines. There's green lines.
Oh,
you
yeah,
can
there,
see it
yeah.
on the map. Yeah. Ahead of
Yeah,
the...
but still, I mean, afterwards you can see that you kind of get a bit of help with direction, and especially night, that's a good thing. I mean, Hanna Lundberg now has to be a bit careful in order to not get into wrong direction, because you have to kind of find your way through these cracks and like navigate there, and it's easy that you lose direction in a part like that.
Yeah, it's really strange for me to see her going so far right.
It's a bit unnecessary to climb
Yeah.
up there.
Yeah, you're taking what, like 15,
But I'm not
20
sure.
more meters
I'm
of
quite
climb?
sure that she's doing a mistake here now,
Yeah.
because she's not a good direction. And
No, and the fact that she's not correcting
she's
it
really in a
here.
risk zone right now.
Yeah.
I really much like I've been following the GPS now, and I really much like the tactical approaches by the Gothenburg teams, like all three of them. You have the two IFK teams and also Mayona. You can see that they really try to use lines and kind of help when they have the chance to, and not risk anything. Even if the top teams go straight, they decide to use the path and maybe do something a bit differently in order to make it easy for themselves.
Yeah, keep it simple, especially first leg in the night. You don't want to lose time, and I think that's what Hanna Lundberg's doing now. But this is the 12th control then, so we saw on the GPS tracking. Most of those top teams, those GPS track teams are very, very close together, but be interesting to see whether Hanna Lundberg has control over the
And
situation.
it's very special for her, because now she realizes that she's all alone, and she hasn't. Yeah, of course she has been that before, but she has been such a big group and no one else following. That should be like a signal.
Yeah, that's an alarm bells going off if there ever was some. But you can just see the forest there starting to get lighter, and there, we can see from the map, from the GPS tracking, there's a big climb up to this control. It's kind of quite tricky. Maybe the last stages, there's some small landforms in the way, but they are zoning in on this control. It's going to be
here-
really interesting to see who
And you
is
can
there
see
first.
it come from like 3 different directions.
They've really spread wide. It's going to be who sees it first. I think there's some people on the right here. Oh, but it's kind of behind.
Let's see if we can spot the running
Here we
kids.
go.
NTNY,
NTNY, yeah.
IFK Göteborg,
Yep,
Linné,
yep.
Stonsund, no, Iktisa.
We saw
IFK
Eksjö as
Göteborg,
well, Mora, Kalavan
Lidingö.
Rusty.
Tampere Pyrintö,
Yep.
GMOK, Hiden Kiertäjät, Mora maybe, MS Parma.
Rusty Usit was in there as well. Järla.
I think it was IKHP we had there. Yeah.
Helsingin Sunnestiat just punching there.
Still waiting for Renen.
Is this
I think
her?
yeah, it must be.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Not too far behind. She got it quite quickly anyway. What
me
was it,
just
about
check.
40 seconds maybe?
43.
Yeah. But she has the ability to fight back. I mean, she can see all the backs in front of her. There was no gap until now. So she's still in the group, even though she did quite a big mistake here.
Yeah, and actually that's quite crucial that she minimized the mistakes there,
Yeah.
because now, if she came to this control now with like nobody around, that would be a very different situation.
We're
So was that
waiting now
2014?
for look at the GPS teams. Poyantetti, Halden, Kristianstad. Should be the teams coming here. And then we have a few other teams that chose a different approach. Different is not always better.
Calvin Rusty then, all alone. So yeah, about a minute gap then between 26, 27.
There are a few of the teams, they're very close to the 13th control, so the control after this one. I think it was Kåre. So again, Vilma von Krusenstjerna, Paimenda Rasti, Södertälje, Sunto Jyväskylä. Here we should get Halden and Poyantetti in this group.
Yeah, Halden was there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was their
Poyantetti
first
as
team.
well.
I was going to say, it could well be the Halden, but not the first team. And they disappear very quickly, back downhill.
Yeah, and the teams have been talking about before, Södertälje, Paimenda Rasti and Kåre, they actually got all the way to the 13th controls and they have to run back now. So you can see it here. This is the mistake by Hanna Lundberg. It was unnecessary, but it wasn't a very, very big mistake time-wise in the end.
I mean, surely you will notice how much you're climbing, right?
But if you saw the picture here, we had those 3 teams going all the way to the 13th control first and have to run back now.
Yeah, I don't really understand how you can make that mistake.
I mean, you have
I'm really confused, and that can't be a decision.
No, but there's another route. You can actually take another route a bit more on path, and I think they had a bad direction when they left the path, and they didn't really head enough towards south in order to get to the controls. I think the beginning to choose differently there is not the best, but it's not that bad. But then they did a mistake when they left the path as well. So here we should have Kristianstad in this group. Here we have them. Talking about the teams having GPS devices. I think there we had Kåre, right?
Yeah, Kåre was there.
So this is the group coming from the left now. That has been at control 13
so
already.
Kåre lost another minute on the leaders. Because Vilma von Krusenstjerna was
you can see
like
the teams
behind.
coming from this direction now all did this mistake.
Södertälje.
Rasti Karhut, Tyrving.
Yeah, some big teams here.
Nyköping, Halden's second team. Quite many of the teams come from there. Here we have Tyr. Helen, another team from IFK Göteborg.
And then they just have to turn 180 degrees and go back exactly where they've been.
At least they know the way now to this control.
Well, I was going to say, that's easier to do in the daytime.
I mean, they know it, but don't know if they find it again.
No.
I think we're in the leading group here with the running cam.
Yeah, you can see
Hanna Lundberg.
Yeah, there she is. So she's managed to get up towards the front again after being about 26th in the back of that pack.
What other teams? NTNUI,
Yeah,
Linné,
you've got...
Rianen. 2 teams.
Is that Linné there? Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Annick Meister for Linné. You can just see Hanna Lundberg striding out there. She's running to get back on the front again. I mean, I kind of want to see... I hope we get to chat to her at the end of this leg because it's going to be quite interesting to see, like, to hear from her how her experience of this first leg.
You can see that's really many teams together at this control, the 15th control.
And yeah, there's only a couple more controls to go, so the orienteering gets a bit more simple, and they'll head back towards the arena.
Tisa, Lidingö, GMOK, Nydalen. Falköping.
So I think it was about a group of 26 runners then had a gap of about a minute down to the next athletes. So this looks like that group.
That's the use it.
You can see, yeah, some runners really trying to overtake, move up through that group, be aggressive when they're feeling good. And that's also what's quite tricky is you can't see all of the, all the undergrowth as well. It's so much more tricky to pick your line through the terrain. But yeah, let's have another look then over here. And so we just saw them punch at this 15th control on the right of the picture.
Small mistake there by Gemunko. Just heading a bit too much to the left, and then you could see that when she got the feeling that no one else is following, then she's reconsidering her decision.
Yeah, you're trying to get back to that group, absolutely. Fairly easy route from 14 to 15. You can just see how chopping and changing within that group.
So many of the runners there can't miss that control when you enter the circle with like 15 or 20 runners.
You really can't.
Sabina Aumo for Gemunko. Ner there, I think it's Falköping in red. In front there, is it Eksjö? Tampere pyr inte.
Yes, and they've all stuck on this big track, as you can see, which is lit.
And they're very close now to the arena. Just a few seconds, I think they will enter this open field. And we have one lamp there, a little bit ahead of the others, and guess who it is?
Is it Hannah Lundberg by any chance? I think it is. She's so physically strong, and you named her initially. Even with mistakes, she's managed to be out here in the lead. So a short bit of forest to come across. There you can see the edge of the field as she comes out into the lead here. Once again in the lead after the first leg of this Tiomila relay, but in the night this time. It was not plain sailing at all. But here she comes, just taking meters out of the rest of the field. And there are all the rest. 25 more teams, I think, in this group fighting. There's IFK Göteborg, there's, is that Ludinger?
Yeah. And then we have NTNUI, another IFK team, but Hannah Lundberg on a good way to take this historical first ever night orienteering leg in the women's relay at Tiomila.
Very historic, and we're going to follow her all the way into the finish then here. So this is the last control. You can see she has a gap over the rest of the field, and it's amazing to see.
And I think the fire work here in the finish will be much more impressive now.
Yes, that's very, very true. Good recollection there, and we can see in front of us the next teams like warming up but getting ready to go as we see them punching this last control here. Igtisa still up there as well, and very shortly we will see the leading team into the arena. Here's Okiren ready to go out their second leg. They are used to seeing Hannah Lundberg doing a fantastic performance on first leg, so used to being kind of starting in this very cool position, and here she is punching into the arena. She'll have a little bit of a gap. Here's the fire, which you can see, and not the best run from Hannah Lundberg. Can you imagine if she didn't make any mistakes, how much of a gap she would have?
You compare world class, an absolute world class athlete to, of course Marika Taini is a very good runner as well, but most of the others are solid runners, very good runners, but here we have one world class athlete, and she took this first leg on Tiomila's first ever night for the women. Well, in the end, it was a gap of 11 seconds. Maybe not the best run ever she had, but good enough to take it.
Absolutely good enough, yeah. And I hope she, managed to enjoy that as well in amongst all the mistakes. Marika Taney just handing over there. And we can have more and more handing over. So 19 teams into the finish then. We've had, IFK Göteborg into second place with Victoria Hestad Björnstad. IFK Ludinger, Katrin Müller was in third, NT Nui in fourth.
I mean, all the teams making it to the finish here within a minute did a great job on the first leg. Usually say if you finish the first leg within a minute from the lead, then you did at least a solid race. Very good performance. And now for the second leg, it's so important to have a runner here that is a good individual night runner, because usually teams, I mean, you have teams like Rena, and they will send out a bit less experienced runner, maybe not as good runner as we had on the first leg. And if you get through, if you get through without any big mistakes on a second leg, then usually you end up in a very good position in the end. And it's not, you don't have to be the fastest runner, but just avoid bigger mistakes, because that's where you lose a lot of time.
Yeah, exactly. Really just have to be going in exactly
look at
the right
Wilma von
direction.
Krusenstjerner. She's one of the best athletes in the field here, but she couldn't really keep it together, and she lost a lot of time.
So 26 runners into the finish then. MS Palmer was that 26th team, and then we have this next group here ready to set off. Again, we'll be going out together. And obviously there's an advantage in starting this second leg in a group as well, of course.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it is. It's an advantage to start this in a position as good as possible. It's always an advantage. Yeah. But especially when it's good if you have if you can build up a bit of self-confidence in the beginning of the course, and it's easier if you have a few runners around you that help you with direction through. I mean, sometimes you just have to cut the corner in the beginning, but it helps a bit to have other runners around. They will guide you. If they leave, like if they go totally different, maybe you have to reconsider. As you said before, you have a bit more of this kind of alarm bells around you that help you. So I think it's a lot about that. But once you're in the competition at control 3 or 4 on the second leg, you should feel confident about doing your own race as well.
So we've had that there little gap, and now we have the next teams in. Kalevan Rasti, the second team
and we're
from
still
Finland.
waiting for Stora Tuna as well. Will be interesting to see how far behind they are.
Yeah, we should see Kora as well, hopefully fairly soon.
But Kora should be here very, very soon.
Yeah.
Så får du bara säga, Mårten, vi har fått in en massa lag här också efter den här första gruppen.
We have the leaders again on the second leg. You can see Tisa, you can see the two teams of IFK Göteborg.
My goodness, if they can manage 1 and 2 again, especially with 2 of their best runners out. Sara Hagström had back injury, had back surgery fairly recently. She told me earlier she's only allowed to run for 10 seconds. So we joked that was 100. Yeah. That was 100 meters. No, she's actually doing the Swedish broadcast, so I'm sure she will be wishing that she was out in the forest, but will be cheering on her teammates. I think she thought initially she might be out for the whole season, but not the case, thankfully.
So there you can see that we had Kora to the finish. Now waiting for more teams to come. Västervik should be in the group.
There's
just behind, I think here. No, maybe somewhere within the next 15-20 seconds. So waiting for Suntoy Veskila. Tisaran should be here within a minute as well. Here we have Västervik. There's Suntoy Veskila. There's Sävedalen.
första sträcka seger nu för Oporenen. Vad väntar härnäst för ert lag?
Ja, nu är Anna ute och krigar. Det blir väldigt spännande. Vi har ju fortfarande liksom 30 cm snö kvar hemma, så att det är många som ska orienteras premiär nu, så att, och vi är ett väldigt ungt lag, så att vi lär oss hur det går.
Bra jobbat och lycka till i natten.
Tack så mycket.
Ja, massa lag. Vi ska ta några av dem vi hade. Vilma Kockrusen kärna in här, men hon var över 4 minuter.
So now I can tell you that we have Stora Tuna at the second last control. I think that's a pre-warning for the finish. So it's only about a bit more than a minute, maybe. So they will be around 7.5 minutes behind. It's quite a lot.
That's a lot.
And also, but if you think about the fact that, as I mentioned before, there are not so many teams around you anymore.
No, and the teams that are around you, they're not the top runners. They're not going to be moving as quickly as well. Just to work through that with already 7 minutes down. I mean, we saw even in the daytime how much time OK Ravinen were losing on the second leg compared to the leaders, after the mistakes on the first leg for them in the men's relay. I mean, you're just going backwards. Should be here very, very shortly then.
I think we can start looking for the yellow. I think, no, that's not it.
Yeah.
Here's Anna Marcel, I think 404.
404, yep. So Stora Tuna
7 minutes and 14 seconds.
in 96th place.
I mean, it was to expect that she is going to have a hard time against Hanna Lundberg. There's quite an age difference between the two of them, but still 7 minutes. I think she hoped for a gap of somewhere around 3-4 minutes.
Yeah, well, we saw the mistakes as runners keep coming in here. More than 100 teams still here. And of course, they're all going to want to be part of the chasing start as well. As you can see in the top left, as the runners head out towards those first few controls on the second leg, behind Tampere Printo, you can see Reinen as well.
Yeah, it's very important that you talk about the chasing start and not about the wave start or the restart.
Oh
It's
my
three
gosh.
different things.
I tell you what, I had to get my head around which one
It's
was
quite
which.
easy. isn't
Okay,
it?
now I have, yeah. But trying
So,
to read,
because the thing is-
read somebody writing in English when English is not their first language and they're trying to explain a complicated thing, it's quite hard. It's quite hard to understand.
Maybe to explain it here, all the teams within an hour, I think,
Yeah.
they will be in the chasing start. So they will start with the time gap they have after the second leg here.
Yeah.
And then they get into a wave start, which is you get the runners out in order, but with a smaller gap, not the real gap they have, in order to have the teams a bit more together. And not having the competition as long as it would be. And then you have to restart
is
after
all the remaining
all
legs
at once.
all at once,
Yeah.
And
So
that doesn't matter what, if you haven't gone out, doesn't matter whether you're on fourth leg, sixth leg, you all go out together. And that really is chaotic. So you can see, obviously, that difference then with the first leg and the second leg here, as you can see towards some of those early controls. Any mistakes can we spot? All plain sailing so far.
Looks quite okay. A few teams I have a hard time to spot. I don't know where they are. Somewhere in the group, maybe.
So I think we see Reinen there, we see Järla, maybe Iktisa just up a little bit. Eksjö there, the green top.
Can't find GPS point for Giamuko.
And I think we will eventually get to speak to Hannah Lundberg, the leader, but she's got a long list of interviews to do before she gets to us. So I think we will be able to ask her a few questions. Tiomila as well.
And if when I'm talking about that, I can't find GPS for Gemuka. I really can't find it, so I can't even find a mistake or anything. I just can't find it.
Well, maybe they don't have GPS.
They have, but it seems as if it's not activated.
Okay.
Or they should have at least, because she's on the list. But otherwise, I can't see any big mistakes so far.
But then you can see a recap then of these top 10 teams. May as well all be together. And again, it was like those 26 teams in that little bit of a group. Some quality names amongst that list. Quality experienced runners that you will absolutely want to kind of start your team with, get your team onto the best possible start. And then obviously a bit of a gap then back after the 26th team. You can see the changeover in the arena has got a little bit more quiet now. You can see all the runners at the bottom of the picture. Those are the ones getting ready to go out. You can see there's a lot of the coaches in that group as well, ready to give their runners a last little bit of information, maybe to give them something to drink or to take some layers. It's got cold now. It got cold very, very quickly once the heat of the sun left. And just to give the last kind of bits of advice.
Looking at the course now and this second leg, I can tell you that's going to be at the first TV control quite soon. The runners, I would guess that we have about a minute left. Here we have it in the picture. A 2.1 kilometer into this second leg.
So we wait in the dark. They are approaching, maybe from a couple of different directions as well.
Yeah,
and route choice certainly wanting to, you're talking about wanting to make it easy as well.
Yeah,
like
but I mean,
it's what people are doing. And
they're coming from a forking, so they should be on different routes to this control. Should see the first runners very soon here. I think we can spot the first light coming to the picture. So let's see who's there first.
Yeah, you can see them coming
quite sure
from
it's
different directions.
Not going to be the same team as at the changeover.
No, I do not think so. Renan's team have definitely put their best runner on the first leg.
So this is Iktisa.
It is.
Sidel Sakuse running the second leg, IFK Göteborg.
Calvin Rusty, Siri Silverloinen.
Mm-hmm.
Then another gap.
And the first gap. And we have about 25 seconds. This is
IFK second team.
Is it IKH? No, is it IKH Hakavspojkene?
Yeah, it is.
GMOK. So they don't have their GPS device on. Lidingö. Linné. Helsingin Suunnistajat, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Espoon
Nitula.
Yeah. And Tianui, it's easy. Good trousers to spot.
Easy
I mean, it's the
for those
first
leggings.
thing you see when they come, so it's very good when if they have distinct. It's Gemuko is very easy, and NTNV is very easy.
Yeah, either the green and yellow spots
Or the zebra.
or the zebra legs.
Hidden Kiertaet. Parma. And Renen. Quite an okay start. I mean, we know that they have usually they have a very young team, Renen. So to lose 1 minute here, that's still quite okay.
So 14 teams through at the moment at this first radio control. Here we have so a gap of about 20 seconds. Nydalens then through as well. And we're joined then at the finish by Hanna Lundberg, who has got a few layers on, had a few interviews now as well, but she's now at the finish. And Hanna, well done on your first leg as well. But it wasn't an easy ride for you. Tell us about your race.
No, that was not good at all. But I'm so happy to be in first, indeed.
Yeah, and it's historic as well. You know, these first night legs here at Tiomila. How excited does that make you?
It was so fun, and I hope for more night legs for the women. And I mean, I just want to be someone like the others that finish first. So for me, this is not that special. I want it to be like this.
And I mean, you've been running first legs in daylight as well. Tell us a bit about the difference. How is it to be running like when it's a big relay? It's another kind of pressure. It's this, I mean, it's night orienteering on a big relay. How is it compared to when you're running in daylight?
I think it's quite the same, but at the same time, when you do small mistakes, it's easier to catch up with the group because you can see the headlamps from far away. So I guess that's the biggest different, and that was the thing that saved me today.
Yes, we could see you must have been kind of running alone when you made the mistake towards the middle of the course, and then you must have suddenly must have realized you were alone and could see lights maybe in the distance.
Yeah, I was wondering where I was at the map, and then I looked up and saw everyone coming and was like, oh no, I'm there. Now I'm a bit behind.
But you were very aggressive, obviously putting yourself towards the front of the pack, where we'd expect you to be.
Yeah, I felt very strong today, so I felt that I could do things through the whole course and go again and again. So I'm really happy with my shape today.
And give us a little bit of an insight in how much night training you've done in this winter to prepare.
One training in January. So this was just like, okay, let's see how it goes, and I take it as it comes.
Yes, I guess you'll have been doing some more skiing, but it was a great performance still. So thank you so much, and well done on this historic leading this Tiomila in the dark as well. Well done.
Thank you so much.
All right, we can leave it there, and we have the next few teams through into this first TB control on the second leg. Anglingem and Ankara, they're through into 26th place. Another gap here. So now we're about 4 minutes down. You can see these gaps kind of growing and growing here in this relay. Tampin Printer 2 there, heading off in that small little group. And any news from the GPS tracking, Jonas, as you have a little look from what we can see? Any mistakes there?
We still have quite a big group in the lead with Itisa, NTNV, IFK Göteborg, and we have seen the first group basically going and passing there. Then we had a small gap to MS Parma, Nydalen, Järla, Tampere, Pyrito, Mora, Eksjö. And now we have here Halden, Södertälje. Who else is in this group? Paimien Rasti, Kristianstad.
Another
quite many
NTNV
teams,
team.
and here is Halden actually.
Yep.
There was another Halden team there before, I guess. So here we have Kalmar Rusty's second team, Tyrving, Södertälje first team. So right now there should be Paimien Rusty, Kristianstad, and Sunta Jyväskylä approaching the control as well. You see them run away from the control. This is the replay. You see this. That's what I call the first group. Iktisa in the lead. We had those 3 runners a few seconds ahead, but basically they're still together. Parma, yeah.
And it's
maybe
actually crossing
trouble to-
these flat parts. You really need to be on your compass as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the part where we saw the mistake
Yeah.
by Hanna Lundberg and Vilma von Krusenstern. And it's very typical because you have nothing to orient here with. Just from the point where MS Parma is, you really want to get that hill. And from there, you have to have good direction to the next one. If you don't have it, you start to look for a hill coming where the control is at. And if you're too much to the left, that's what happened to Hanna Lundberg and Vilma von Krusenstern. You see a hill and you climb it up, but it's the wrong one. So, it happens fast. You have to be careful.
Yeah, and you can see that control from quite a distance if you're approaching in a good line. But that was when I visited that in the daytime. So it's very, very different. So we can look towards the next TV control. And we should see the runners approaching in maybe a minute, 30 seconds, a minute or so. I've already spotted one light just in the right-hand side there.
I think that she has to punch the control before it's very close to this control.
It is.
A bit depending on what forking you have.
So 68 minutes running so far then for these teams. And here they come. You can see leading team's going to approach from this right-hand side. Here we go. Can't figure out who it is yet.
We had Elsa Kuse in the lead before. It still is.
Still is.
Iktisa going very strong and confident here. One of the teams preparing very, very properly for those big relays. Iktisa leading IFK Göteborg. Kalevan Rasti, so 4 teams a little bit ahead of the other ones. 4 teams within 11 seconds. Then we got NTNU. Esbjörn Sunta, IKHP, Göteborg-Majorna. 31 seconds now, Linné. 9 teams at this TV control, waiting for number 10. It's IFK Göteborg's second team, so 10 teams within 42 seconds, and then we have a gap. I think we can spot the next light there. Should get Helsingin Suunnistajat to that control soon. Yeah, she's turning actually at the control before, so maybe ended up at the wrong forking.
Ooh.
It's
Yeah,
Minja Niettula for Helsingin Suunnistajat.
And we did see some of the, some a little glimpse of the map there. It's a little bit flatter. Those shapes are much harder to see than in the dark as well. But the top 10 teams within 42 seconds. We've now got another minute behind that.
So it's a serious gap now between 10 and 11. Next teams to approach here. Is it?
It's Parma.
Umeå, Irenkiertäjät, Nydalen, MS Parma.
A nice group of 4.
Tampere Pyrintö.
Yep.
Has to be careful in order to not to lose this group. They have a strong team as well when we get more. When we get to the daylight tomorrow. Saila Kinni, Vendla Harju.
Okay, let's have a look.
Usually not a good sign for one of the teams. Let's see it with this.
It'll be Mora going to a different control, I think.
Yeah, they have to run back again.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean in this bit it's hard to relocate actually. Maybe she got a bit of help from teams following.
Yeah. But yeah, if you lose that control, you lose your place and there's no teams coming, it just looks like this around you, then trying to relocate there is incredibly difficult, and that's where you see some big time losses. And I think when we get to the men's relay as well, as the teams get even more spread out, maybe we see runners like individually trying to tackle the long night or some of the legs afterwards, then that's where it's going to get really very tricky.
Another quite big gap here. Look at the GPS and not really waiting for any team to come. So here we have Eka. That was a serious mistake as well. I don't know.
But just missing, maybe.
Was she at control 5 now?
Well, you assume so, yes. But maybe the GPS is slightly off then.
I'm not 100% sure.
But now she's
Let's
in
see.
a group. And this is the shortest of all of the legs at 5.3 kilometers. So 3.1 is well over halfway through.
Yeah, so on this leg they won't have this second part we've seen on the GPS from the first leg. So they will go more or less straight to the finish from this control. Of course, this is the control 7 we had as the TV control, is the control almost... it's quite far away from the finish, so... but quite straight line back from there.
Mm-hmm. I can see a lot of teams putting some of their older runners on this leg. You want someone incredibly experienced, good at navigating, but it's a little bit shorter as well.
Mm-hmm.
And you maybe don't have quite that high speed of all of those leading teams on the first leg as well. So Halden here. I think Halden have moved up quite a bit.
And a half.
Nyköping.
Alina Nikli for Halden was in 40th position at the first TV control.
Yeah, that's a young Halden team. Of course, Elinor Ross was on that team. She's retired now. Been seeing a lot of good holiday pictures on Instagram from her.
Sabine Hauswirt has been on the team.
Yeah. So yeah, Halden hit by a lot of retirements.
Just use it.
And then we
So
get
here you
another
can
chance to look at this, or our first chance, sorry, to look at this longer leg here.
Yeah, that's what I call the transportation leg before on the first leg. Heading backwards towards the arena. It's very straight. If you continue that line, basically you get to the arena. There are two controls in between, heading a little bit south from that forking. See a mistake there by IFK Göteborg, second team. Otherwise,
I think
quite
Tisa
well.
leaving the path as well to go more over that hill.
Yeah, cutting the corner.
Oh,
What was your O about?
IKHP going back.
Haggarpspojkarna. This
Yeah.
is Hanna Hemström for Göteborg-Majorna.
Who aren't tracked.
Yeah, but she's on this one. She's
Yeah.
not on my GPS, so
Oh, that's
but
strange.
she's on this one. They probably forgot to activate her GPS on the one we got, the special link. You can see this control 9. It's actually quite an easy one because you have the power line and the edge, like the edge of the power line there. You can use as a perfect attack point towards the control.
Yeah, you've got the path, you've got the power line.
Yeah.
It's quite straightforward, and then you've got it's a good line into that control as well. You just need to sit just below the top of the hill and follow the steep part of the slope, and then you can't miss it. She says. They haven't got there yet. Sorry, in advance to any teams I have now cursed. can see they crossed the open section with the power line, I think. And then again, exactly as I said, you just kind of need to sit slightly in the slope. Don't go too low, and then
Something you see on the GPS screen here now that the IFK Göteborg dropped, the second team dropped back to this chasing group, which is at control 8. Now we have seen the mistake on the way to 8.
and you can see, you know, this gives us a good view of like how you can see those runners ahead, and you just need to try and keep on their backs as well. So you can see dropping down to that path, and there's some green stripes as well, and then climbing back up again. See very steep-sided hills with a flat top, flattish.
I think it's fair to say if you make it to control 10 within the group, there's no big risk that you lose a lot of time to the finish. Of course, you can, if there are any runners which are a bit stronger physically, they can run away from you for about, let's say, 30, 40 seconds, but it's very easy orienteering back to the arena from there. So I think the group we see in the picture here, they will be more or less together all the way to the finish.
Yeah, it's only if you've got a little
Coursing
bit of
it
gas
as
left
you
in the
did just a few seconds
Yeah.
before.
No, it should be straightforward. But then this is the thing, is when it is straightforward, and especially you're kind of tired at the end of the race, you can lose concentration and just mess up the easiest controls.
Yeah, but if you take a look at the map now here in this, of course we don't have it on the screen. If you take a look at this leg you have in front of you, there's no chance it is forked. So if you just see the back of the other runners, then you're safe.
Yeah. And yeah, you can see that is exactly what this runner from Lidingö is doing. You can see the whole line of runners out ahead, out in front as they hit the path.
It's Adela Finsterlova for Lidingö.
And you can see it's already quite tracked up underfoot as well, especially in some of the water sections, some of the marshy sections. And it's straightforward here as we can follow these runners on the last little climb out towards the field. Here they go.
And of course, it's the same situation here for the women as we had in the men's race before. It's very important to be within the group, to at least have eye contact to the other runners, because, the runners, they will have this chasing start tomorrow, and they will start into a very long straight leg, the long day. So it's as important here as it was in the men's relay before.
Yeah, they're going to have this long day
So
leg,
important
unforked
here
leg,
for
as you
Linné
mentioned.
to get in contact again. Susan Lush out there.
Yeah, German runner. And so here are the leaders then. And the pre-warning, we've got Entenui in the lead, Kalevan Rasti into second, IFK Göteborg into third. And there she is, punching this last control. IFK called up a place there.
Iktisa here.
In fourth place.
GMOK.
In fifth.
And sixth, I think we had leading us. Here's
leading it. And I think we had Linné in that group as well. Or Linné is just coming through here. Yeah, Linné, sorry, you're right, was off the pack. So we had 10 teams together at halfway, and now, or just over halfway, and now we've got 7 teams together.
We lost Göteborg's second team. Seen that on the screen. But let's take them to the finish here.
Yeah, and IFK Göteborg has hit the front then here. Joanna Kelvik-Löwen into the front, and that is it. There's no
it's so
changeover.
It's so strange to see them stopping here.
It's so strange. Yeah, and I think somebody would have spotted on the men's relay, I think it was the Linné team, like just kept
continue.
going to try and get the map, and the volunteer, the official had to stop.
They almost had to tackle him.
Yeah, but well, it's ingrained into you, isn't it? Like, if the relay keeps going, you keep running, you get the map, you change it over. Your job is not done.
But very strong here, as you mentioned, IFK Göteborg first after this 2 first night legs. Johanna Kjellvik-Löwen winning this second leg. You can see Göteborg-Majorna into 5th. Good run by Hanna Hernström as well. Actually going out in 18th. But yeah, I mean, the group was so big, so if you pick up 13 positions there, of course it's a very good performance, but time-wise it's quite equal to the runners around. Leading her in 6th and Linnea in 7th. And I think, I mean, those 7 runners, there's a good chance for them that they will kind of create a group.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, they're all of them are quality teams. There's no like rogue outsider team in there, actually. They're all very good.
That makes it very much more difficult for all the teams outside.
Yeah, to try and catch up.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Esponsunta. So next teams we're waiting for. Second team for IFK Göteborg. Parma, IKHP, Nydalen, Tampere Pyrintu.
Minuutti ja 26 sekuntia kärjessä.
Yeah. Sara Granstedt, Tessa Salmia, Siri Ulvestad on the way in.
Umeå, I think we had in that group as well.
Yep.
Hidden Kiertäjät.
Yep, they've all punched our pre-warning control and they come in here together.
I think it's IFK's
So you see
second team.
Espen Sinter all alone there, but climbing 12 places, that's pretty impressive. And then we have another group on the way here. This is, of course, second team.
I den här klungan kommer att komma in.
Ragnhild Järmstad. Then we have Parma, Tessa Salmia. And as you mentioned, Suri Ulvestad, Enialeva for Tampere Pyrintu. Amanda Strandvall having good performance here as well for Umeå. And Harriet Koppel, Hidden Kiertäjät.
Nej, det hade vi inte. 14 lag nu innanför 2:35. Här kommer ytterligare lag. Och då ska...
Here she is for Hidden Kiertäjät. 275 behind. So 15 teams within 3 minutes.
Saapuu maaliin 10.
Yeah, there's definitely kind of scope for any of those 15 teams to do something special on this day leg, especially, you know, to keep good speed and to catch up a lot of time. So back out onto the field then. This is the next group coming to see Halden.
Kåre. There's another team for Göteborg-Majorna. I think it's Helsingin Sunistajat, Malung. No, it's too bright here to spot anything. Angelniemen Ankuri, you can see there. Linné. It's always easier when they're reading the map because then it's kind of highlight their running kit. Maybe it's easier here.
Yes. So we got Ukakora, Halden, yep.
Kimuko.
Malungs, Helsingin Sunnestad.
Yep.
Västerviks Orion.
Linnea, what was the white jersey there? Mora, probably. No Pointetti. Hard to say.
We're nearly blinded by those
It's not only that we're
torches.
blinded, it's also that the graphics is frozen, so it doesn't make it easier. But here we have Kåre and Gemoko's second team.
Det är kul att få springarna. Sen tycker jag ju faktiskt
Helsingin Suunnistajat, Halden, Malung,
det tror jag säkert att det är fler med mig som
Angelieven Ankuri, Tiomila, Västervik,
men det är kul att springa natt även om jag tycker det är svårare.
Sitorion, ja.
Göteborg befinner sig just nu där ni vill vara
Linné.
Ja, absolut. Jag tror svårt att ha mycket
Yeah, that's the second team, Hildeforsgren.
Is it Pointetti here?
Bra var inte jag. Jag kunde skapa det idag.
Tampere 2. Ida Jussila.
Den stora klungan är 16 lag OK Kårelsa. Kajt på tåget 19 placeringar, 5 och 17 efter.
Yeah, they were certainly in the mix there.
We have Mora.
Minja Nietola. Halden med Alina Nigli var 19 lag. Malungs OK Skogsmålarna, Johanna Börjesson. Eriksson har tagit 3.
Our next group through will take us to about 44 teams, with about 6 minutes behind. Stora Tuna just punched a pre-warning control in 48th place, so they might be the biggest climbers of this second leg.
It will be interesting, especially time-wise. They were about 7.5 behind, maybe. Won't be much more. That's a good performance here. Erika Edman running for Stora Tuna on this second leg. And I mean, they're gonna have Marie Olausen on the long day tomorrow. Strong runner to have on this leg. Yeah, okay, I was a bit. I mean, it's so misleading with the graphics that froze there. Actually, we had almost 8 minutes gone, but still, I mean, 7.5 minutes. She lost maybe 1 more minute, not or a bit less.
Yeah, now we can catch up a little bit more now.
So now she should
46.
come here. Yeah, Stora Tuna. Yeah, you see 7:58.
Yeah, catching up 49 places. And now it's going to be a bit more of a gap. Now, 53 teams who've had punch-up pre-warning control. Nearly 50 at the finish as well.
Vi ser, hon 47 var hon till och med. Hon har tagit 49 placeringar, tappat 44 sekunder på täten. Ja, vi kanske ska ta ett
50 teams now in MS Palmer team climbing 32 places.
Ja, det gick undan där ute i skogen idag, Lotte.
Ja, det gick väldigt bra. Fick en lite usikker start hvor jeg tror jeg bytta veivalg.
Seven Islands there into 53rd, and soon have another group through in towards the finish to head into towards 60 teams.
En turné trener veldig mye mot Tiomila sammen. Det liksom veldig mye snakk om det. Og ja, jeg har vært motivert for å løpe natt siden høsten egentlig, og løpt mye nattrening.
Hur ser det ut med snöläget uppe i Trondheim? Jag tänker nu inför 10 bilar. Det ligger väldigt bra här efter en inledande matchsession. Och vad tänker ni om resten av tävlingen?
Så jag tror vi har gått steg till att göra bra.
Vi säger grattis till honom. Lycka till under dagen som det blir imorgon förmiddag.
Tusen tack.
Tack, tack. Ja, det var en i det. Vi har fått in 54 lag på 10,5 minut. Rafti Karot var 54. Här kommer Orions andra lag. Här kommer det väl ett hockeylag också. Det är andra laget som 56 har tagit 6 placeringar och Orions andra lag har tagit 40 placeringar. Sundsvalls OK kommer här, Lynx. Och Helsingin Sonistats 2 Ravinen tog 29 placeringar och är 60:e lag nu.
So I guess we will do a little recap then of these first two legs, historic first two night legs of the women's relay here at Tiomila. And I guess it was kind of gradually on this last leg whittling these groups down. We had 10 teams together within 42 seconds at the halfway point, 7 teams pretty much together at the end. And obviously more mistakes in the nights.
But actually, it was quite solid night orienteering by many
really
teams.
was.
We haven't seen many big mistakes by the top teams. So many of the top teams came through in a good way. Now we have 7 teams, I would say, going out together tomorrow morning. And among the teams there, we have the big favorites, IFK Göteborg. We have Kanavan Rasti as big favorites, Iktisa, NTNUI, Göteborg Majorna. Leading maybe a bit of a surprise, at least, for me, seeing on what they performed earlier, relays. And then Linnea as well in this group, and 1 minute behind or 2 minutes behind, we have another group chasing. So it will be interesting to see how this will develop.
Yeah. So obviously we have the restart at 7 o'clock in the morning.
We have the chasing start.
Chasing start. Sorry, they've all got very different. They've all got very different names. I want to call it a restart, but that's what I know as a mini mass start with all of the teams at the end.
We restart with the chasing start.
We restart with the chasing start. There we go. We'll take that, and we will have that long day leg. It's going to be very exciting, but it's only 25 minutes until the restart with the chasing start for the men's relay, where we'll have the long night leg out first. Unforked, many kilometers of orienteering. It's going to be very exciting to see. So I think we're going to take a short break and then come back.
We take every chance we get to take a short break now.
Absolutely, we are sticking it through the night here. So
see you in 20 minutes.
Yeah, see you in 20 minutes for the restart chasing start.
I det här fulla blåset har det blivit några misstag eller orienteringen suttit där?
Orienteringen har suttit, jag har inte gjort ett enda misstag. Sen kanske något vägval sådär, men jag har ändå gått säkert, men ändå försöka trycka på.
Det ser ju gynnsammare ut nu för Stora Tuna. Vad tänker du om morgondagen?
Ja, vi har ju 4 riktigt bra tjejer, så att jag är verkligen hoppfull till morgondagen, och jag tror att de är superladdade, så att det kommer bli jätteintressant.
Det kommer absolut bli jätteintressant. Vi säger lite bra lopp med det.
Tack så mycket.
Ja, vi har 90 lag nu som Karlskrona SOK. Sen kommer Uppsala, linje 3, Tuna 2. Nu har det snart gått en kvart. Det har gått 14 minuter lite drygt. Här var Tunas andra lag också. Och därefter så är det ett ny lag. utgångsläget för morgondagens jaktstart. Det var Hagabys första lag faktiskt som kom in som 95 efter NTNUIs tredje lag. Vi börjar närma oss långa natten för herrarna också. Och då blir det omstart i det vita tältet som är borta mellan fotbollsplanerna där borta. Långa natten, det är något speciellt det i Tiomila sammanhang. Det är det den här gången också. 14,3 kilometer och de startar 23:30. Det vill säga om 23 minuter ungefär ska vi dra igång omstarten för långa natten.
Vi på Lummerna utvecklar våra pannlampor i norra Finland med hög kvalitet, prestanda och användarvänlighet. Och vi är helt ensamma på marknaden med att ge en garantitid över 5 år. Att bli officiella partners till internationella orienteringsrådet och Tiomila gör Lummerna till det säkra valet när du ska köpa en ny pannlampa till din orientering. Du hittar Lummernas pannlampor i Sportförsäljning. Välkommen!
där har vi fått i mål då 123 stycken lag på den andra sträckan. I gaven IFK Moras andra lag var 123. Nydalen och KFUM Örebro där, Nylands tredje lag, KFUMs första lag strax under 20 minuter efter. Sävedalen och OK Kåre, Sävedalen 3 samt OK Kåres tredje lag likaså är precis över 20 minuters sträcket därefter. Som ska ut imorgon bitti alltså på den långa dagen som då kommer att inleda de 4 avslutande sträckorna i damgaven. Det är ganska så lugnt på upploppet här. Där vi har då IFK Göteborg i ledningen efter de 2 stycken nattsträckorna. Och 127 lag då inom 20 minuter. Det lag då är ett Linnélag som 128. Och ska vi se vilket Linnélag det är då? Jo, det är så mycket som Linnés fjärde lag ska det vara. 21 och 14 efter. Ja, ytterligare Linnélag där då in till växeln. Men först hade vi då Bromma Vällingby, Lindebygdens OK tillsammans med OK Milan, Pan Kristianstads andra lag. Linnés femte lag var det. IF Hagen ifrån Skövde, 133 där. Och Sundbybergs IKs andra lag, 134. Plockat 11 placeringar. Sumpas andra lag på den här sträckan, 21,55 efter just ledande Göteborg efter 2 sträckor. Vi har Skogshjortarna som vi plockar in här då som 135. Och precis efter dem så har vi Sandus OK, MTNUIs fjärde lag. OK 77 ifrån Granekulla på 138 plats. Vi har in på 139 och 140. Så det ut att vara IFK Lidingö där. Först var det då Chalve orientering, sen var det IFK Lidingös andra lag som 140. Sundbyberg ytterligare lag, men då är det efter den första sträckan ska det vara, va? Som gör sig redo ut på den andra då. Hamok OK på en 141 plats, 23 och 10 efter. Och kvarten var då tills vi ska igång med jaktstarten långa natten. I herrkaven ska jag säga. Och ytterligare GMOK-lag på väg in då på en 142 plats. Och därefter är det väl Ingtisar kombination med Jönköpings OK och Kalvan Rasti. Det var en sammansättning lag det. 143 men i alla fall 24 minuter efter Göteborg. Och Roxen och Lynx tar vi också in efter de 2 avverkande inledande nattsträckorna. Lynx i kombinationslag med Diamond Rycknanti, deras andra lag. Och sen har då 144 Lynx Diamond Rycknanti 145. I världsdagen här också Tullingens andra lag och Ankarums OK kombination med Klämmingen till målet. Så är det väl Skarpnäck. Stockholmslaget från södra delen av stan. Skarpnäcks OLs första lag där ensam 148.
seuraamaan nyt seuraavia vaiheita tästä jännittävästä yöstä. Kuten näkyy, mä oon lisännyt lisää vaatteita, eli täällä kenttäreportterilla alkaa olla hieman viileä. Päivä kaunis 20 astetta on kääntynyt jo huomattavasti pienempään ja huhu kertoo, että noin 4 asteeseen tullaan tässä vielä yön aikana putoamaan. Eli ihan ei enää lämmitellä täällä kentällä. Siellä studiossa on lämpöinen ja kotisonvilla.
5 minuter innan så är det dags att röra sig på jaktstarten som är norra delen av fotbollsplanen här. Fotbollsplanen nere. Please go to the start 5 minutes before you're starting. Mårten, ska vi kanske ta en liten uppsummering om hur läget är inför den här långa natten och det är inte en ny som ska gå ut först, sambalansen. Han var ju med i gruppen också förra året. Del 1 uppe i Skellefteå. Och i 2 sekunder så är det Södertälje i barn som sitter i Jesper Sjöbron. Det är vi på Göteborg med Fredrik Backman. Det är mycket lättare till det. Ja, 5 sekunder efter sen har vi tagit på Antonen och Luchenko. Sedan åker vi in i Uppsynkostyrssäcken. På den sen Vasile Basén. Haugen har spanjoren, han har Casal Gomez. Han är också nästa kille. Karmanasti Samuel Heinonen. Det är ju bara, ja, de är lite efter. Sen är det Ikaisen också, Amorman och Ylinen. Bäckelaget, Eskil Satte Gullor. Och vi kör Eskil. Vi har KV från Tampere, Timo Sill, den första av bröderna från Estland. Och på hällen Thomas Radonby. Då har det gått 2.07. Och du får hjälpa någon om du hittar någon där. Sander som ska springa för egentligen nu. Vill han säga något eller Mårten? Ja, vi ska snart så ska alla längst fram här på väg ut på långa natten. Känslan just nu? Det var bra. Fått både med mobilerna och varit och fotograferier. Vad tänker du att det är som väntar nu ute? Det blir okej med och hårt, men jag tror att det ska bli kul. Du får bra info av dina lagkamrater tidigare som har gjort det under kvällen.
Okay, so we've had a little break and we are back ready for this chasing start then on the men's relay, ready for this long night leg, the very historic, very famous, maybe infamous long night leg that's such a big part of this relay. Unforked, 14.3 kilometers of running, expected time of 90 minutes there. So they'll finish this at 1 o'clock in the morning. And we have this chasing start. And we've kind of got a group of 6 and then a group of 4 or 5 runners together to kind of go out. And, you know, in this gap of quite a few hours, you've had this opportunity to kind of look at who's starting around you, maybe look at the seconds, and then they're going to try and form up into groups here, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, it's the first time ever you actually had the chance for as a långa natten runner here to kind of that you already know and beforehand what position you go out, and that's something very special. Of course, those 6 runners at the very top of the field there going out together. And then it's this gap, 34 seconds. It's going to be very, very tough for Halden to close this one. I guess that, the runners just behind, they're catching up with him, and then they will run together. But still, there's a group chasing at the minute back. And, well, if they do a good job in the beginning and work together in a good way, there's definitely a chance to close a gap of 1 minute. But it's also a chance. It's exactly that tipping point where it's like, is it going the one way or the other one?
Yeah, we could see that forming a big super group, as you can see there. Yeah, from Halden downwards.
Those are the runners that changed over at third leg.
Yep, so Entenui in the lead again. You can see the outgoing runner, Sander Arntzen, just being held in the tent there before they're ready to go. I think that's the tent in the bottom corner, the bottom part of the screen there. And then again, you can see between 11 and 12 then we've got another minute gap. So and then you can see still back there more groups, a lot of those around 4.5 minutes down.
See another gap there between position 24 and 25. It was about 40 seconds. Another kind of interesting thing, is it going one way or the other one?
Yeah, and if you're in the middle there, do you try and speed up or catch those in front of you, or do you actually bet with the
40
group
seconds behind. Of course, he tried to see them in the beginning and try to get some help. I don't think he was all alone there in this gap. Either he has runners behind, and all of them will push very hard in the beginning in order to catch up again. Usually, it's a horrible thing to be in one of these chasing groups because the speed in the beginning is so high. And I mean, it's not a short leg we're waiting for here. It's one of the longest of the whole relay, and to push so hard in a long distance, it's nothing you do usually. But here in the beginning, of course, you have to do it because there's a chance to close the gap.
And if you're leading here, do you push on it, or do you actually sit back a little bit? You know, do you start with that high speed if you're some of these leading athletes here?
I mean, those teams going out here, they will have a good speed in the beginning because they will definitely try to avoid being caught by the team behind. But at the same time, they don't have to overspeed.
Okay, so you can see the 10 seconds being counting down here.
I think that the gap here is there's a bit of delay in the graphics. Oh, it's a brutal thing to wait here and see the others going out. I mean, here it was still okay.
And now you have a bigger gap here.
Yeah. This one is a brutal one.
Yeah, so you've had those top 6 teams going out, and then it's from there.
You see the runners in front of you disappear. The runner that just was standing in front, a few centimeters in front of you, disappears on the horizon. It's not a good feeling. Here we have Antenui.
Oh, he honestly looks like he's jogging there, right?
Yeah, I mean, why should he push? It's the last run in the group that should be pushing.
Yeah.
So now we have...
now there's another group.
Yeah. We have Ikalista, Bekkelaget, KV, Helen
and
here.
Then we have another gap here. Back to Helen. You can see his face like, yep, now I have to wait. Now I have to wait. I've got to be patient here. And I hope to see some of those guys ahead of me again. Get a chance to have a good look at your competitors, and maybe a little bit of psyching out going on. There always kind of is. There's a lot of getting your excuses in as well, I find, in there just before the relays. I didn't sleep well the night before.
I don't think they will be talking about this here.
Oh, no, they won't. But get like 50 runners in, then they will. Oh, yeah, no.
Add maybe 10 years of age as well to these runners, and then we get into the excuses.
Oh, I had a long trip down, or I didn't quite eat as well the day before.
Yeah.
Or I haven't got the latest head torch. Everyone else is going to be better than me. Classic.
Okay, start number 2, Tampere Pyrin 2, Pascal Buchs.
Yeah, it's just, you can see the time is going to be ticking by. See the helpers are seeing the time on a screen before they can let the other runners go. Uldis Uptis here for tournaments and caveats. Then it's Luz Noguera, the Spanish runner for MS Palma. Then Josh Dudley, the British runner for IFK Göteborg. That's the second team. Then we have, I think, Joachim Svensk, so the first of the Svensk brothers to go out for Stora Tuna.
Walter Pettersson for Tisarán.
Followed by Axel Emblad for Brederyds.
Victor Rundby for Göteborg-Majorna. And here we have the last runner in this group, and now there's a gap again. Talking about this gap before those 40 seconds.
And yeah, you can see they going to take that hairpin bend and go out towards the start point. The incoming runners and the outgoing runners very close together. You can see some more of the women's teams coming into the finish. As the runners still yet to get out. That's Tampere Pinto, their second team. But I'm sure these seconds feeling like a lifetime here. As you can watch the runners ahead, or imagine them leaving, imagine them already having a look at their maps. And I can see that queue in the tent is, yeah, pretty long, and that will keep going for a whole hour until then we have the wave start. So, group here. All heading out alongside the, actually making their way towards the start point.
I think it was the group with
MS
Tampere
Parma.
to Stora Tuna, Turo Metsen Caveat, MS Parma, Tiseren, Bredaryd.
That's not a bad group.
Here we have it.
Yeah.
There's one team, I think it's Giamoko, just in the very end of it.
And I think Stora Tuna hitting the front of that group. But here's some guys moving very quickly, and let's see if we can figure out which group this is. Is this the leading group? Yes, it is the leading group. Yep. So, a leading group of maybe...
No, that's not the leading group. We're running on a path, the group we have seen before. Anyway, I think we're going to have them to the first control very soon.
Yeah, and we get a time check here already. Here they come, I think.
So
Yeah,
we
now
have
here they
actually
come.
different route choices for the two groups in the lead. So this
What were
control is
they,
gonna be,
about like a minute gap at this, or less than a minute at the start?
it was, yeah.
Just
I mean,
under a
from the
minute.
end of the group, it was half a minute, 40 seconds to the second group.
So basically what we want to watch out for is have these two groups got closer together. So
You can see that it's Ilkka Göteborg and Fredrik Backman having the lead here. I think we have still all of the 6 runners there.
yep, Savadalen's into 6th. So that group of 6 working well, and it's always going to be interesting for us to see who is taking the lead in the group. It's this pack mentality is something that's very distinctive for this this long night.
Here we have the next group, but I couldn't see the group in front of them, punching and leaving the control. As I said before, the gap from the last runner to this group was about 40 seconds. We
It's
have
yellow,
Kove,
Kube, Kalvanrasti. So they've closed a little bit of time then, I think.
It's about the same, I would say, Bäckelaget, Halden.
So 5 of them, yeah. That is
They
what
had
we
different
expected
routes
to see.
to this first control, but it didn't really matter. The second group went a bit straighter. No, there was another gap of about a minute to Helen, but from Helen to Tampere Pyrinto we had another 40 seconds almost. So I would say about 1.5 minutes we have to wait at least.
Do we have Helen tracked?
No, we don't.
Okay. So we might get one by themselves, but we know there's another group heading this way.
But my guess is that you don't. There's no reason why you should do the work alone. I think he won't be alone here. He will be in this second group most probably.
Has anyone done something as extreme as literally wait at the start point?
Oh yeah. Many of the runners.
Yeah.
That's you see that every year. So that's nothing unusual. And I mean, the most extreme I've seen, I think, was let me think. I think it was Kove in 2017. I'm not really sure. Maybe I'm
mixing up your clubs and your years.
No, not the clubs. I'm quite sure it was Kuve, but
Kuve.
maybe I'm not sure about the runner. I think it was Jonas Hubacek, but maybe maybe it was someone else as well. But I remember that was waiting for maybe 1 or 2 minutes at the start point, and it was quite I'm not even sure if it was the long night. Yeah, but it has to be, or a shorter like unforced leg in the end. We waited for a long time, and this was almost too long to wait.
Yeah. Well, this
but
is
I mean,
the thing.
it's a tactics.
You,
of course, I'm quite sure that he didn't decide about it. It's something the coaches say to you. It's not that
but
you take
it is a bit more of his
to take.
decision. Obviously, without this pause in the relay, then
Yeah, but still, I mean, that's
whereas
nothing.
you can be very much
You
told
don't,
by your
as a
coach
runner,
to do that today.
But as a runner, you don't dare to decide that you're waiting 2 minutes.
No,
on your
that
run.
is a lot.
That's a decision coming from a coach.
Yeah.
Quite sure about that. Here we have another.
But we're more like 4 minutes down now, so this group have lost time.
Definitely.
And is it Stora Tuna leading? Number
is.
5, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, Joachim Svensk.
Pajmen Rasti, Hällen, tampar en tid inte i Malung, IFK Göteborg, Tisaren, Brederud, probably, yeah. Turometsen kan vi ett, Parma, Atunda, GMOK, still a bit behind, but he started like 10 minutes behind the group as well. 10 minutes, 10 seconds. Starts to be late here as well. And there we have another run. This is a tough situation for Mura. He really needs to get in contact with the group, but you can see that he doesn't really see the backs of the runners.
Up in the top left, you've got that leading group, 6 runners, and you can see IFK Göteborg leading as well. And now you can see that they haven't quite got the control, actually. Someone spotted it, and then they all like hone in on the control itself. Well, they still haven't got the control, actually.
Oh, they just punched in now.
Okay.
Try to figure the position of, I think it's Wikström for Sävedalen. In my opinion, he's playing quite a risky game here. He has a gap of 10 meters in front of him. He stopped when the others stopped. Usually when you...
it's Anton Novichenko.
Yes, that's true. So usually if you have the group in front of you and they have a gap of 10 meters, you want to close it and then you stop and the others stop. No, they got this control. I think it was another control then.
Yeah, I think so, because they've only just got this control. And actually, I really hope I hope we can stay there because the other group are catching. They really are catching, and I wonder if we're going to start seeing some of the catching runners in the picture very soon.
So in the group behind, we have Kove, Kalman Rasti, Kalisten Halden.
So this group of 6 still here in the picture.
I mean, it's still a gap of about 15 seconds, but I'm sure they see the backs now.
But that
of this
chasing
front group,
yeah, they'll see the lights.
and I mean,
no
you
problem.
know it's on forward. So the only reasonable thing to do now is push as hard as possible and just connect with this group.
Yeah. A lot more fallen trees here. And so, yeah, look, we can now be live with this. It was the leading 2 groups, but look, Kuve there really almost on the back of these leading 6. I think it's just a matter of time before we see these groups come together. And then we will be left with either 10 or 11. I think possibly 11 in this leading group.
And then the group behind, they actually split up 2 different routes to the second control. Brederud and Gemuko going one way, and the other teams of the group taking another route choice. We might see that later on.
And of course, if you're chasing, there were other routes you could go to the next control, but if you're chasing and you can see the lights ahead, there's no reasons why you're not going to do it. Just feel like, Novichenko for Sävedalen's just...
It's a risky game, really.
Yeah. Yeah, but you have to kind of keep the energy high, and if you're not able to sustain that pace, then
But
you're
I
going
mean,
to drop
there's
back.
no risk that he's tired already at this point. Otherwise, would be a very bad sign for him. Now the group behind is connecting as well, so actually the risk at this point isn't very big. But in my opinion, it's just what my kind of experience is from the long night is that you don't want it's a risk you take when you let the gap open up about 15 seconds. Oh no, 15 seconds, 15 meters. It's just, I mean, it just has to happen something, and then you're away, basically.
Yeah, one trip, one fall, then the
Just
others
before
are
a green
behind.
area, for example, and you don't see them, and then you have
Yeah.
to close the gap, or you have to you trip and you have to close the gap again. It might also be a bit due to the camera angle here, might not as much as it seems to be.
But I think even if we can't see it in the picture, this is one group now. And of course, all these rocks you can't. Here we go. There's Kubi there.
And I can
a
tell
good
you-
Timo Sild. It's a good. I think Timo Sild has been at the front of that group. He's been really aggressive and has brought the group together. The Estonian runner, putting him there. That's such a good shout.
And I can tell you, in the group behind, we have Bridarud and Gemuko. They actually got ahead of the rest of the team now by choosing a different route choice. We also have the chasing group behind with Farum Tisvild, Nydalen, Kåre, Freidig, Orion, Snettringe, Tyrving. They are very close to that group with Malung, Tampere, Purinte, and Tore Metz and Caveat now.
So the two groups becomes a group of 11 there. You can see with the Halden runner off the back. That's Alvaro Casado, the Spanish runner. You can see Becca Lagert's just ahead in the blue and yellow and white. And yeah, you can see as the forest opens up now, there's less of the kind of younger spruce trees in the way. You can actually get an indication of just how far you can see ahead with a long group stretching out. And that's where it's maybe a little bit more okay to be behind the pack, but otherwise you've got to, you have to.
I mean, also those
Work
two
hard.
guys here, Halton and Becky Lagertz, they really need to reconnect to the group properly.
So I think as we watch this long night leg progress, in terms of this group, we've got to be watching for people coming off the back, basically, anybody being dropped.
But I mean, it's too early to.
Oh, it's definitely
If
too
you have
early.
if you have to let the group go at this point, you're gonna have a hard time in the forest.
But we always see that, the differences in terms of the, the fitness of these top guys. We always see that in the last, quarter of the race, or even less. They've all got the pace to be able to be together at the start, but not necessarily at the end. Yeah, so there we go. Leading group of 11 then. This was earlier on. This was our first TV control. After 1.3 kilometers of the way around. A reminder, this leg is 14.3 kilometers, 430 meters of climb. We're expecting it to take them about 90 minutes. No forking at all. And we've got a clear group of 11 now
And
in
there
the
you
lead.
have the group with Simon Hector and Topi Syrjalainen in that group as well. For Helsingin Sunnistad, they started a bit more than 6 minutes behind. Now it's 5.5.
Yeah, big group here around in the 40s, all about 9 minutes behind. There was one runner, I didn't see who it was, who was plus 7 minutes and 10 seconds all alone.
It was Erik Bar Ceylon for Linné, third team. It was in between the groups.
So this is a replay then of this start, this chasing start. And what the official is looking at is a little timer, doing a little countdown for every single athlete. And still the Savadalen's teams running with their teammates. But that was the moment where we saw them catch up for the first time. Although I'm pretty sure the camera runner was just running like in the middle of the pack. Like,
but he should
but it's
be-
the first time we see it. It's very...
In a
like-
situation like this, it's very important that the camera operator is taking a step aside, because it's very important if you have this gap of one runner or not. For the runners in the group, it's very important that there aren't any gaps between the runners. So it's as a camera operator in a situation like this, you just have to step outside and take the back of the group.
Yeah, you don't want to interfere at all on the broadcast. And maybe a lot of our spectators here maybe choosing to stay up and watch this long night leg. Such an iconic part of this relay. And we can have another little look at the terrain and what the group have got to do. And again, here in this part of the map, it's those slightly kind of flatter hills, like fewer features. But actually, this is really tricky when it comes to when it comes to this night orienteering as well. But there's actually some other GPS I'd much rather look at, but we
that's
will hopefully see some later.
Very interesting with the groups behind, but let's take the runners here to this TV control.
Yeah, this is the second TV control. And I don't think that's...
It doesn't look like a runner we're waiting for. Oh, it isn't. Here it is.
Yeah.
Maybe not. All alone as well.
No,
Oh. It's a
the number's
leading,
too high.
Yeah. Second leg. Yeah, they are missing the control actually.
Oh, they are missing the control. Not as much as the chasing teams are missing the control.
But in the end the mistake wasn't too big either. But there was a mistake.
So here we go. Then maybe that's the group coming this way.
Yeah,
They still haven't got the previous control though. Actually,
Been standing
they're
there for a while now.
so close though.
Now I think
Now
they've
they're
spotted
heading,
the
yeah.
control. They should be here. Very, very soon. Ah,
Yeah, I think-
But they're waiting again.
Really?
All together, just let's say, they're only like 30 meters or 20 meters away from the control. They must be just outside the...
But they evidently know
Are we,
they're
or
close.
are we waiting at control 6?
We're waiting at
Oh,
control
yeah.
6.
No, no,
Yeah.
but- So now they got
No, but
control 5.
then they're messing up the
Now they
control
have it,
before.
yeah.
Yeah, now we can see a load of lights coming this way.
Yeah, so that's the group. But they
Yeah.
missed about 45 seconds, 50 seconds. at the
Yeah, it
control
really
before.
wasn't.
Could be even
On the
more
map, it
because-
doesn't look like a big mistake, but the time-wise, it really was, because they all just stopped. But here they are. Let's have a little look as the leaders come through. Then, this group of 11.
Kurve.
Uwe, Timo Sild, really doing well here. Calvin Rusty, Kilin FK Göteborg in here as well. Halden. And
Säckelaget.
yeah.
5 seconds. The
Oh,
gap.
who do we not see?
So we had at the first one we had IFK
Entenui. That's who we're missing.
Sandra Arntzen.
We haven't got
If you're right.
Entenui.
Yeah, you're right.
Where are they? Do we have them
on the-
tracked? Surely we must have them tracked.
Yeah, but they're not in the. They're tracked in the group, so maybe they didn't show up on the screen here.
No, we've not had them through on our system.
No, but they're on the GPS. They're in the group.
Okay. So no drama.
Or very much drama. We don't
Well,
know.
very much drama.
No, probably not.
Hopefully we'll see the mistake as well, because they have made a mistake. This is one of the women's relay runners.
Yeah.
And then that chasing group, we actually have a chasing maybe individual. Now this is this leading group making this mistake. So watch as they approach into the 5th control.
And maybe you can keep an eye on NTNUE because they're definitely in the group here. So they're not really going this distance to the control.
Yeah, they can tell that they're at the right height. Oh.
I don't know, they kind
Someone starts. Is it Cuvée
of connect
starting?
here at the null. Yeah, but then no bigger problems. You can also see that we have one team chasing this group. It's Bredaryd. And I mean, for sure we had NTNUE there. It just didn't show up in the graphics.
Yeah, Bredaryd Axel Enblad actually has not made mistakes of the chasing pack. But you can see this leading group here looking good. And do they stick on the path the whole way? We will. They certainly still are on the path as we look at the live GPS tracking. Okay, Bredaryd, we're looking for Axel Enblad.
He was together with Gemoko earlier, taking this different route to control 2, also the route that the chasing team took when they kind of reconnected behind. Now he's all alone.
Very tricky. So nearly 3 minutes behind.
And then the next group is the one with Snettringe and Stora Tuna. And wasn't it Helsingin Sunnistad isn't this one as well? So we had Topi Syrjalainen and Simon Hector going out together, so they reconnected to this group here.
Here they are, they're coming into this 6th control now. Loads of lights here, so I actually really want to see how many runners there are in this group, because this is a power group here, a big group. I say a power group, they've made mistakes already on this course.
Yeah, but if you look at the time, for example, for Simon Hector, he was 5 minutes behind. That's the control before at the first TV control. Now I am here 3 minutes 50 behind, so definitely going quicker than the leading group. Here we have Helsingin Sunnistad as well. Göteborg-Majorna, Tunda, Nydalen, Tampere Purintu, Navi. Jensen Retke Veikot, Ukorion. So all of them in 4 minutes and 15.
22 runners.
Yeah, it's quite a big group. Actually, it's good if you're. It's much easier to stay in a big group than in a small group if you have a bit of struggles physically, because you have a lot more kind of buffering possibilities.
This is the leading group. And does the group kind of, naturally settle into some sort of order? And does it always tend to be the same people at the front of the group? Or the same person?
Yeah, I mean, now
it
has been a while since I've been running the long night, but usually my experience is that you have 1 or 2 runners in the group that taking the lead, and as a runner behind, your job is not to disturb them. So you're kind of letting them do the job and follow, but if possible, try to read the map anyway in case they do a mistake. Like before, at control 5, if they start to struggle in the lead, then you should be able to go up and help them as a runner behind. But if you don't feel that you have the power and maybe the strength and the speed to do the work in front, then don't go in front, but be there if needed. Of course, that's easy to say. I was never up there.
You're kind of that emergency, that extra pair of eyes that can take over if the first person is struggling, right?
Yeah, but I did never take over at any point. But the thing is also, you have different positions as well, expectations on the runner, depending on what team you're running for. So, for example, in the leading group here, you expect teams like Kove or IFK Göteborg to take the lead because they're among the favorites.
Yeah.
as a runner from Sävedal, no one blames you if you're not taking the lead, because your only job you have from your coaches and everyone expecting the team is that you stay with the group, and you don't need to kind of get away from any other teams you're fighting against. Just you get, I mean, it's no, for a few of the teams here in the leading group, it doesn't matter if you miss 5 minutes. Just get back with the leading group. That's your job. And for IFK and KV Linné, the job is to get away from the other teams.
Yeah. Very, very clear roles. You can see this leading group here that we're still with. They've hit the shores of the lake. And I mean, you know, this is an area we were here in 2018. The maps are very obvious, so it's quite obvious for anyone watching that they were north of the lake and now they're going to the south of the lake. We don't really need to say that. But
And
the two sides have quite different, like different types of terrain. And
yeah, it's much more
different
open. It's
steepness.
very enjoyable. Orienteering the north, where they've been now. Now they have this kind of narrow bit down to the southern part. Very familiar so this first bit we have been in wasn't actually entered 6 years ago. So I think it was the
Open
spectators
courses,
kind of course, open courses, and now we head south to the part where we have been in the relay 6 years ago. And I mean, yeah, you see the lake here. I remember 6 years ago there was a lot of discussions because you have this narrow bit in between. Yeah, the lake.
There's like a little peninsula,
Yeah,
and the
and
lake
you have like
nearly
20
joins.
meters.
It's nearly 2 lakes.
Yeah, you have 20 meters in between, and in a relay, like I don't know, no, not in a relay. I think in a normal competition, like 20 years or 25 years ago, they actually built a bridge over it, and it's like there were many discussions because it would be so much easier for a course planner to plan a course if you had a bridge there. It would open up so many more possibilities. And there were so many discussions about it, and I was one of the guys, and I was so convinced that
They were gonna build a bridge. Yeah.
because it's so much better for the competition, so much easier for the course planner if you have it. But in the end, there wasn't.
No,
So-
but on the broadcast,
Yeah,
there was
they-
one point that it looked like there
but
was
of
a
course,
bridge.
They knew about the discussions,
Yeah.
and they were asked many times if there was a bridge. So in the broadcast, what they did is that during the women's relay, which was in the afternoon back in the days,
Back in the day, yes.
they slipped in, like they just marked the bridge between the lakes, and I mean it was off terrain for the women's relay, but then they slipped in at one point that they, by accident, as it seemed, just
Yeah,
zoomed a little bit up, and you could see the small sign of the bridge.
And then they
for
got
one
rid of
or
it.
2 seconds.
Yeah,
and
got
you
rid
thought,
of it as if they'd messed up.
As a spectator, you thought, oh, they did it by mistake, but it wasn't fully purpose. But just to let everyone think that they built a bridge, but there wasn't one. They were just mocking everyone. There.
Just messing with them.
But it was a
absolutely.
lot of fun because everyone was convinced after that I mean, after the women's relay, everyone was convinced that there's going to be a bridge.
Yeah.
Because it was on the map.
Yeah. The map never lies. But going round the lake.
Yeah, and you can see this is the chasing group now. You see Bredarud, Elmblad there. He's doing a great job all alone, but you can see just how much faster you are if you're in a group.
I think it's just a matter of time before he gets swallowed up, right?
And my feeling is there, Kimuko has to be careful now in order to not let the group go. He already had to let Elmblad go earlier. But we know that there were a few teams in between there as well, not carrying a GPS device, so it might not be...
This
the
group
gap.
here has 22 runners
Yeah.
in it. There are not 22 dots there. Soon, I fear to become 23.
Okay, no.
So more teams, I think, approaching maybe
which
the
control is
6th
that?
Control.
Is it still the 6th one?
Yeah, I think so.
Should get Växjö to this one. This is Bredaryd, isn't it? It's Axel
Yeah.
Elmblad. So this is
Okay.
the 8th control.
Oh, yeah, good
Yeah.
point. So now we see the gap then to the
I mean,
next few.
It's hard to say which control we are at.
Yeah.
We don't see any graphics.
We have no features. We have no graphics. We have no features to kind of work with. But this, this must be the 8th control because here's this massive group.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find out if I can figure what the gap was between Brederud and the next teams. I need to go up a little bit. It was a minute, pretty much, give or take a couple of seconds.
It's maybe
It's
50
less.
seconds now. 45. Here we have. Yeah, you can see Simon Hector going on different routes, but I mean it's it's either going out to the path to the left or to the right. It doesn't matter too much. But you can see now how the runners behind have to decide if they want what kind of front runner they want to follow. Usually, when I was running the long night, I decided on beforehand one runner I would trust on. Because you kind of knew. I mean, now it's different. You knew exactly which runner you would have in your group or around yourself. But back then, you had to try to get an overview in the beginning. Who are the runners around you? And then I did it like this because I didn't dare to do too much work on my own. On the long night like that, I decided one runner which I knew I can trust on the night. For example, once I followed Marcus Millegård, or then next time it would be Katov was a good runner to follow and stuff like. So you have those 3 or 4 you would trust on, and then here you have to decide between Simon Hector and maybe Syrjäläinen, or who else is there? Yeah, Syrjäläinen, Svensk.
And I guess this is also why you don't want to be at the very back of the pack, because you're not going
you want to see
you're not
those
going to
two
see
runners.
who those runners are. You
Yeah,
want
of
to be
course.
kind of nicely mid-pack.
You want at least be able to see your front runner you decided on beforehand.
So this is the
So, you
leading
see,
group.
It doesn't really matter if you go out to the small path or to the big one.
No, you have a nice little bit of free running then here. And so watching that chase group then, Brederud in there, and then we're going to see them split.
And here you can see how they split up. I think,
It's fairly even though, isn't
yeah,
it?
but
Really?
you have to really follow the contours if you go to the small path. But in the end, I mean, there's so many runners, they will get together again. It's not a question. But it's still, if you lose 10 positions in a group and you might not be the strongest, physically strongest runner in the field, that's quite annoying, because then you have to work yourself up the field again, and every second you have to close. Maybe it's not that difficult right now, but you will feel it in the very end. So you have to try to save energy. Also, that's one more thing why I usually try to be not too far off, is you have this kind of buffering, and if you're a bit behind, you can keep quite an even pace, because every time they hesitate a little bit, you close the gap again, and you don't have to do this stop and go. You have to you're able to keep running smoothly, and usually it takes a bit less energy. And
Yeah,
you
you're not
are a runner
accelerating
as I was and needed every little bit of energy until the end, then of course that's where it can be very, very important in long term. And here, for example, you can choose a route where you can pass by the refreshing points. If you go straight, you don't get them. So it's a decision you can take as well.
Yeah, although they have just met another one. So what do you make of this leg and the route choices that this leading team have taken?
I mean, I would probably do the same. You get like a third of the leg for free.
Yeah.
It's quite easy. I mean, this terrain down here, between the hills, it's quite okay to run, but you have to do some navigation work. And if you go up to the street there, you get this 300 meters without any effort almost. So it's a good thing to do.
And how much will the route choices be governed by 6 years ago and mistakes that we saw on the long night and difficulties we saw with parallel errors on some of these hills?
You mean how much they influence the decisions from today?
Yeah. Like why, why
I
are they
mean-
going more straight here? Because I
No,
just think
but I
it's a
mean-
good. I just think it's a good choice anyway. But will they be
I mean, probably
less,
if you look
more
at,
risk averse?
I don't think the decision that were taken 6 years ago have such a big impact on today's relay, but not on the route choice. I think you would choose something like this, and it's more about the length of the leg, because you wouldn't do this probably on the second leg when you have like only 8 or 9 kilometers to go.
No. Yeah.
Or even 7 kilometers as you have it today. Then you would go straight here. But if you have a long distance in the night, it's much easier to go to the north here. You can see almost all of the teams. You have Tyrving, Snättringe, so Simon Hector going there. So you can see that not many of the teams decided to go
Though
to
not everybody's
have
tracked,
Simon
though.
Hector as
No.
a front runner.
Not everybody's tracked though here, of course.
Yeah.
So maybe there's a few more runners who've gone the Tyrving and Snetchinger route.
You can also see that
more
they split
splitting
up in the leading group.
So maybe that eastern group's going to go
They
more
will
out to
go
the
all
feld
the way
area,
around to the open area, I guess.
and then the other group going to weave their way through the hills.
I mean, one thing you get if you go I think it's Kalavandarasti and is it Halden way, you get this marsh before, and the marsh is here. What I experienced when I was out in the forest, not in this part of the forest, but in other parts, is like that they're very wet and quite good visible, at least when you're close to them. So you get a lot of help from the marshes. It makes it quite easy to approach the control. But of course, if you go all the way around, it's not too many meters you have to do in the terrain either. I just wonder, though, it's not so much easier to approach. I mean, if they go all the way around, then of course that makes it very much easier, the navigation bit. And it seems as if they're doing that.
Yeah. Are they going to head all the way to that track? I think they are. I think if you're there, you may as
but
well.
Yeah.
But you see now how much more distance they have to go compared to the group
Yeah,
of
but
kind
I
of
mean,
red,
now
yellow.
they get another 200 meters high speed running. And then, I mean, they can also follow all the way to the next path. Cut over to
where
the
the
next
number
one
10
and then
is.
take it
Yeah.
from below. And I mean, that's a route you would never do in day orienteering.
No. You'd absolutely go straight is great in the daytime. But obviously you can kind of look at that chasing group and you compare the speeds of those taking that more direct line compared to obviously those on the road, and it's completely different and a completely different approach. And we actually do have a time check at the next control. So at control number 10. So we will be able to see them there and just kind of assess the impact then of these two different route choices. Who's going to get there first?
Kove. It's hard to say, but I mean, they have to do the climb in the very end.
Yeah, that's what I think as well. There's a 1, 2, 3,
think the
4, 5 contours
Distance
of
to the
climbing.
control is quite equal from that point. Now they get to the easy bit with the marsh, and then they have those last meters. It's gonna be quite similar. So in the end, they will be together again. Quite sure about that. But maybe if we will see one group coming just in front of the other one.
Yeah, we've definitely lost our
I know,
GPS tracking there.
It's hard to do. It makes it more exciting.
Just building
for us,
up the anticipation, right?
Actually, my
This is
GPS,
definitely intentional.
My GPS is
Yours
still
is
going
working.
here. Yeah. So it's I might reconsider my guess.
I would have gone with you as well.
No, I
but-
think no. It's still it will be quite even.
And you know what? They're going to
No, I
start
think
seeing
actually
each other
that
as
Kobe
well.
is going to be there first.
Okay.
Because now they have this crack in between. So what we can say is now the group to the north or to the
East?
northeast, they are at the crack just a little bit northwest of the
Northeast
number
of the
10.
control. Yeah.
but
oh yeah,
northwest
northwest of the number.
And
Yeah.
the group with Kobe, they are actually at the control now, I guess. We don't have it on the screen, but we can see it on the screen of our neighbors.
Yeah. So hopefully you at home have got the up-to-date pictures with
Yeah,
Kuve did go into the lead.
I don't
there.
think it's a problem for our screen. I think it's the problem of the burn feed. Yeah, but I'm looking through the window in the other commentary box and see that N10V is coming there. Punching. Now we have IFK Göteborg. Linné. Yeah, now it's hard to see. I'm sitting about 5 meters away from that screen. But yeah, the Kobe group definitely was at the control first.
Yeah, and the chasing group were about 30 seconds behind, I think.
I mean, I can give you the splits here. So we had Kobe in the lead, 2 seconds ahead of Kalevan Rasti, then 4 seconds ahead of Sävedalens, 10 seconds ahead of Halden, 28 seconds ahead of NTNV, so that was the gap between the two groups, then 30 seconds behind IFK Göteborg. Linné in 7th, 32 seconds behind, Denson 33 seconds behind, Ikalisten 36 seconds behind, and Södertälje Nykvarn 38 seconds behind, so 10 teams have been there.
And yeah, 10 teams, and we are now halfway through this leg.
Still 10 teams. I reopened the GPS. So we are waiting for Bredaryd to the control next. And then we have this big group behind and the fight between Turving Nettringe on their route compared to the other group, the bigger group. And I think that it's actually an advantage for the bigger group here.
Yeah,
But
they're
we
closer to
definitely
the
get-
control and they've got less climb to do as well.
Definitely get Bredaryd to that control first. So I don't know how it is for you at home. We have a frozen screen
Yeah.
here. We just see the GPS picture.
Yeah, we have no idea if you at home can see the next teams punching the control or not.
So now I think we got Bredaryd.
Yep, they just punched Axel Blad,
Yeah, 2:43 if I can see it right.
2:45.
Yeah, it's 5 meters away, that screen. I'm reading from.
And then we've got the chase group really, really close. But yeah, Snatching and Turving have definitely lost here. But this chasing group just punching here. Stora Tuna, Okakora, Paimun Rasti, Helsing and Sinisiat, MS Palmer.
So now the big group is coming.
Yeah.
Malung, Tampere, Pirinte, Tisaren.
And they're 3 minutes down.
Again, maybe.
Yeah,
have to
Tempo and
hold it.
Printo 1 and 2 are both in there.
Bekkelaget.
Yep.
This is.
And then
Kimmelkort.
Bekkelaget, they were in the leading group. They've dropped down then
Yeah.
from the leading group to the second group.
Helen and Gemuko
Yep.
are just a bit behind. They have to be very careful now to not lose the group.
also got, so now we have the group who took the different route choice through, Snetchinga, Atunda, Terving, Navi, Jemsen Retkivekot as well.
So now we got the picture back. I hope you. I don't know how it was for you at home. We didn't have a picture here, or we had a frozen picture for about 7 minutes, 6-7 minutes maybe. But we're back now with the action from the control you missed before. So that would have been the picture where you would see all the teams passing by. So we have two teams, two groups. You can see the replay here. So that's the point where we got this one group just ahead of the other one. You remember that they split it up. And we have Brederud behind. And you can also see the
I keep expecting Brederud to be caught up, and he still hasn't been.
Yeah, but I mean, he's a very good. I mean, his performance to do this all alone is very, very impressive. But he will be caught sooner or later because it's so hard to keep a group of. I mean, it's an immense group chasing him there, and you can also see that Turving, Snetringe just getting in the back of the group. We've also seen that Gemuko. And I think it was Beckelaget. They have to be careful in order to not lose that group.
Yeah,
I've
really
been talking
do.
about that for a while now. But it's just that the position in the group is getting worse and worse. And now, I mean, they're not in that group anymore. Now they're in a new group together with Snetringe.
Yeah.
Now the question is if this group is going to reconnect with the group in front or not.
Well, they could say they're going a little bit more of a direct route there, but now hitting the green and going to slow back down. Certainly that leading group is all caught back up, and you can do that quite easily on the path route to number 12.
But one team we definitely lost in the two groups or
Nydalen.
three groups here, Nydalen.
Yeah, they're in 34th place. So 34 teams actually all through that point. So Timo Silj was in the lead then at the 7.7 kilometre mark. The Estonian has been really active, was a big part of that second group, catching up to the first group, and then I think it's 10 here. Yeah, it's 10 here in this leading group because we've lost Beckelaget. Yeah.
So very soon the runners are on the most southern point of the course. start to head back towards the arena. Then, no, in the beginning, no, not really yet, but soon. We're gonna have another TV control at control 16. So let's say in about what would you say, 7-8 minutes?
Yeah.
I won't
Maybe
be
a bit
more than
quicker
5 minutes off, my guess at least. Well,
no,
depending
absolutely
on how
not.
they execute the legs.
Yeah. Depending if they make any mistakes or not.
Yeah, what do you think? Is it different compared to last year, the long night, with this new approach so far?
No.
No, it's not. I have the same feeling. For me, it's the exactly. I mean,
In a
I
word?
don't know. No, I
No.
wouldn't say it's much. I mean, it would be interesting to hear from the runners or to experience it. It's. I mean, definitely, I think for the teams behind, and kind of to think about the strategy, how to behave in the group. It's easier this time.
But if you're Timo Sild and you've put in that
No, of
work to
course it
catch
doesn't
up,
matter
like
for
it's
him.
literally no difference, I think.
No, if you team a Sild or Axel Elmblad, it doesn't matter any at any point.
You're not going to make any different decisions, I think, here at all. The only thing is you have the nice certainty of knowing exactly when you're going to start. You know how to warm up, and
Interesting.
it's,
Kind
you
of
know.
a bit different approach by Simon Hector again. I'm not sure if he has the control there.
What it
He's
also
stopping
is...
now, isn't he? I'm not sure if he has the control.
No.
No, he definitely sees the lamps. Maybe he has it. He should have it. Shouldn't run all the way up otherwise.
No. What is different, though, about this leg is it's earlier in the night.
Yeah, but not that much, is it? Usually I had to start 9:30, then approximately 70 minutes for the first leg, 70 for the second.
That
And
takes
then
you
a
over
bit
2 hours to when
Yeah,
we
that's
started
true.
at half
That's
11. It's a
Yeah,
little
it's
bit earlier.
Yeah,
I
but
think it
in
just
the end-
needs a
I mean,
little bit
In the
sharper.
end, if you finish, you run at 1 or 1:30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's still insanely late, but also could be a lot worse.
That's a replay. Axel Elmblad. I think this. What control is this? This
I
is
think
a
that was the
long
10th
time ago. It's like
control.
half an hour ago.
No, it's not
only
half an hour ago.
This was control 8.
Oh yeah, you're right. It was control 8.
So this was a half an hour ago. Yeah, but 25 minutes ago.
Time is going to cease to mean anything. Apart from these runners, time will mean a lot for these runners. For us, nothing. What is 15 minutes, 3 hours?
Seen on a 21-hour shift, you mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, my colleagues back at home were quite horrified when I told them how long I was going to be broadcasting for. But we're not actually doing the running, so you shouldn't feel too sorry for us.
So look at the tail now. It's 30 seconds. I would say the gap. Now I actually can see that Breder is caught by
yeah,
the
now
group.
been caught.
So now the gap, I would say 2.5 minutes.
In which case, that's getting smaller because it
Yeah,
was just over 3.
Definitely. And I mean, if you look at teams like Snettringa, Helsingin Sunistajat, it was 5 minutes plus 6 minutes at the start. And one thing you can see there, Göteborg Majorna, I think they have to drop that group, and you're so far away from the finish at that point. If Victor Rundby is all alone there, it's quite a journey waiting for him to get back.
Yeah, there's not an awful load of controls still to go, but there is a lot of distance.
It's not about the number of controls.
No, it's the time in forest. And the feeling as well when you get dropped from such a group like that. Like it's not a positive feeling to keep motivated at that point. That's got to be so difficult.
Yeah, and it's not only this. I mean, usually when you have to let the group go, you haven't been orienteering actively for quite a while because you just want to avoid to let the group go. You know that it's unforked, so you're kind of fighting all the way until you're really out of energy, and then you're out of energy and you have to start navigating yourself.
Hey, look at that. You said it was 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, quite a good
Look at the
guess,
gap.
wasn't it?
Kuvita Brederud's 2.5
I said
minutes.
it was 25 minutes ago we were at Control 8. I'm quite sure that was very accurate as well.
Credit where credit's due. And the next control, so 16 is where we get the next time check as well, just to let you know. That is at the 9.9 kilometre mark of this 14.3 kilometre course.
Yeah, and actually they should be there quite soon. We know that the GPS usually is about 10-15 seconds behind. So here we are at Control 16, and we're back at... No, it's kind of the restart.
Yeah.
Now it's a restart.
So they've been running for an hour. So we have... This is the wave start.
It's the way, I thought it would be more like a wave, that they would let the runners go one by one.
Well, yeah, this is why I was confused when you said that, because I read it as being like this.
But didn't they call it in the PM?
They called it a wave start.
That's a strange wave.
But I think it's...
That's a tsunami. That's not a normal kind of wave.
Okay, so this is all of the teams that were 1 hour or more behind after the pause in the relay. They're all going to go out together. But the restart later is for all the remaining legs.
Okay.
So that is the difference in the wave start and the restart.
This was the restart of the first 3 legs. No, of the
fourth leg, yeah. Or a wave start.
But it's not a wave, but now I get why you were confused. I thought it would look different.
Yeah, okay.
You see that they're not really in a hurry now. Now they're discussing the route choices. You can hear that because there's a long route waiting now, and I think there is like...
What did they say?
I didn't hear it, fortunately.
Yeah, they are not rushing through that
control. No,
but
it's kind of a discussion. It was kind of a discussion between, I think it was Kobe and one of the other, maybe IFK Göteborg, where they should go on this route. They will definitely keep together in this group. But my guess almost is that there's a high risk now that they will be caught by the group behind, because the group behind, they are really chasing.
Oh, they really are.
And the group in front, it doesn't feel like they see a very big need of getting away and open a very big gap.
So they were. Brederud's was 2:45 behind, with the rest of that chasing group 3:14 behind. That was 2 kilometres ago, and I think it's going to be cut now. But is there enough of the course left for them to actually catch? They've got 5
it depends
kilometres of
very
the
much on this
course
route
left.
now, how they execute it.
Okay, so the time ticks up then, and in the next, I think we'll see them in the next 30 seconds to a minute. Here, we can already see some light. They're at the previous control. They're on their way. So the gap when we last saw the GPS was about 2.5 minutes. I think it's come down even more. Yeah, because we're not at the 2-minute mark yet. Yeah, it's not going to be much over 2 minutes, I think. And this group from 11 onwards, I think there are good 20 plus teams here.
It's Stora Tuna.
Yeah, Achim Svensk, really...
Anton Snättringe, Malung, Kåre. No, it wasn't Nydalen. You see the teams.
Yeah, we don't need to name all of them. There's too many.
Yeah. Interesting will be who's not in the team or in the group. We're
So
waiting for
27
Gemuko.
teams.
We know that they had to drop behind. I don't know if there were more teams without GPS devices.
So yeah, this group of 17 athletes is moving really quickly, and obviously you could see that as they, as they went through the control, they really know they've got to try and catch up. And actually, going really very straight here, at least at the moment on this leg. And
Yeah, I mean, they were heading towards this small track they are on right now. They will continue just outside the picture of the. I mean, if you continue the same direction as they do right now, sooner or later you get on the street. They were running on towards Control 10. And then you can follow this street for another 200-300 meters just before you head into the terrain to the control. So I think that's what they're going to do.
And some of the part of orienteering in this terrain is like picking up those like lines between at the bottom of the hills. So
Yeah, I
there's
mean,
line of crags at the bottom of the hills, and actually, if you're looking at this leg, there's quite a good few bottoms of hills and gaps between hills that you can follow.
It's not very sharp here. Helen and Gemuko. So Gemuko isn't alone together with Helen. Now they're going to discuss the next route. But yeah, as you said, I mean, you definitely want to avoid to be climbing up the hills here. So you try to get kind of around the hills and find the passages in between.
Yeah, and at the moment, I mean, those two groups, I mean, micro route choices, but essentially going the same way.
Yeah.
And especially in the semi-open area, very good visibility. At least in some of the other parts of the map, it wasn't like super rough. Some of the recently kind of felled areas can be really, really rough, but the ones elsewhere have been pretty decent.
Kan det vara bilvinnaren att komma tillbaka? Är det för långt där tror ni? Det kan vara för långt. Det kan vara ett sätt också att slippa att orientera, att bara kunna springa på där. Ja, Viktor Rönnby. Det är möjligt det är några flera med där för det är de som inte har GPS också. Eller så trimma Viktor på kursen. Det kan också.
Here we get the next teams to the TV control. Oh, you can see the tired back runner.
Eskilsander Gullord dropping a lot of places. But again, at least there's a few of you. Like, not a big group, but like a few is morale boosting.
At least you can share the misery.
Yeah. Or the forest is slightly less dark. Still quite dark.
But look at this. They're getting closer and closer. I would say it's 1.5 minutes now.
So great to see these two groups going exactly the same way. I was totally prepared for them to go completely different ways, and then
Yeah, but I
you
mean, they
can
would
pick
have
up
been.
some of the tracks to the right of the line.
Yeah, but then you get quite far off. Another option would have been to head a bit north to the marsh and then around this forbidden area and follow this small path there. But I mean, you get quite a good passage here with the small track we've seen. Were heading out to just after the control, and now you get not too many hills on the way on the straight line. So I'm not too surprised. You could have rounded a bit more to the north and to get a bit. You would have gone to the street where there's written Mildal, approximately, and then from there. But
Do you think they will still continue to go straight, and where it says Mildal,
I
they
mean,
will go
it's-
under that on that field?
if you think back what they were doing on the way to Control 10, and they were taking all the street all
The
the way to
road.
the north.
But the
I
control
guess
is
it's,
quite a long way from the road, though.
Yeah, but it was. I mean, they took it from below Control 10 when they approached this one. So I wouldn't be too surprised if they would do it. If I would be all alone in the forest in night, I would definitely do it. But now they are such a big group, they might go straight. I don't know. We're gonna see very soon.
We really are. In fact, this next control, we've also got a timer on it. It's at 12.2 kilometers. We still see some more teams through this 16th control. Temperimper into 2 there.
Nydalen just in front.
Yep.
And Mora.
Are they waiting for people?
Probably.
I think-
Discussing maybe the route choice.
No, they're waiting
they're
for
waiting
people.
for people.
When you have that many
they-
lights, you want to go the same way as them.
Yeah, that's true.
You absolutely want to go the
This
same way as
is,
them.
Växjö,
Växjö,
yeah.
yeah. Noel Brown leading that. So
that's a
yeah,
good
very
runner.
good young
Järla,
Swedish runner.
Tullinge, Simon Imark, Fredrikstad, Hageby. Yeah, I mean, that's a good
Gaute
group.
Stave for Fredrikstad. Vegard Jovis Vestergaard in there as well. Jonathan Gustafsson there for Örebro. Ben Mitchell for Halden. Luke Fisher for Ludinger. I am just naming British runners now.
Yeah, earlier you said that there are not that many here.
No, there aren't that many here. But the ones we have here are not really sprinters. Aside from Ralph Street, who is a sprinter.
I can also give you the answer to the question if they were going to go around to this Control 17, and the answer is yes.
Yes, they do. It's a big group then. And yeah, I mean, I think that's quite sensible of the 2 runners who are about to be caught to wait there, because if you're 2 runners by yourselves doing a route
I
choice...
think there were 3 of them.
There were.
But still, it doesn't matter.
One of them started, 2
Yeah,
of them stopped, and then you get caught. And then, yeah, so we have this leading group, as you say. You just described them going out towards the big road there. That second group, which is kind of shedding runners off the back, just about to hit the forest road as well. And then we know Göteborg not alone there, the little grey dots, and neither is Nydalen, neither of them are alone. As you can see, we added some more teams back in.
Kinuko was together with Helen.
Yep. And then we zoom in towards this control, and we've got a TV point here. But the chasing group goes straight.
Yeah, interesting to see. I mean, the control is not... It's not too difficult to take. You can head towards this passage in between. Again, you have to do a bit of climbing before, which you can avoid. I would have chosen to go around, definitely, but I'm not number 1 night orienteer either. But my experience is that on the long night,
In the day, I would have gone straight.
Yeah, but it's also we are now. Yeah, when did it start?
1 hour and 13 minutes ago.
Yeah, so it's not the freshest legs you have.
No, you're
this
getting
night. So
into
it's-
the part where it starts
you get
to
some
hurt,
easy.
right?
You get about half a kilometers without any bigger effort, and it's like
But you're
not
for
too
your brain to
far-
rest as well.
yeah, not too far left to the changeover. Don't take any unnecessary risk now. You're in the leading group. Why not? I would, yeah, as I said, I would have done the same.
So the leading group then approaching control 17, this leg of about 2.5 kilometers.
You can see it still. Is it Stora Tuna or is it Kove? I think it's Stora. No, it's Kove.
Yeah.
And then you have Linné. And then Ikalisten. Another red. Kalvandarasti.
Stora Tuna's in the chasing group.
IFK. Oh yeah, right. Denzel, Halden, NTNV. Södertälje and Sävedalen. 10 teams. And interesting now to see how big the gap is. What did you have before? 2.5 minutes? 2 minutes?
About maybe 2:15. I mean, I can actually just look it up. Hang on, bear with.
I don't
2:11.
I don't know if I have the time to wait for the answer.
It's 2:11. I didn't have to look at it. It didn't take me
Yeah.
long.
Yeah, impressive work. 2:11, so...
It is impressive work at approaching nearly 1 o'clock in the morning. Okay.
So now the chasing group is in this, let us call it a re-entrant passage between two hills, about 100 meters away, a bit more maybe, from the control. We have a bit more than a minute.
Yeah. Oh, I can see some
Clock.
lights. There we go. Here they come. So it
Yeah,
was
it's
2:11.
Will still be about.
I think it's about the same.
2 minutes.
And
Maybe-
now you
maybe
think
a
it's
few
going to be
seconds.
hard for them to catch up, at the end.
I mean, it's
There's
straight.
really not
It's not so
much
much left of
left.
the course.
No. Getting close to the 2-minute gap.
I don't know. Do you think that we have it much warmer in our cabin compared to the Swedish colleagues here? Because if you look, I'm still in my shirt, and
Yeah, you're in a
Sara is
t-shirt.
having like a
She's got a hat on.
hat on and quite a thick
A
jacket. But
jacket.
let's focus on the changing group here. So team 2 minutes, 10 minutes, about the same.
The same,
Still.
yeah.
And let's see how big was the group? Can you research it?
17.
17, yeah.
Yeah.
So we should have
We
27
should take it to
teams.
27.
Yeah, we have 27.
We have 27 with the
Good
Tunda
work,
bringing up the rear.
Beatunda.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very good. Daniel
He
Roos.
is a bit in the risk zone now. You can see it. He has problems to. I mean, you have two runners hanging a bit behind. It's important for him to stay in the group as long as possible. I mean, he won't lose too much time from here. Of course, it's still a bit left, but there's not so much proper orienteering to do, and he will still get help towards control 18. Probably a bit toward 19. I think he will come to the finish a few seconds behind the team. But for him, it's very important now to just keep in the group as long as possible.
So this was the control we've just seen in the picture. Control 17, this is control 18.
Yeah. There you can see the chasing group as well. Now you can see that Topi Syrjalainen is getting higher up in the group there, trying to make a difference now in the end here. I can see it there, 1:50.
The time
But
drops.
my feeling is that the group behind is running a bit slower, but the route choice to control 17 might have been not as good.
Yeah.
So that they lost a bit of time with the route choice, but were running a bit faster.
Yeah, now they're on the
can I-
same route. The
can I
same
s-
route, they can catch up a bit
Yeah.
more time.
So and from 18, let's say there's one orienteering control left, and it's not the most difficult one of the course.
No.
Now you can see really that Syrjalainen is pushing quite hard. Might have saved a bit of energy before, or feels that the speed just not is as high as it was earlier throughout the course. And that's now, this is a very difficult situation for the teams at the very end of the group. I think it was Atunda and Freidig.
Yep.
Because they were struggling keeping up with the speed, and if you have then one team going up and really, putting kind of one more gear into the group, then it's not the best feeling for your legs.
No, so I think this is back then at control 17.
Yeah. So we're waiting. I think for Helen and Gemuko. Actually, we don't have to wait so long, and I think that's quite impressive work there. Because it's a very, very difficult situation when you have to start to do all the work by your own. It's Victor Rundby and Thomas Radondi. Yeah, they're really somewhere in between two groups. Is there a light coming?
I don't really know what is lighting up the trees there. Maybe it's something from the camera op.
Ah, is it? Yeah, maybe.
Or
There should
sometimes
be there
there's
soon.
been a few guys at each camera control.
Yeah, but we see a light there.
Okay. Yeah.
There's definitely lights coming.
Yeah, now there are. Definitely 2, which is what we're expecting.
At least 2.
Yeah. Yeah, 2.
It's Helen, isn't it?
Helen and
No, but the
Marco.
runner in front here.
yeah, you've got good eyesight. If you
I
can
have.
see that.
I have.
Yeah.
Here we have Victor Rundby.
And you could just see the glare off the map as well. That's often, it's so hard to focus your eyes on the map as well when you have so much reflection coming off of it. It's really takes some getting used to. But all
It's
these
the
guys
backside of the medal when you have such a strong lamp on your
yeah,
hand.
yeah. But to be fair, these guys are all used to this, right?
Yeah.
This is
Yeah,
no big deal.
After like 12 and a half kilometers, you should be
Yeah.
used to it.
Well, yeah, and also the hours and hours of training that you've put in throughout your career in night orienteering.
Interesting now, if you look at the two leading groups, different route choices again to 19, a bit more straight by the chasing group. The leading group went a bit more around, avoiding one of the hills in between. And we'll still have two groups in the finish. I'm quite sure about that, but it's not going to be very much more than a minute. You can see it here. This is the leading group. Avoiding, it's just one contour basically, and the chasing group going more straight, taking this small path, staying very close. The difference in the end is that chasing group has to do more of the orienteering on the top of the hill, which is a bit more difficult. It's easier when you can kind of enter this flat bit on the top of the hill from below.
But that triangle-shaped hill is very distinctive on the top.
You mean the one with the crack just before the circle? So now I think we have a camera just before they enter this open area that we have seen so many times before they come to the arena. And this is the leading group.
Yeah, it is the leading group. You can see overall race time, 3 hours, 16 minutes. And it's been 1 hour, 24 then. So running faster than expected, I think.
They're still the leading group. They will hand over in the lead, but the gap, I mean, in the beginning was 6 minutes compared to Helsingin Suunnistajat and Snettringe. Now it's gonna be around 1 minute, a bit more.
Yeah, Ikalista and Nysova Voima are in the lead there, I think.
Quite exactly a minute, I would say, because they punch Control 19 right now.
So they've punched this pre-warning control. Ikalista and Nysova Voima, Juho Ilinen in the lead. IFK Göteborg in second place, Fredrik Backman, OK Linne, then Calvin Rasti, then Denselm, then Kuve, then Entenui, then Halden, then Södertälje, Nick Van, then
So here we have them punching the last control. It was Ikalista Nysova Voima, and followed by IFK Göteborg. Calvin Rasti, Linne, Denselm, I think was there. Yeah, I named the teams before, but it's gonna be Ikalisten changing first after the long nights. And the last runner to get there, Sävedalen. You can see it's very prestigious, of course.
Yeah.
And Ikalisten, they have a good team throughout the whole competition.
Yeah, absolutely should be delighted with that. And to come here in the lead after the long night, a massive smile, literally trying to play to the crowd there. Juho Ilinen.
Very strong long distance runner, not only in orienteering but also in ultra running and marathon. But they will be surprised over the gap they have, I guess, compared to a few of the following teams, at least, because they have been at the pre-warning. They will be at the last control very, very soon.
Yeah, we've got this.
Here we have Sävedalen. He will just make it in front of the rest of the team.
Yeah, yes.
You could see that he had some struggles with cramps.
Södertälje. Yeah, so this is the top 10 rounded off there. Then we're looking, I think it's MS Palmer is the next group. Look, you can see them ahead. Here they come. So this is the second group. So this is the group of 17.
Or just about a minute.
Oh, this just sets it up really nicely for these next legs.
MS Parma, Kåre.
Turen Metsankeviat, Stora Tuna, Töving, IFK Göteborg, the second team, Ferrum Tisvilder as well, Helsingin Suunnistajat. Oh, some big old teams
Stora
here.
Tuna, Ferrum Rasti, Ferrum Tisvilder, Helsingin Suunnistajat, Fredaryd, Tisaren, Tamperen Pyrintu, Snettringe.
Oh, very exciting. 27 teams then in here. Okay, Ryan, Fredrik and Atunda as well, bringing up the rear. Atunda not quite punched the finish yet, but on their way through. And 27 teams who could still win it. This is really exciting. This is, anything could happen.
I mean, it's quite the usual outcome after the long night that you have still quite many teams that are in the fight for the top positions.
And then I always think that this next leg is really, really crucial as well.
Yeah, it always is. But you can see now what exactly happened to Atunda, what I predicted. You could see that he struggles with the speed, but he got help with the orienteering, and as soon as he could kind of relax, because he knew that he will make it to the finish without any bigger time loss, he could let the group go. I think he did a very good job here on this relay.
They're one of the helping clubs here at this relay as well. So relatively local club. 27 teams then. Where's our next team going to come from?
som har tagit hem
So
segern
now
på
we're waiting
nollnatten för
for.
Ikaristen
It will take a while until we have the next team here. We're waiting, of course, for Majorna and Helen. But we also know that Växjö, Noel Brown, not far away.
First, I have a prize for you, a headlamp from Illuminate to the victory of the leg. And tell us about the race.
Yeah, it was mostly I had a good starting point and we had a good group all the way and we were quite sure that the guys are catching us behind, but luckily we managed to have a little bit gap until the finish line, so I'm happy, it was fun.
Not so many mistakes.
Well, some mistakes and in some part our group split in two and we had to catch the first guys again, but not too much mistakes, maybe quite secure orienteering all the way, so the speed wasn't so high all the time.
Did you know anything about the chasing route?
No, nothing. We were pretty sure that they're catching us, but we had no idea about the splits.
And what do you think now of the rest of the relay for Ikaristen and Savovoima?
Yeah, we have a really good team. Many times their legs before the long night has been quite hard for us, but now the situation is really good. So I think the guys are.
Siellä takana se juoksuvauhti sitten ei ollut niin kovaa, kun kaverit jutteli siellä ja mitäs tässä, että joo.
So with 27 teams then at the finish after the long night, this is where the chasers are. Still a few controls to go then. But we've got Simon Mark from Tiomila in there as well. Jonathan Gustafsson. Actually, quite a much bigger group that aren't tracked as well on their way in.
Vaihdossa oli edelleen keskitynyt vaan omaan ja keskityin siihen tehtävään. Ja tänään oli vissiin mun tämän kauden 50 työsuunnistus. Juhla.
No niin, tuottaa tulosta. Kiitos Juho ja onnittelut. Upea veto. Hienoa. Otetaan tänne. Tähän kameraan mua ei näkyä, että sä saat paistata. Juho Ylinen Ikalisten nouseva voima. Melkoinen reis takana ja huikea loppukiri.
No hauskahan se oli. Mä olin oikeastaan 20 alla ja katselevaa, että loppurataa miettimään, että miksi se loppukiri otetaan. Että sen verran oli luottautunut. Niin se tuli tänään. Hauska, että sitten loppukiri.
Olisiko omat jalat ihan alusta asti siitä? Se ei pysty voimaan fiilistelemään.
Joo, kyllä mä käytännössä etiikkeessä niin lähtiessä jo tiesin, ja mitä ongelmia olemaan, ja tietysti ei nyt vahvoja loppuutkaan siellä loppukirjassa. Mutta tällä kertaa riitti, ja hauskaa, että ihan takaa sanominen kiinni. Että kyllä me siinä arveltiin vähän, että takaa kyllä ajaa varmasti että sopii meitä kovaa kiinni. Saatiin pidetty eroa siinä, ja aika hyvää viestiä.
Harvinaista oli todella kiva seurata suomalaisista ja tätä sitten painelista siellä tuollainen jättä.
So I think we have, we're right by the field then looking in towards as the next big group of teams come through. So 27 teams at the moment, and then this group, the next ones to catch. Yeah, keeping this pace high. With some quality runners pushing the pace. So we had the punch from Örebro, Jonathan Gustafsson, Simon Mark, Tullinger. So no surprise to see those runners towards the front. Having worked through the group here, 85, that's Jonathan Gustafsson. Tullinger, Simon Mark. We've got Ferenc Jonas, Jens Ronalds, Benjamin Way, Gauta Steva in there as well. Luke Fisher. And yeah, Jonathan Gustafsson, Simon Mark just pushing that pace there. And I think also looking at the kind of quickest on this leg, Topi Sirjalainen, fantastic running from him. He was one of the quickest on here, as well as so here's the finish then. Jonathan Gustafsson for Örebro finishing there, just managing to get a few meters gap ahead of Simon Immark, Ferenc Jonas, so Telving Iela, and see our, so they are 9 minutes behind this group.
Hellen med Thomas Radondi, handen 2, Ben Mitchell, IKHP, Arvid Claesson, OL Norska, Florian Moser, Växjö OK med Noel Brown, Esponsunta.
And then we can already get towards the fifth leg for the men. It's a short one here. Can follow some of the leading teams. We've got IFK Göteborg in the top left picture, following them. Yeah, on their way to some of the, gone to a couple of controls already. Now 50 teams in at the 10-minute mark. So that big group led by Jonathan Gustafsson, Simon Immark, have gone from about place 28 all the way through to 51 pretty much. And they're about 9 minutes back. But we can join back with the leaders as well. IFK Göteborg on their way. He's already done a couple of controls. Again, I've got to be quiet. There's a lot that I could say that I'm not going to say. I've got to keep some mystery going and keep the heart of the orienteering. We can't give too much away.
I can say that there are different route choices chosen by IFK Göteborg and Calvan Drasti. So IFK is going more straight to this third control.
And if you look at the distances, this is the shortest leg. So, it's going to make sense to put one of your weaker runners here.
Yeah, but at the same time,
this is such a crucial leg, though.
You want to have a really safe night orienteer on this leg.
Yeah, because it's the first.
It's kind of similar
gaffling,
leg.
First forking since you've had the long night.
It's quite a similar leg to the second leg. Because you have. It's kind of a restart. You have so many teams coming together after the long night, and then you have to have someone here on this leg that's really confident in technique running in the night.
Yeah, then you can get a gap.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of more now about making gaps and not making mistakes as well.
You will see big differences between the teams that actually put their the last runner in on this fifth leg and the teams that have very good night orienteers here.
Yeah, and you can see the graphics then at the bottom. We've got quite a short fifth leg, quite a short sixth, quite a short seventh.
You can see another lamp. It's Calvan Drasti coming from the different routes.
But IFK in the lead still.
I think if you can see the other lamp
Yeah.
here. So just a few seconds to go. Here we have him.
So maybe we wait at this control. So, in mind, we had that kind of leading group of 10, and then that second group of 17. We're not that far behind at all.
It's a replay from control number 1. See mistake by both of the teams. Yeah. Big mistake for Helsingin Suinstein. It wasn't a very big mistake by Malung. 1 minute.
And, you know, Helsingin Suinstein that missed in the first or second leg, in the second leg as well. They've kind of worked their way back up into contention. And but, yeah, I think really now we'll see those quite a few individual mistakes. Okay, still here where the running camera stopped. You can catch this next group, Södertälje.
Kåre.
And you just see how suddenly the whole characteristic of the relay changes
Yeah,
once
I mean,
you
you
add
can
back
also-
in the forkings. Like
You can
it's
also
just
see the
changed
difference in the
completely.
speed here. We can see that IFK Göteborg is pushing really, really hard, as is Kalvanrasti. And it's such a difference in speed compared to the long night. It's middle distance, like orienteering in the night, and also the speed is just on a different level. And as I said before, just a small mistake, maybe a bad route choice, and you lose this 10 positions because you had this restart, if you want to call it, after the long night with almost a mass start within the race again. And I think at control 6 we're going to have the next TV control. So very soon we're going to have
really close.
IFK Göteborg to that one.
Yeah, he's just got a fantastically high speed then. That's Vegard Kittelsen.
Yeah, now we switch to control because we have...
already
yeah,
here.
that was Kittelsen at control.
Yeah, we nearly missed him.
6.
It was through so quickly.
Too fast for the producer.
Yeah.
Won't miss the teams behind, or the team behind, waiting for Kalvanrasti.
Yeah, and I guess there's another on-track team maybe there as well.
If it isn't the camera operator,
be.
there's another team
No.
in between.
I think that's Silkeborg.
Yeah, that's not Kalvanrasti either.
I'll give a shout out to my granddad's club.
This is Kalvanrasti, 38 seconds behind. So Kasperi Häveläinen for Kalvanrasti. Vegard Kittelsen was there for IFK Göteborg. 38 seconds between the two of them. Now we're waiting for the next couple of teams, and you can see it's a group coming here. I think it's going to be Kalisten and Kåre. Then we've seen Södertälje as well.
Oh, nearly not quite as direct into this control, but there's not really very much time
first,
left.
and then you have Kåre.
Punching
We
together,
have,
120
Konsta
behind.
Vannanen and Carl Valheim. And then I think it was Kent Olsson for Södertälje.
It was.
Yeah,
Halden.
you can see that those two, I mean, Valheim and Kent Olsson, very experienced runners.
NTNUI.
Erling
Stora Tuna.
Bjerstad for NTNUI.
Anton Forsberg. Brederid's, Sevedanen's punching there.
1:53 on the clock. This is Malung.
Philip Vadsten.
Not all of the teams here on this leg. It might be a few from the long night. Classic train. There's a lot of talking in that group. Tamperen Pirintö. Yeah, what do you call it? It's kind of, but it's an interesting dynamic in that group before there.
They are making orienteering by committee, I think.
Yeah. This is Kove, I think, right?
But,
yeah. MS Parma.
Good spot. It must be a very different experience, going out that group we just saw compared to. I mean, it's
if you see
completely different.
How tough it is for the fastest runners to get around this course, and I mean they're not out for ages. Then of course it's a different speed, but it's another experience if you're not trained for such long.
Do you think every orienteer should run the long night at some point in their career?
No, you don't have to do that.
Good, I'm glad. I'll pass then.
It's Tisaran.
So remember, we still had the 27 runners together before a 7-minute gap back to the next ones. So 18 of those through now within the 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes. Yeah, and this is where, the dynamic changes. You're really seeing some of those teams with less depth really drop back. Linné. That is a surprise. David Lingfors. Yeah, Linné have got some big
Here we
hitters
have
still to come.
Helsingin Stayat. Seen the mistake before. Atunda.
So maybe
15.
mistakes also from Linné.
Yeah, Turumets and Caveat. 22 teams now, 5 to go. Tyrving. Paiman Rasti. Marcus Lindekvist for Paiman Rasti. Farum Tisville. 4:44 behind. Yeah, their tactics paid off. We were talking with Jakob Steinthal after the first leg. He said that's very important for them to be in a good group at the long night. They got through with the first group or the second group, but not too far off.
Yeah.
And now, I mean, they have this 7-minute gap compared to the teams behind. It's quite a big margin to work with. But it's now they're in a bit early into this fifth leg, dropping a bit far behind because now it doesn't get a lot of help throughout the rest of the course.
But if you've got, that's such good learning for this team to have this experience of being in this position on the relay and really having to push quite hard. And, Jakob Steinthal was saying they want to be in a good position in 5 years' time to be in contention.
But at the same time, I mean, the runners that had a good experience and were running in the front now were the experience or the more...
they stack their team towards the front.
So the runners running now, of course, this fifth leg runner, Jonas Falk-Weber, he got the chance now to go out with kind of the other top teams. But not many of the runners coming now will have the same chance as he has. So it's like not the same experience. You can see Linné
Yeah, there was a
and
small
Farin
mistake.
Tisville doing the mistake at control 4.
Yeah, and a bit shaky into 5 as well. Yeah, this is where, that kind of inexperience or the hesitations come from, the lack of confidence into the control circle as well.
Freidik having big struggles at control 5. That's one of the
It's
teams
so hard
we're
to
waiting
relocate
for.
on that hill. Really difficult to relocate on that hill. But certainly, I mean, those two teams at the top, Ivko Göteborg, Calvin Rasti, just like a class apart from the rest on this 5th leg.
So next TV control we're going to have at control 10. I can tell you that we have the first team should be there in just about a few seconds. And we remember at the first TV control we had Vegard Kittelsen, IFK Göteborg, in the lead, 38 seconds ahead of Kasperi Hämäläinen, Kalevan Rasti, 120 ahead of Ikalisten and Kåre.
Here he is.
Here we have Kittelsen.
Yeah, again, just catching him
So
on the
now
broadcast there.
you're
Very good.
waiting for Kalevan Rasti. It's the next team.
So the gap was 38 seconds.
Yeah, but the gap is bigger now. You're not going to see Kalevan Rasti within the next 38 seconds, I can promise you.
Ooh, okay. The clock ticks up. We hit 20 seconds.
Yeah, and the clock ticks very much in favor of IFK Göteborg.
Yeah, this is why this is actually such an important leg, because you can get a gap here. Like, it really sorts out the order of the teams.
Yeah, it's really one of the legs you can feel that if a team has a depth within the club or not. If you have so many strong runners as IFK Göteborg, then you have a strong runner on this leg, and yeah, it's just a big difference if you have someone who can push and run actively and attacking the controls on a short leg, because of course when you have a short leg you can run very quickly if you're confident.
Yeah, and you can tell he's confident.
Yeah.
Yeah, really confident. Okay, so time is way more than a minute now, 1 minute and 20. Nobody yet through. So Calvin Rasti dropping a lot of time, even that next group dropping time, because the third place is 120 behind.
Yeah, Ikalisten and Kåre, Södertälje, Halden, and NUI, Stora Tuna, Denseln.
Yeah, that's
second
the order
team,
at the
IFK.
previous radio TV control.
Sävedalen, they were within 2 minutes.
Okay. Ooh, oh, some lights. Here they come. There we go. Approaching maybe from a different direction here.
Yeah, a few of the teams might still be within the 2 minutes.
Is this Stora Tuna?
Yeah.
Oh, catching then.
Rederud, Sävedalen, Ikalisten, Tampere Pyrynte, Södertälje, and NUI.
Okay, so where's Calvin Rasti?
Yeah, they're still not there yet. You have to wait.
Where? What?
You have to wait another while.
Yeah, okay, I've seen how far back they are. It's, yeah,
I told you they won't be there
minutes.
within 38 seconds. They still won't be there within 38 seconds.
Another 38
Yeah.
seconds. No, maybe 1 minute and 38 seconds?
No,
2 minutes and
borderline.
38 seconds? Oh dear, okay. Halden.
Kåre. Yeah, Kåre dropped behind a bit as well.
Yeah, you see this as the shortest leg. You put one of your 9th or 10th runners on this, but you underestimate this leg at your peril, because
Yeah, but it's not
where you
about
have
that
gaps.
underestimating. It's very. If you look back at the results from earlier relays, you know that it's this leg where you open the gap,
Yeah.
or where gaps open. But it's still. You need to have the depth in order to be able to put the runners. You can't put runners on this leg you don't have. So it's like.
Yeah.
But it's very obvious that you can lose a lot of time here on this leg. And I mean, if you just look
But
at
I
the
guess
race
you
time,
can lose less time compared to
I mean, if you
that
lose,
on a longer leg.
you can say that if you lose 2 or 3 minutes on the leg, it's not that much. But I mean, if it's so obvious on this leg because everyone is starting at the same time, more or less. So here you can see the mistake by Carl Valheim, I think it is, for Kåre,
Yep.
compared to Stora Tuna.
And just Stora Tuna catching places into second place then that we saw at at this control. 14 teams through. Still no Calvin Rusty.
Anton Forsberg running for Stora Tuna. Quite a good race so far. But most impressive on this fifth leg, definitely IFK Göteborg and Vegard Kittelsen. The next group, it's Calvin Rusty, KV Tisaren, and MS Parma. Yeah, 440 to 446.
Yeah, 4 teams in that group. Of course, he's still got some forkings. But really, not much to go. And we see some of the leading teams into the leading teams. There's one leading team.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll change that from a plural to a singular. Yeah. Couple of controls
but
still
actually,
to go.
I think that the teams behind had a bit better route choice to this 11th control.
Linné
David Lingfors and keeps
dropping time. Yeah. Tricky.
So this is Tyrving getting to this control. Sure, we don't have a camera at control 12. No, we don't, but we will see if Göteborg very soon heading out to this open field. But I think actually that he's missing the control.
Yeah.
It's kind of a tricky one because it's not as green in reality as it looks on the map if you get to this control. So he's missing the control, not very much, I would say 20 seconds. Here we have him, he's coming out on the field. So very soon we are gonna have the next changeover to the 6th leg. It's going much faster now compared to the long night. Things are actually happening.
Things are happening. That's because we have some quite short legs that people have not been very happy about, right?
Well, I mean, traditionally those legs are quite short.
Yeah. But then, this one is. Then the 6.4. But then we've got 2.7.
It's mostly the first
legs.
and the second leg. They're much shorter than they used to be.
And I think 7/8 as well. But no, we're nicely progressing through. So leading team here.
It's 2:30 in the night. It's not really. It's this time of the day.
Oh no, am I on the right now? Am I
No,
on the right time zone? Yeah.
It's half two, not 2:30. Half two.
Half two. We had this discussion
we have them many
year.
times. And I think you said that you call it 2:30.
Yeah, but no,
and
it's
here
half
I usually say
past one.
Yeah, no.
So
but 2:30.
No,
half to
I
two,
don't
halfway
say that.
to 2.
You can't say halfway to 2.
I can.
Well, you can, but I'm not going to. That's why.
Okay,
I
it's
look at you
1:30.
strangely. Okay, it's 1:30.
But let's take EFK to changeover before we
should.
continue this discussion. And here we have another very experienced night runner. Has been kind of a legend on the long night before, Johan Ökstrand, heading then out to the 6th leg. But first, let's take Vegard Kittelsen to the finish. Did a very impressive job here on this kind of restart on leg 5, really proving how good he is in night orienteering.
Yeah.
This is the group behind. You can see that it might be a bit closer compared to the last TV control, but still about 120 behind the leader.
Yeah, they've got a bit more of the road to run along, actually, crossing
but
over a
here's the
slightly different
changeover.
place. Yeah, here it is. Ivko Göteborg wearing number 14 into the lead here, and very, very strong work here. Strong orienteering and no big mistakes, obviously, is the main key to lead out this relay. So we'll now go and find his number, find the map, hand over to the outgoing runner, and leg 5 is complete for Ivko Göteborg. You can see he hands over the map with the number facing the outgoing runner. So you can just double check it is the right one. And yeah, absolutely spent. That is a good middle distance race there for him.
Gap not as big as it was before. It was 2 minutes compared to Anton Forsberg, but the chasing teams approaching the last control already here. It's Sävedalen.
Yeah, Simon
It's
Wikström.
Bredaryd. Tamperen Pyrin to NTNY.
Stora Tuna. Ikeliston Nysövervoimer as well.
IFK Göteborg's second team.
Yep, and Södertälje Nick Varnar
Yes, a
just
big
bringing up the
group
rear
here.
there as well. So that is 8 runners here in this
It's going to be
chase
about a
group.
minute only.
Yeah, they've certainly caught up a little bit more, and nice
Caught up
group.
a minute.
Yeah, nice group of 8 here.
So it seems as if we have NTNY fastest team here of this chasing group. No, Bredaryd actually passing.
Sedan kommer Sävedalen. Och vi har Tuna här. Vi
So
har
1 minute 19 is the gap. Everyone punching the finish, going to do the changeover right in front of our commentary position.
And talking about the depth in your club, I mean, we have 2 teams of Göteborg here within the top
Again.
10 within 1.5 minutes.
And you see some of these climbers, like that second team there, climbing 12 places. Tampering Printer climbing 15 places. Stora Tuna climbing 10 places. Yeah, nice. Really nice.
Next team, Kåre, I think it was. Looks like Halden on the way to the last control as well. Malung, Orion, Atunda, no, Densen, sorry.
So let me have a look at the gap then. We had that leading group of 8. Now there's another gap. A gap of over a minute to Okokora.
underlag här är Kåre. Och då är Kent
Halden on their way, Marlungs
49.
and Denzel on their way.
Det är 11:e laget. 12 är Malungsåk och Skogsmålarna. Och då är man i tid 2:57. 3 minutes now. Så kommer Orion och är 13:e lag. Och vi ska också ta in Okodensen. Och då är de det 14:e laget. Och då har det gått 3:09.
Another group, I think, about to come towards this field. You can see them in the distance. Couvet, I think.
Yeah.
After a very strong long night. Not quite as good here, dropping behind.
Just in front of them, gonna have Kalevan Rasti and Tisaren here at the last control.
Oh, and Calavan Rusty, like so, in
big
that
mistake.
second place. We didn't
Yeah.
see where that big mistake came, did we? We haven't. I don't think we've seen it
No,
on the production. I
I
don't
mean,
think
there
we saw
were-
it on the GPS.
It was control 8-9. Won't help you very much. Haven't seen, maybe we're gonna see it the next leg or then leg 7. They had dropped from 38 seconds behind at the first TV control to more than 4 minutes 4.5 minutes behind now. Changeover. So this is Kalavandarasti. This is Tisaran.
Yeah, down 11 places for Kalavandarasti. Tisaran up 7 though, so mixed fortunes for these two teams coming in here to just do the changeover. You can see on the right-hand side of your screen, that is exactly the changeover line. The big set of mat boards. Got some of the long night teams also changing over as well. Kove punching there, about to change over. 17th place again, down quite a few places on this leg.
And this is
Big
Parma.
changes. And Terving.
Linné. And to the Mets and Caveat. Should be Helsingin Sunisnayet. They're in the group as well. But first, Parma Tyrving. Björn Ekeberg. Very experienced night runner as well. For Tyrving. Here we have Linné.
Two of the Mets and Caveat on their way in too, very soon. Number 7 there, just about to punch. And Atunda are on their way as well. So still in there. And Linné, yeah, you see dropping 16 places. So lots of places change. Again, it's kind of like restarting when we bring back the forking. It just changes everything. So Atunda there's number 34. Ferrum Tisvilde 137 with a Danish flag on the left shoulder. Very distinctive. Great kit. Thank you very much. Helps us commentators out quite a lot.
I mean, they could highlight the colors a bit more. I think it's easier to spot them when they have like distinct colors and not
Yeah,
really.
Lunds with a pink.
Yeah, for example. Or if they have very distinct trousers as NTNV.
Yeah, but not everybody at Nui actually wears those trousers. Nor to the zebra trousers. Not everybody quite goes that far in
Not everyone is that confident.
Och Johan Högstrand känns också som en ganska trygg nattlöpare att skicka ut i sånt här läge.
Ja, han ska inte på mer än 15 sekunder. Och det tycker han gör. Han är kämpebra på det.
Grymt jobbat och lycka till.
Tack.
You know, now we are about at that time where many of the people following this competition for, like on the screen, they're lying in the bed, having the screen beside and kind of sleeping. So if we would just go and shout very loudly right now, I think it would wake up quite many of the people out
I
there.
think so. We wouldn't be that. Would we be that? No, maybe we might be that mean. Nah.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Maybe we could get very excited when we get to see them next TV control.
Yeah. And actually, that's what people are watching at home. People are watching here. They're all in front of there's quite a few in front of the big screen in their sleeping bags on a little chair, wrapping up nice and warm. I think it's just going to make your sleeping bag like really like damp and quite gross. So I'm not a fan.
Yeah. I mean, there are these kind of covers for the sleeping bag, aren't there?
Yeah, must be.
So you can
try and waterproof your sleeping bag. Yeah.
So that might help.
And a lot of the teenagers, a lot of the juniors, you know, they're going to try and do the whole thing, stay up the whole night.
Yeah, as we are.
As we are, yeah.
Would you call us like as teenagers or like?
No. You might think you're a small teenager, or
I
act like you are.
No, I don't feel like a teenager.
My Swedish friend was saying that she used to do it as a junior, like stay up all night for Tiomila, and then she's like, nah, not anymore.
Yeah. I'm actually I think about now, that time I'm at the tipping point where I start to feel older there than I actually am. So back to the competition. This is
Yeah, we
Johan
can start talking
Högstrand.
about some orienteering again, just in good time.
I mean, we didn't have much information on the screen just then.
No. So, leg number 6. It feels good to say leg number 6 of 10, actually.
Yeah, it's still 9 hours of orienteering ahead of us. We're a bit more than halfway through.
Yeah, we actually are.
Yeah.
Well, halfway through the men's race. Like, you can see the...
No, but also halfway through the commentating job.
Yes! I mean, sure.
But focus back on the 6th leg. Johan Högstrand in the picture. And every now and then you see the left hand of the camera operator as well.
But again, you just get that sense of this high speed and high effort for here. Again, it's a 6.4 kilometer course here, so you know, maybe just that bit longer than a middle distance, but still enough that you can have quite high speed. You can be quite aggressive as well. And the gap, I guess,
there was not really any hesitation into this control.
The gap was 1 minute and 20 seconds at the changeover. But yeah, it's still quite a while, 10, at least 10 minutes before we see the next radio control.
Yeah.
Next TV control, I think. Oh,
There was a small mistake.
there was.
We've seen that mistake before in that relay. It's kind of tricky when you come from below, but you have this open field as an attack point.
I'm doing the Finnish interviews on this one, but they are doing so that you are alone here. You will stand on the cross here and they give you questions there.
Okay.
So seeing more teams coming through, but I think we're going to have a little chat then to our leading runner. Vegard joins us now for IFK Göteborg, and this was a fantastic race for you. Looks like you did your job exactly as planned. What was your ambition or your tactic for this leg?
I was just supposed to do it safe all the way and keep it clean and just come with the lead to the finish if it was alone or with the others. But yeah, just keep it clean on the way.
You say that you wanted to keep it clean and safe, but it seemed in the picture we've seen that it was quite an attacking style you had anyway. How confident did you feel out in the forest when you approached the controls?
I got the first controller really good, and then I got 10 seconds on the other ones. And then I felt like the next leg was pretty easy, so I tried to make a bit of a gap to that control and push a bit physically, and I didn't see them on that control, and then I just kept pushing physically and still keep it clean technically. So yeah, just trying not to make any mistakes.
We have seen a very small mistake at the very end. A stone in the green area. Can you explain the situation there a bit? Because I've been there and I have my opinion about the green area, but maybe you have a similar one.
Yeah, there was supposed to be like a yellow area ahead as well, and I thought it was going to be the same yellow area as the tops of the hills. But I felt like it was a bit bushy, and I didn't get it like I wanted to, and then I didn't see the green very well, so I came out on the path, and then I adjusted from there. But yeah, I was a bit nervous as well, so yeah, I'm glad it wasn't a bigger mistake.
No, and were you surprised to be alone then, even from like halfway around the course?
I knew that I was one of the stronger ones on the leg, so I've dreamt about going alone as well. But when the long night came in and there was a big group, I thought maybe it's just going to be to keep in the group and just come in with them in the finish. But I got a good first control and then I tried to make a gap for my team.
Well, the gap is still being held by your teammates. You'll be really glad to hear, still out in the lead. So well done on this fifth leg. Excellent work.
Thank you.
Okay, let's get back to the race then. Behind Södertälje here. And this is, you can see this kind of third chasing group behind Södertälje, and they're just coming into picture on this GPS tracking, but obviously describing to Vegard here that, yes, his team still has a big lead, maybe a minute and a half. It was about a minute and 20 at the exchange, so probably very similar, I think.
And now in this area you can see it's quite a flat bit. It's very difficult. I mean, here it doesn't seem as tricky, as detailed as in other parts of the map, but actually the lack of details is what it makes it so difficult in this bits. You have these open yellow areas, but as Vegard just told us, it's not always that they're so very much visible when you're running night orienteering, so you have to be careful. I think you're going to see this vegetation boundary in between that gives you an indication about the distance, but not really about the direction. So you have to be very, very careful on legs like 3, 4. Also, control 3 is a bit tricky. You have this hill around, especially when you run from one hill to the next one and have a big flat area in front of you. You have to be very, very careful with direction.
Yeah, I mean, this my personal orienteering style, which is quite fundamental. This is my worst nightmare, like not very many controls and just having to take your compass like really exact. But then, especially in night, you can't, into control 5 in the daytime, you might be able to see the hill across to the left, but it's much more difficult to see that in the nighttime, obviously. So you can't kind of judge your distance off the hill or anything like that. Your compass work has to be so spot on. And actually, that's what you can see, 3 to 4. All these teams here absolutely spot on the red line, absolutely spot on with the compass. That is exactly what you need to do. And so we're still behind Södertälje and Nykvarn then in this group, this larger group, this kind of third group. And if we remember at the changeover, there were 8 teams quite close together. So IFK Göteborg out first, then 8 teams. And it's very flat and fast. You can see in the picture, you can see some of these little kind of rockier bits as well. It's so runnable, some of these sections. I mean, yes, you've got to be a bit careful of the rock, but there's no kind of bilberry or heather or anything like that. Very quick. So no problems there for the leading team, I think, there at control number 6. GPS just slightly off. And then maybe then the following teams choosing to go around some of these hills, maybe picking up the path, using the end of the crag to approach the 6th control. Again, with this night orienteering, it's all about choosing these safe routes, making it really easy. Looking back through the pack, looking at Malung, looking at Halden. not quite got the right direction there, but actually looking like they're going to be able to use a little banana-shaped banana into the control. Tail is 30 seconds. So for me, that gap from the leaders to that chasing group is just growing a little bit. And I like the look of what Stora Tuna are doing there. Staying low, using the edge of the crag. You're not climbing too much because, in fact, actually, when you go to the edge of the crag, you're on the right level on that form line contour with control number 6. Yeah, actually, this is a great route choice from Stora Tuna. But then again, of course, as they get into that control, they will see the lights. I think the GPS is just actually just a bit slightly off there at the 6th control. So we can start looking towards the next TV control. And yeah, I think I timed that very well. Here we probably, well, we've got lots of runners of all the different legs coming through now, but looking for some fast-moving, very bright lights of IFK Göteborg, and it's Johan Högstrand who is in the lead. With a decent gap at this point, a very decent gap. So 3.5 kilometers through this leg 6.4, and taking the punch there. Now, these teams are not the chasers. These must be, I think, from earlier legs. As we can see, Kalista Nusova just too low there in the slope. So the Telia also struggling in the circle, going maybe confusing some of those small re-entrants. And then, yeah, the whole order just changes again with those different route choices, different approaches to control 6, and kind of things change again. But we've got Tampering Purinta and Tenui there too. But they will have this tricky control number 7, and then it's not until the next control that we'll see them at the TV point. You can already see IFK Göteborg having punched that control on their way to the next one. And yeah, some of the other teams like Halden all the way on the path. Yeah. Are they on, do they think they're on, do they know that they're on the right path? Yeah, no, I think they are, but that's it's quite a, again, there's no features there to lead you in from the control. It's not easy to know exactly where you leave that path. That must be a mistake.
But you have this kind of re-entrant he's in right now.
Yeah, but it's big and wide. And like
no, I think, I mean, it's not that difficult to approach the control from there, but there's no reason to go there.
No.
It doesn't make it easier to go there, and it's longer, so it's...
Yeah.
That's mostly... I don't think the control is so difficult from there. But this is Tamperen Purinta.
Yeah, Alexi Sosa.
IFK Göteborg, second team.
Vetterud Broughton. Sävedalens.
Yeah, still very strong.
And Stora Tuna.
Sävedalen is really performing very, very good on every of the leg we have seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the number, the number reflects the performance last year.
Yeah, and if you look at the other performances of them doing relays this year so far, not been that impressive. But today it's when it counts, really.
Yeah. Yeah,
but
everything else has been a dress rehearsal.
They're 5th, but they're the 3rd best team from Gothenburg.
But I mean, I laugh, but that genuinely like forms a part of the rivalries here. Like you want to be beating your local rivals.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not. It would be kind of unrealistic for Sävedalen to really think that. Not only for Sävedalen, if you talk about the rivalry in Gothenburg, it would be unrealistic right now to talk about Yamuko or Sevedal being able to he had to challenge Jeffco really in a relay like this if nothing special happens.
Södertälje Nick Van.
Filip Gran. Mikalis Nosova Voima.
Brederitz.
Still going
Gustav
strong as well.
Olin.
Another team that's doing a great relay.
Yeah, look, 77.
But they really, you could feel, I mean, you know that they're very strong young runners, you know that, but still it's one thing to have the potential, and especially if you have young runners in the team, but then the other thing to really get it into the forest and perform it.
And you know what? NTNUE are doing exactly what they did last year, is always being within touching distance.
Yeah. But I mean, we got the pre-warning. We got it.
Yeah.
We are underestimating that.
Yeah. They're just always like just about good enough, and then and if they're still there on the last few legs, you never know.
You can call it just about good enough, or you just can call it they're doing their job.
Yeah. But then, you know, you get to those top world-class runners on legs 9 and 10, then, you know, we'll see. There's still a lot of running to go.
I'm not that concerned about the last leg runner. It's more the build-up. If you look at the few teams like Stora Tuna, what they have on the last 3 legs, and compare it to almost any other team, then, or like Göteborg, they have Kasper Foss on the second last leg. They have Max Peter Beimer, and then they have, who was it on the last leg? Was it Jonsson?
What, for NTNUE?
No, Let me see. Again, we have time to do the research. Obviously, I didn't write it down. So we have, Elias Jonsson was running the last leg for NTNUE last year. Of course, that's something you should know by heart, but yeah, it's 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to forgive us now.
And if you get annoyed about that mistake, then you should maybe get a bit of sleep right now.
So another group.
Densen,
Linné.
Parma, Helsingin Sunistajat.
Yeah, group of 5 teams, 6
Tisserand.
teams. Couvet.
Tyrving.
So yeah, we can have a little look at then some of these later runners tracked. So the control we were just looking at was the just off this picture, where we have some of the satellite view, so not to give away too much of the map. But the leaders should be on their way towards the next TV control reasonably soon.
Yeah, I think it's about 1 minute to go. A bit less, maybe even, for IFK Göteborg to...
Yeah, the next
12.
TV control. Ah, just as if by magic, we see it here.
Yeah, is it magic, really?
No, we actually look pretty much...
I mean, we don't get pre-warned, but we see the GPS.
We see the tracking,
it's like,
yeah.
It's no bigger surprise.
No. So 4.9 kilometer mark here.
And
the control is nicely lit up. Here is the lamp. Yeah, it must be him. Approaching with speed.
But is it really? Because you should, yeah, it's more. It should more come from the left, I guess.
Oh no,
Calvin
Calvin
but it's
Rusty,
not
a
the
different
right
team.
You're waiting for blue and white. You're waiting for Johan Högstrand.
Yep, still no. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah, in the middle.
Yep.
Here.
Yeah, there's our leader, Johan Högstrand.
Let's take a look at the time. So the gap was 2 minutes and 6 seconds compared to Alexis Sorsa, Tampere Pirinto, and 2 minutes 8 seconds compared to Göteborg's second team.
I mean, I know I'm getting very, very ahead of myself, but the last time the same club won the men's and the women's relay was Halden in 2012.
Okay.
I know I am getting ahead of myself.
Yeah, I mean, given the fact that we don't have the men in the finish and we don't have the women's relay in the finish, you're very much ahead.
Yeah, but IFK Göteborg are the favorite team, one of the favorite teams, the favorite team in the women's relay, and they're leading the men's relay with a decent gap of minute and a half.
On the sixth leg out of 10.
Yeah, I know,
and
I know.
And the second leg
Okay,
out
I
of 6.
prefaced this with I'm getting ahead of myself,
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
I know I'm getting ahead of myself.
So I think there's
Just getting
another
my
team
stats
of
ready.
IFK Göteborg, right? Is it blue and white here? Might be it. Yeah, but not the right leg.
Not the right leg. We're looking for, I think, Antenui. Ah, here we can see them, I think.
Yeah, but the second team should be there as well. IFK
Not
Göteborg.
there. We're looking for the black numbers again, I think.
Yeah. Here we
Yeah,
have
there
them.
we go.
Vetle Rudbraten.
Alexis Sosa, Tampere Pirinto.
Oh, was it? Here is
Yeah,
Stora
Stora Tuna. Ole Kallarad.
Sävedalen.
Still up there in 6th.
Foveus. So let's see. The next teams we are waiting for. Södertälje on the way. Should be the next ones. To control 12, about, let's say, 30 seconds to go.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit more, given the route choice they're taking. I'm not sure if does he think that he's more.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't think he has.
I can't even get into the brain
Yeah,
of
but
that
now it looks
decision
okay.
making. Yeah.
That's a bit strange, we have to admit. It's very strange when we talk about the route choices we see on the GPS, but you can't see on the screen. A kind of a strange route choice by Södertälje, but it won't cost him very much time. I would say about 20 seconds. It should be here within about 20 seconds.
Yeah, I think that's realistic now. The gap will be 4 minutes, though. So 2 minutes behind 6th place.
Brederud, Södertälje.
Philip Piran.
And soon we're gonna have Halden, Malung to the control as
Yeah,
well. This is
Halden.
Halden.
Yep. Very distinctive kits.
Malum.
Honestly, I'm getting a bit blinded here.
Linné.
Linné.
Orion
I
should
think
come
Linné
from
have
this
caught
direction.
up on the lead because I think they were more like 6 minutes down.
Orion. Can see here. So Linné has been
Yeah, they were 6
minutes
minutes down. Now
it's
4:41.
Yeah. Utensil. Yeah, indeed.
MS Palmer. Calvin Rusty.
Rusty. And Helsingin Sunistajat. We're waiting for Tyrving. Here they come. So waiting for Tisaran. Here they are.
Yep.
Daniel Forsgren out for Tisaran. And Anders Tiltnes for Tyrving. Feels like he has been running night legs for Tyrving for ages now.
Safe pair of hands.
Yeah, kind of. Kove. Turmet and Caveat.
Yep. So that's a 5 kilometer mark. And yeah, this is the leading team. I've just changed my radio splits across to the pre-warning because the leading team is here. Punching the control, Johan Högstrand, I think extending this lead again.
We saw him at the pre-warning. Now he's going to approach the last control.
And his teammate on the 5th leg had a really clear objective. Just don't lose time, don't make mistakes. And I mean, Johan Högstrand has basically just kept it clean throughout
But
here.
have you ever seen Jon Högstrand doing mistakes in the night? Honestly, so it's like
No.
it's not a big surprise
No.
to see him perform very, very well on the 6th leg. So here he comes to the changeover, the gap 1.5 minutes at the second TV control.
Yeah.
Still all alone, but will it still be 1.5 minutes? Maybe?
I think it probably
Let's
will
see.
be. I think because he was into 120 at the changeover when he took over onto this 6th leg. Very strong.
And Högstrand will send out Conta Mule on the 7th leg.
Nice kind of compact running style around here, and then going to pick up the new map and do the changeover. So 6 legs done, 4 to go.
Now we had the other teams at the pre-warning, and it's not 1.5 minutes anymore, it's 1:12. And guess which is the second team?
Is it?
It is the second team.
It's the second team. This is bonkers.
So Vetlerud Braten on the way to the changeover as well is just 1 second ahead of Stora Tuna, Olle Kallered. and 4 seconds ahead of Tampere Purin to Alexis Sorsa. So very soon they're going to be here at the changeover as well.
And another couple of teams punch as well. Nui and Savadalens in 5th and 6th. They're on their way in very shortly. Let's take these teams. Stora Tuna here in the yellow, just rounding the corner. They then overtaken, the second team from Gothenburg. Yeah, you can see them just into the left of the picture, running really strong then here. Ola Chalarad.
And I mean, Stora Tuna now definitely back in the fight for the victory. It's only 1 minute between the teams.
3rd and 4th there on the exchange. So who's Stora Tuna got to come?
Jesper Svensk. Another Svensk, of course. They have
4
3 of them
brothers.
left.
Yeah. We've had 1 Svensk. We have another Svensk now. We've got 2 Svensks.
Victor Svensk and Emil Svensk. I mean, that's a very strong finish. Victor Svensk and Emil Svensk. And then they have Henrik Johannesson, always performing very, very good in this kind of relays. Here we have Savadalen at the changeover, out on leg 7 now.
Yeah, you can just see him grab the map on the right of the picture. And Nui have also done the exchange. Again, they're just still in the right position.
Yeah, Savadalen will
So too Savadalen as well.
send
Incredible.
out Carl Josefsson. Here we have Södertälje Nykvarn, Filip Gran. Just ahead of Linné, Halton and Malung. So very soon they are at the last control. Here we got Linné, Södertälje.
Halden should be here. Yep, here we go. Victor Vassen. Brederud's just there, and Malung's on the way. And actually, on this leg, Linné was the quickest by well over a minute.
And Södertälje, they will send out Jan-Erik Larsson now to the next leg. 7th one. 7.5 kilometer. Linné, Rasmus Andersson on the 7th leg, and we've been talking about that earlier. He must have very good memories to this terrain, because 6 years ago he was running the long night, and they opened a gap of 10 minutes. It's like when you see, there was an interview with Mats Strang before this relay today, and I mean, he had a terrible run, and he said it's so hard for him because he destroyed kind of the legend building of Rasmus Andersson, because if they would have won this relay, he would have been the big hero, opening this huge gap. But that's why we name it here, just to remind you of the fact that he was performing very, very well 6 years ago.
Yeah, so well on this terrain, on this map. Denzel into the finish here. Palmer, as well. Oh, fighting for that finish punch as well. Kelvin Rasti. Big group Orion as well.
Gorion.
Oh, you can see over running the map boards as well. And number 10 is Turving. And that will be the top 17 teams.
Turving, from one night legend within the club to another one. Torgen Norbeck waiting at the for the 7th leg. It's like they had 3 of those kind of runners we have seen for ages in this club in a row with Björn Ekeberg, Anders Tiltnes and Torgen Norbeck.
High five as well, congratulating. I think there was some study done about like players that high-fived or like gave them like a pat on the back and like how they genuinely perform better than other teams.
In which sport?
Well, in a team sport, it will be in.
Would you consider orienteering to be a team sport, or is it like different if you have like this classical team sport like football?
Yeah, I think it was probably something like football or basketball or hockey or something like that. No, this is very much an individual sport that is occasionally run in teams.
I guess it's kind of a sign as well that the dynamic within the team is working well. But yeah, out in the forest, do you really need a good dynamic within the team?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you don't have to play together with
If it makes you relax, if it makes you confident.
Yeah, but you don't have to work in a good way together with other teammates. So I think it's a bit different.
I think it's quite a lot different. Okay, a few more teams on their way in. We've got Kuve, Ikalisten Isava Voima, and I think Tournaments and Caveat. The next 3 in.
It's Kove first.
Juho Westerlund.
And Tournaments and Caveats, Richard Krumins. And Ikalisten Miska Kusiko.
Vi önskar er lycka till på avslutningen. Ja, tack så mycket. Tack så mycket säger vi till Wetterud Båten som löpte etappen här för IFK Göteborgs andra lag. Kolme Suomen joukkuet KV Yhdystöistä, Turun Metsäkivet 20.
I wasn't satisfied there. Misko Kusiko, you can see it here. That's a very good cut by the producer. You can see not really going all the way to the control. Actually, I can tell you, we have had this discussion where Kalevan Rasti was missing on the 5th leg. It was in this area as well. So this is a huge mistake. He wasn't really going the distance to the control. It's explaining a little bit why Kusiko dropped 15 positions from 5 to 20 on the 6th leg.
De är alltså ute på den 7:e sträckan nu, 7,5 kilometer. Den är en kilometer längre än vad de hade på den här sträckan. Och vi kommer att höra från dem efter 3 kilometer här också. Det är också en klurig sträcka. Det kan hända mycket här. Och det är alltså en fransman som springer för IFK Göteborg, Quentin Molin, som inte var klar när de skulle starta här. Vi får se hur han sköter sig. Och det är tuffa lag som jagar också. Stora Tuna. Stora Tuna är bra med. Det är Jesper Svensk. Det är svensk på 3 av de 4 sista sträckorna för Tuna. Alltså familjen svensk. Svenska är de allihopa. Det är Henrik Johansson också. Johannesson också.
So here you have the standings. After this 6th leg, after the changeover, you can see Johan Ökstrand changed first here, 1 minute and 9 seconds ahead of Stora Tuna. So maybe the 2 big favorites on position 1 and 2, and then we already have the second team of IFK Göteborg. And talking about IFK Göteborg and the leaders. I think we're gonna have a few words with the leader after this sixth leg, Johan Högstrand, quite experienced in this kind of situation, going out in a good position for your team. How was it today?
Yeah, it was a good race. Some small mistake in the beginning. I was searching steep, but I came to a small hill or slope, and I think I gave them 30 seconds behind. But then full focus all the way until the end after that. So yeah, good job.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen you many times in night legs on big relays before, mostly on long, very long legs here. What would you say is the big difference if you compare running maybe the long night and the shorter leg like this?
This is kind of more intense. I'm able to have a little bit higher speed in the forest, and actually I really like this intense kind of orienteering some more, but there is another type of running the long night and having this like a little bit slower speed and just continuing until tiredness comes as well. So there are nice things about both, of course.
Yeah, of course. And if you compare this, the journey you had today, you were in totally different kind of bit of the forest compared to 6 years ago. I guess you were running then as well. But what do you spot are the difference between those? What do you feel? Was it as expected or was it totally different?
Yeah, this last time I ran the long night, and we were basically over the whole map that night. But today it was much more. It was not that hilly, just first control more or less, and then it was a little bit more diffuse or smaller hills and flatter terrain, which was more like direction intensive than previously. It was more like labyrinth orienteering in the south of this terrain.
Yeah, very well performed anyway. Congrats to this good journey in the sixth leg. Wish you all the best for the coming journey you have, and thanks a lot for the short interview, Johan Högstrand.
Thank you. Thank you.
So back here with some GPS of the start of the beginning of the seventh leg. You can see that still we have IFK Göteborg in the lead. You can see actually this speed control, that was one that Högstrand struggled with. I was talking about before. No problems for Stora Tuna. Small mistake by Tampere Pyrintö, but got the back again. Mistake there for Sävedalen. Small one. But now there are really not many groups anymore. Different route choices here. IFK Göteborg going to the left, Stora Tuna and Tampere Pyrintö to the right. And look at this. Now they're very, very close again. I would say that they can spot the back now. So definitely paid off. Not really together yet, but the gap, if you see the tail there, 1 minute, so maybe 30 seconds behind. We have Jesper Svensk chasing Kontamule. Then we have Tampere Pyrintö as the third team, having Florian Hovald out on this seventh leg. Small Small gap now there between Stora Tuna and Florian Hovald. Tampere and Pyrintö, I would say about 10-15 seconds. But all of them very good direction towards this fourth control. We also see that different route choices behind NTNUI going all the way around Sävedalen. On the way that IFK Göteborg chose to this control. I'm not really sure if Gontamule has punched control 4. Stopping now. So this an important moment in this relay, because now I think they are together again. Stora Tuna, Tampere and Pyrintö, and the IFK Göteborg. Definitely advantage now for Jesper Svensk. And not the best direction out from the control. Then maybe trying to get away from the control as quick as possible. And now he has to be careful. Jesper Svensk there. I don't know if it's a
Surely
tactical
he will see
thing.
he's at the top of the hill. Yeah, you could
maybe
use
it's-
those top of the hills
yeah.
to get to the control.
But I mean, if you run just direction, you don't have to climb anything. I actually think that they have a bad direction out from the control.
Yeah, well, they're like reading to 6 or something.
Or just having bad direction out from the control. Now you can see that Hovald, I think he's got control over the situation. Let's see if Svensk is turning towards north as well very soon. Yeah, now it seems that all of them are changing direction. But it's important now for Gontamule that he tries to not lose the back of the other runners. You can see now, of course, now it's very difficult to get this fifth control because they're coming from kind of an uncertainty to this fifth control.
Yeah, you can see Hovald just to the
But
left.
now he can see the control
Yeah,
now.
he must-
We have a TV control at 6, right?
Yeah, we do. Yep.
Still have.
Yep. We've seen that control
Yeah, and
a
I mean,
few times.
Those 3 legs we had after the long night, they were forked to each other. So, of course, they were in the same area. So now we are at this TV control, and you can see 3 lamps, more than 3 lamps. So now we have to filter out the ones we're interested in. So it's Jesper Svensk,
Here he is.
Florian Hovald,
Looking for those white numbers.
and this is Gontamule. 3 of
There's
them.
Florian Hovald.
That's in between we had a Turen Metz and Caveat kit, but not from
not
this
in the
leg.
leading teams.
So next teams to come. Let's see. Shouldn't be here in a while.
Yeah, none of these teams approaching here are going to be in those on this 7th leg. I was like, where are we? 7th leg.
Yeah, we are in some.
You can just look down at the bottom of the screen if you need a little recap. If you have a little doze off and then you wake back up again, you just look back at the bottom of the screen and you see the progress. See how much time has passed. Yeah, and pretty much those 3 teams are together. We saw that in the at actual control number 6. And often we've stopped just before number 6, haven't we, in terms of looking at the map. So now we can see exactly what that looks like. And 1, 2, 3, 4 teams then narrowing down towards number 6. Okay, now we have the next teams through. Linné into 4th. Aggressive running there for Rasmus Andersen. Anders Westdahl, NTNUI. Second team from IFK Göteborg. 6 teams. There are some more on the way. Yep, Halden, Savadalens, Carl Josefsson. And all of these teams within striking distance, ready to, they could very easily pull up some places. So still here at the 6th control. And yeah, there are a group of athletes, be here maybe 30 seconds. Bit more than 30 seconds? 40 seconds. Yeah. Jonas is eating a sandwich, so he can only communicate via sign language. We've got to keep ourselves fed here and powered. It's called fueling, not fueling for a race, fueling for commentary. Anyway, these are those next teams on their way. So Savadalens was the last to punch here. Then we've got...
Yeah, they should be here very soon.
Yeah.
Helsingin Suunnistajat, Södertälje, Malung. Yeah, Helsingin Suunnistajat not really having the right direction towards the control. Now they change direction.
No, remember looking for white. Here we go.
This is Malung.
Yep.
Here is Helsingin Suunnistajat.
Yep. Södertälje Nick Van in there as well.
Yeah.
Johan Eklarsen.
Next team to come here. Next teams. Kalavandrasti, MS Parma.
Now 4 minutes down.
Better direction than teams before, as it seems. Looked quick. That's Kalavandrasti and Parma.
Rudolf Zernis, Arto Talvinen. Maybe now a bit of a gap. Yeah, it's going to be hard for these teams 4 minutes behind to make up and catch up to that group 2 minutes ahead. Again, some of the teams still on earlier legs coming through at this point. We're currently on runners with a white number.
It's, would say, another minute until we have the next teams here. Waiting for Tyrving, Kove, Ikalisten, Orion, Denzel. Let's see, another 40 seconds now. This is a GPS replay. You can see that Stora Tuna Tampere a little bit ahead of IFK Göteborg. All having this E option at control 7.
Yeah, no problems.
It's actually quite a tricky hill, the one here. Has been tricky in daylight, so I guess it's not easier in night orienteering. Here we have the part where we see Ikalisten having big troubles at 6th leg. A small mistake for Halden. And
yeah, maybe small mistake for Antenry going to the wrong
small mistake for Linné as well.
well.
Just a little bit. Yeah, not a very big one. Savedang looks quite good there so far. Getting the marsh at this point.
Yeah, spot on the line.
He has to be careful now in order to not take the back of Halden to the next control. Or to his control, because it's very easy to just keep following.
But we know we've got other runners going to these kind of like forkings from previous legs as well. So you've got to add that into the mix as well when you're thinking about getting distracted by different lights. And then the next control, number 10, is where we will see the next TV control.
And that should be very, very soon, because usually we're a bit behind with the GPS. So here they are. Waiting for Stora Tuna, Jesper Svensk. We're waiting for Florian Hovald for Tampere Pyrintö.
So who's in the lead? Oh, it's actually IFK Göteborg in the lead. So I think the GPS shows Gothenburg to be a little bit further back. Yeah, but actually, in reality, they're all together, those three.
Could it be the second team you see there? No.
No. It's had 14 on the number.
No, I mean on the GPS.
Doubt it.
No, I doubt it. It's strange, but it's really...
I think they're just slightly off, or... But those three, they're all together. They had... So Linné was the next team back previously, and they were 1:41 behind. In fact, Linné having the quickest time so far, again on this leg, so Rasmus Andersen. And Linné, really quick legs then, 6 and 7 for them. So you can see next teams on the way. So in fact, quite a few of these teams have made a very small mistake in these forked controls here, actually. We saw a mistake from Entenui, we saw a little mistake from Linné. I think I saw a little mistake from Halden. Like, not huge.
Not the best direction out from the control for Sävedalen. Out of 8. Got dropped a bit low. You can also see that it's like no real groups there behind.
No.
But as you mentioned before, there are runners from the 6th leg around. There will be until the TV control, and then the course will be differently from there. A little bit longer compared to the 5th and 6th leg.
So still waiting then at this 10th control. Entenui or Linné were both on their way here. Taking slightly different routes. You can see Entenui in there on the left, Linné on the right. So they've joined back together again.
And this is the second team, Patrick Martner. Very good run for the second team still.
These are runners from previous legs again. Looking for the likes of Halden, Sävedalens on the way next.
Will be Halden first. Then we'll need to wait for about 50 seconds. See Sävedalen. Here is Halden.
And this relay is still really so open when you think we've still got 3 more legs after this to come, and some of the longest ones, of course, on this relay. For the red then of Sävedalen.
So Sävedalen now together with Helsingin Suunnistajat. position 8 and 9 for those teams. Interesting if we look at the GPS as well. Linné and Nui, they actually go with different route choices. Linné choosing differently also compared to the 3 leading groups. Or there's 3 leading teams, 3 groups, not really there yet. This is Johannik Larsson for Södertälje. 4:36 behind. I think it was Kalavan Rasti, yeah. Parma and Malung. Just below 5 minutes behind, still 13 teams within 5 minutes. And are we going to have the next TV control? It's going to be at control 12. They just punched control 11, but it's still about 3.5 minutes to go from there. Next team to show up here at this control is going to be Tyrving in about half a minute, maybe 25 seconds. I get more and more accurate in my predictions, or I try to be. We have Tyrving. Get Kove and Orion to that control. Here they are. Going back to the leaders, I actually can tell you that's, yeah, let's wait for it because we're going to get the replay here. Look at it now, especially interesting then behind Nynäshamn and Linné. We have seen them at the same time to control 10, and now they're going to split up towards control 11. So different route choices here. Both of them choosing to run on a path. Stora Tuna and Tampere Pyrintu splitting up here towards the control. We have to keep in mind that the GPS device for Contamule was a bit off, but here it's not that much off, so they're going on different routes here definitely to control 12, so that's what I wanted to highlight before. Very interesting. It's the kind of route choice we have seen in the women's second leg. No, the first leg actually. Yeah, first and second. But we had a few of them going to the north around the hill, and we saw that it was actually a bit longer and unnecessary to go that far away because it was quite quick to choose that track just to the south of the red line. You can also see different approaches by Linné and Nynäshamn compared to the leading teams. They try to avoid this green area with the fallen trees, definitely. But my feeling is that we're going to see Stora Tuna and Tampere Pyrintu at control 12 ahead of IFK Göteborg. At least if they find the control without any mistakes. And as we said earlier, this is going to be a TV control, so very soon we're going to see them here.
Yeah, and I think here they are.
This is Tampere Pyrintu, Florian Hovald.
Yeah,
first
red kits,
this.
very distinctive,
So
especially with the red
here.
trousers.
And you can see that both of them were doing their work very actively, or every now and then splitting up, choosing different micro route choice. You can actually say that for all 3 of the leading teams. I would even say all 5, because Linné and NTNUI behind, they're splitting up every now and then as well. But how big is the gap compared to IFK Göteborg? You can see him here in the picture, Contamule.
Yeah, so this is the damage from the route choice, I think, then. And it will be more like 40.
He's not seen the control now, he's seen it. Yeah, 45 seconds. 50 seconds.
Yeah. $50 on the route choice then. Although it's kind of hard to know how...
The problem was that he gets
he was falling off the group.
Such a long time where he had to navigate very carefully on the top of the hill compared to the other ones.
But I guess that just kind of does show how everybody's being quite active in that group and making their own decisions. Although maybe if you feel like you're falling off the back a little bit, you're wanting to try and do something different,
but
even at this point in the relay.
Still, even if you're running actively, there's still room for doing bad decisions.
Always.
Struggles behind for Halden. I see on the screen here.
So 3 teams through. This is control 12 on leg number 7 of 10, of course.
And very, very interesting behind that. You can't see it right now, but on the GPS again, Linné and Anthony just splitting up on micro route choices. Happens every now and then.
I mean, yeah, it's exactly what you said. Everyone being really active in their own orienteering.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's a forked leg.
Yeah,
of course they are, but it's still no one is trying to follow the other runner as long as possible and really trying to get their back. They're very actively in their style, and here we have Linné first.
Still ahead of Entenui.
But they shouldn't be too far off. This is Rasmus Andersson. And the gap, 2 minutes, 34 seconds.
And actually, I think Rasmus Andersson and Florian Hervald have had exactly the same time around this course.
Here we have IFK Göteborg's second team, and NTNUI. It's actually Patrick Martner ahead here doing the work.
Yes, of course, we don't have the second team in the tracking.
Unfortunately. So here, look at that. It's Halden. You can see here with this long tail. It's not Tyrving. So big mistake for Halden, overshooting the control by many meters. Oof. It's hard. I mean, he even ran over the path.
And when we were kind of talking before the broadcast, you were saying that the mapping kind of almost rounds out a lot of the shapes.
Yeah, I mean, if you are in this, if you look at the map here, it seems like it's quite round forms. The hills are nicely formed in a fluent way and stuff like that. But if you're out in the forest, it's different. It's quite edgy. It's rough. It's as if you had. It looks as if you had sandpapered the real terrain out in the forest on the map, and it looks much more smooth. And especially night orienteering makes it harder to get the picture you're kind of building up in your head, matching the one in the terrain. And that's a big challenge. And it's very special with this kind of terrain because it's not the problem of the mapping. You shouldn't change anything of the mapping style, but it's just you see the map and you think it's gonna be round forms, but it's not that round.
Yeah, when you're doing, you're trying to anticipate what you're going to see in the terrain.
Yeah, of course. I mean, every time when you read the map, what you do is like you
imagine what it's going to be.
Yeah, you have a picture in your head how it's going to look. And if the picture, as more accurate the picture is you're having in your mind, as better your orienteering, or as more proactive you can be running, and it makes it difficult. And then you add the night factor to it.
Well, I was going to say, you can see the round shape, so it's like these guys can't see anything.
So soon we're gonna have Malung, Södertälje, MS Parma to this control here. This is Malung.
I think so. Yep.
We have
Good
Södertälje.
two-handed punching technique. Good jumping down the rocks technique.
Andrasti as well. Parma.
Parma. About 5.5 minutes down.
And now there's another gap to... Tyrving had a different route choice to this control. As I said before, difference not always better, but I don't think it's actually a big time loss here. It's just that they have to climb quite much to the control. Then the other teams we're waiting for, Kove and Orion.
Yeah, I was going to say Kuve been having a pretty good run so far. At the previous TV control, Alexander Kratov was only 30 seconds. Of the time on that leg, he was only 30 seconds slower than the fastest runner, Rasmus Andersen.
And now actually the gap between Tampere Pyrinto, Stora Tuna and IFK Göteborg is growing, so IFK Göteborg is losing more time. Actually think even that Linné is unable to see Contamoulet. Two teams in the lead there. Florian Hovald and Jesper Svensk doing a great job.
Yeah, there's Guve and Kratov. Just stopping a little bit too high. But you can tell he kind of already maybe spotted that control.
Sometimes you can be really close to the controls and just not see them. Dip in a bit depending on where they're located at.
Yeah, if they're just that other side of a rock. Well, that hopefully is going to inform your route choice as well, where you're wanting to approach the control from as well, actually. Saw Orion through there as well.
This is Tyrving, Torbjörn Örbäck. And this is Halden. You've seen the big mistake Halden earlier on. So back with the GPS, this you can see the end of the mistake there for Halden if you look in the lower right corner. But focus on the leaders now. See that the gap is quite big between Tampere Pyrinto, Stora Tuna and IFK Göteborg. And then a small mistake here to this control.
If you look back at Halden, is still making mistakes to the next control to 12, in my opinion.
Yeah, but we've seen them at 12, so they've been there. Now you can see that Linné not far away from IFK Göteborg, and very soon actually we're gonna have the changeover, next changeover, because Tampere Pyrinto and Stora Tuna very close to the pre-warning. Here we have the lamps, or one lamp. It's none of the teams. I think they already passed now. Yeah, they must have passed already. If not, then it's a replay. They should show up very soon at the last control. Yeah, here we are. So great run here for Jesper Svensk and Florian Hovald, approaching control 18, the last one on this leg. Now changing over from the 7th to the 8th leg. And now we're gonna go into different kind of terrain again after this 3 forked legs. Worked to each other.
And this relay, it's just taken a completely different direction now with the team from Gothenburg dropping down, and it's Stora Tuna and Tampere Pyrinto with the gap as well. This is impressive running from these two.
We're gonna see Henrik Johannesson out for Stora Tuna. And we are gonna see Alexi Niemi for Tampere Pyrinto. So very, very impressive run from, the retired Florian Hovald. Not that much retired.
Not that retired. Retired from the national team,
Yeah.
maybe. Not retired
Not from doing good orienteering.
No. No, well, class like that.
Thumb up. Good work.
Yeah, good work with the two of them.
And I mean, in a situation like this, you don't have to work against each other. Still quite much of the competition left, even though they are, they're both quite big favorites, especially now. But in this situation, you want to open the gap backwards and not really risk anything by just stupidly fighting against each other. It's like,
still nobody else punched up pre-warning control.
We're waiting for Quentin Moulet. He will hand over to Max Peter Beimer. And we are waiting for Linné and Rasmus Andersson. I think we could spot Linné just behind there.
But you can see he's lost, compared to the leaders, his time on this leg is 3.5 minutes slower, nearly 4 minutes slower than Tampin Printer, Stora Tuna, and actually Linné. Rasmus Andersson has had a great one here.
And he will send out Luca Bassi on the next leg. So still waiting for Linné. Here he comes. Start number 3. Rasmus Andersson, great run here again in this forest at the 7th leg of Tiomila. And here we have him, Luca Bassi. And we also have Max Peter Beimer waiting. So how big is the gap? We have now 5 hours, 17 minutes, 43 seconds on the watch.
They're actually running ahead of what the organisers thought as well, by about 15 minutes ahead.
So there we have the punch of Quentin Moulet, and here we have Rasmus Andersson and Linné. 7th leg finished.
Yeah, Luca Bassi going to go out there for Linné. We've got Entenui on the way in too, as well as obviously the second team from IFK Göteborg.
But if we think back 20 minutes, Entenui and Linné, they have been together. So here he comes. There is IFK Göteborg's second team. There is Patrick Martner. Dropped a bit behind here. So we had there Anders Westerl finishing for Entenui, still waiting for IFK Göteborg, second team. Has been at the pre-warning, so should be in the finish and to change over very, very soon.
Yeah, we can look down the run-in. That's Helsingin Sunnestad. Just see the number 7, nearly blinded by the light. We have the big kind of floodlights here for this
but now we
arena.
also got the changeover for the second team of IFK Göteborg. So Patrick Martner just ahead of Helsingin Sunnestad. And 4.5 minutes past now. Here we have Kalevan Rasti and MS Parma to the changeover as well.
Yeah, Rudolf Cernis Arto Talvinen, Johannek Larsson here for Södertälje.
Mia 5 minuter efter och Södertälje nu kvar 10 med Johan Ek Larsson. 5.06 efter.
Shouts and cheers and curses and everything being yelled here.
At this time, you hear everything in the arena. There are not so many people here, except for the runners going out on the 8th leg. Savidalens changing here. Gunnar Foveus.
Yeah, 11th place. Still great.
Sending out Stanislas Pasnik.
Sprungit bra på den här sträckan. Det är Stora Tuna som leder nu före Tamperenpyrente. IFK Göteborg, det blev 2.39. Och nu börjar det se betydligt ljusare ut igen för Stora Tuna. Mårten, hur leder man med 3 sträckor kvar?
Ja, en riktigt stark sträcka av Jesper Svensk. Berätta, hur var det där ute? Jo, men det var väldigt bra. Jag försökte fokusera på det.
Cuvée on their way here too. We just missed Marlings at the finish, so 12 teams through.
Then we go here, and it will be Jonas Mertz giving you some questions.
Yeah.
Good luck, and you can watch this camera.
Ja.
Yeah, I heard that she was announcing me. So usually Catherine actually asks the question, but if I'm announced, then I'm gonna ask the question, of course. Yeah, very well run today. We were talking about it before. We were calling you the retired athlete, but it didn't look at all as if there's a retired athlete running out there. How was it, like the preparation? Was there any difference compared to earlier years?
Yeah, you know, the Finns, they never really retire. They maybe skip the national team, but they never retire.
But you're not a Finnish guy.
No, I'm not, but I learn a lot from the Finns. So, yeah, my preparation, I was sure I was not going to be in Tiomila after I retired in autumn. But then during winter, I realized, yeah, orienteering is so much fun. I'm still kind of good shape, so Tiomila is such a thrill. So I need to be there, and I started to get some trainings, not the amount, but the quality. So I knew I'm in shape, and I'm gonna enjoy this night here.
Yeah, and I mean, retiring from the national team doesn't mean that you're retiring from good orienteering.
No.
So it's, yeah.
Yeah, and you actually looked really active there. You could see you taking lots of route choices. Did you feel like very kind of comfortable in the terrain and with the map?
Kind of comfortable because I knew this situation like 2 guys ahead of me, knowing I don't have to necessarily like crush them, but we can work together trying to push and then be ready in the moment when I feel it's some forkings coming. So I think the experience, I was feeling that, yeah, all those years with the orienteering, I had the experience to be there in this group, and yeah, so nice to be running in the big relay in the lead.
And how did you experience like the teamwork, but running together with Jesper Svensson? Because it looked as if both of you were very actively reading the map and like splitting up a micro route choice every now and then. How was that?
Yeah, like sometimes towards the control, I think it was even wise that we're not taking the same line. Then it's four eyes looking for the flag. So I had my line when I needed, and he had his, and I think we were both so. He was also so good on the map, so it was good work together, I would say.
Yeah, and well, fantastic work, and in that second spot is exactly where you need to be. So yeah, great work.
Thanks.
Okay, we can move back towards the race. We've got 16 teams now in. And yeah, really nice to see that. You could almost get a sense that Florian there, like, retired from orienteering, stopped doing some orienteering. Then was like, oh no, I do kind of miss it.
You don't seriously believe that he thought about not being running this big relay?
No, not really. Or maybe he thought that, like, oh yeah, maybe that's what people do. Oh no, that's not me.
Can't have been No, he wasn't convinced by this by himself when he was saying it.
No. No, and I mean, yeah, I can't imagine what it must be like for a elite level orienteer just to completely retire and not do any orienteering. Like,
Well, I mean, there are a few examples
yeah,
who
there
have been
are.
doing this. I have one in the family.
Yes. Yeah, your brother. Does he not find that really strange?
I don't know. I can't really answer that question for him.
No, okay.
I think it depends a lot of like how's your life otherwise. If you have a lot of responsibility at work. I mean, a few of the runners, they come from being a professional athlete and go back to kind of a working life, and then I don't know if they have a job from the beginning, and if they have a job in the beginning, they might have I don't know if they have how much responsibility you have in the beginning, and a few other runners, they've been working all the time parallel to the career, and then maybe they like their company just waiting for the moment when they quit to put shitloads of responsibility on them, and I mean or then you have a family and stuff like that. I think you have to look at every runner individually.
Yeah, you have to look at it more widely in that context as well. So now more than 10 minutes since our first teams changed over. Stora Tuna in the lead, with still 2 Svensk brothers to go, and we now really start, less so with the 8th leg, but definitely we're looking forward to the 9th and 10th legs. We get some of those who we often see at a World Championships or a World Cup race. Kind of try and finish up this relay, and yeah, that's going to be quite exciting. I think needed some help to Metz and Caveat team to find their the map there, but managed to achieve it in the end. Climbing a place there. And actually then we look towards this 8th leg. We're going 7.8 kilometers. We're looking at 50 minutes of running, but it's a second unforked leg. And again, another one at night. It could mean, yeah, I mean, is it almost like having another mini long night leg? Will we see people group up? Not really.
No, you can't compare it. I mean, you mentioned it before. The runners running this leg, on average, are on a different level to the runners running the long night. You weren't here when I had the interview with Johan Högstrand. It's also very special kind of orienteering this long night. It's a lot about tactics. It's a long leg. It's a slower pace and more about dynamics in the group. And here you have, you have world-class orienteers in this 8 leg. You have so big gaps in between smaller groups, but the level within the group, I mean, is so high. You can't really compare it to the long night now.
But certainly we've got a few pairs. If we're looking at the GPS tracking, we've certainly got a few pairs out there, and they'll be wanting to work together. Definitely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the first pair we have in the lead still together, Stora Tuna and Tampere Pyrintö. So
yeah,
we get the
see them
replay here.
Henrik Johannesson and Alexi Niemi.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, I have a really hard time to see that they're not gonna come back together. 2 of the favorites together on an unforked leg. I'm doing a small mistake here, actually. Missed that junction there.
Yeah, and you can see when they got to the hill,
So you
they went,
you really have this pair orienteering. You send out 2 clubs after each other. So next pair to come, IFK Göteborg and Linné. And there's a group of 4 behind. Helsingin, Sunistajat, Kalvan Drast, MS Pharma, Södertälje. And there's another pair coming, Malung and Sävedalen. A bit of direction to the second control. Should see the crack there, but didn't really. Still looking for the control as we are speaking.
Yeah, and you can see our running camera is actually trying hard to I think and catch up with these two guys. These are the 2 leaders.
You have to think about the fact as well that it might not be the first leg. This camera operator is following a few runners.
No, it could be far from that.
And it's a path.
Yeah, now trying to catch up with them here. So those are the 2 leaders in the picture on the top left.
If you remember the long night, now we go like the other direction. Where they came in towards the finish, those runners are heading out again. I think it was like the 3rd or 4th last control on the long night in this area as well. Honestly, I don't know how many of you have been following the long night and still are with
And
us.
still are awake. If you are, well done. You know when you have like really long films and then sometimes online it's like this is when you can go for a break. If you're in the cinema watching the long film, there needs to be like this guide for Tiomila. We're not going to tell you when. We think you should watch all the time, obviously.
I can tell you should have gone to the toilet on the long night, but now it's too late.
Yeah, there weren't any big mistakes on the long night, so yeah, maybe it's one you can skip.
It's just long as well.
Really? But actually, if you look later to the last leg, it's not much shorter than the long night. 12.7 K.
No, but it's...
should be in the daytime.
Yeah, let's see. At the moment, there's no light here. Okay, but do you know when the sun is going up again?
Yeah, 4:40.
Yeah, but when do we have the first light in the terrain again? I mean, then the sun is really.
Sunrise itself is at 4:40. So I guess we will start having some light like half an hour before.
I will research that and come back with the information.
Okay.
Because I have this app here on my mobile phone. So first light 3:49, and now it's in a bit more than half an hour. Gonna get some light back.
Yeah. And it starts kind of getting that peripheral. You start getting some of that peripheral vision
but
back.
That helps you a bit with like seeing the contours
the bigger
around
shapes.
you.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
if you want to be parallel to a big hill and you want to see when the hill starts to come to an end, then you can really get to see that where you really can't hear.
And talking about beginning to see something, you can see the runners approaching this control 6. After 3.1 kilometers, and you've seen it in or on the GPS before. Still Tampere Pyrinto and Stora Tuna together. The interesting thing will be how big is the gap. We've seen that there was a small mistake in the beginning of the course. See if they... I think they're overshooting the control a little bit. Yeah, they're too far away. That's not a good direction. They have to stop there where they are and come back. What was that? Heard someone shouting out in the forest?
Yeah, I hope everyone's okay. Can still see the lights moving though.
And they're definitely doing a mistake. They're about 50 meters away from the control. Next team, they're still at control 5, so there's still about 1.5 minutes left for IFK and Linné to get to this 6th control, but now they've been here for about a minute. They turned now, coming towards the control, not really right direction yet. They have to drop a bit on height.
They've gone back on themselves.
So here we are on the right side.
Those are the chasers.
Yeah. Luca Bassi and Max Peter Beimer. So now I think
Here
they
they
got
are.
it.
Yeah.
Still together. And how big is the gap?
Very frustrating then.
It has been 2 minutes and 40 seconds. At the changeover.
So can these two do this control any better? Coming off this hill to a slightly flatter part. It's difficult to know exactly where you come off this hill.
So now
But they seem to be doing pretty well.
So now they're entering this flat bit. They're about 100 meters away from the control now. Direction seems to be quite good.
Yeah, and here they are. This is the camera at the control, I
No
think.
problems at all. So 2:39 was the gap at the changeover. Now it's only 1 minute.
Yeah, nice. Strong work then for Max Peter Beimer and Luca Bassi. A Swede and a Frenchman. And there, yeah, that's a very strong duo.
I can still hear someone shouting that they're at this control.
And they're trying to help someone else find the control.
I mean, it could be someone from the long night or something. I don't know.
Yeah. So this is the mistake then. You can see they just lost direction.
You can see the tail
really
is
the last part. The
30
tail is
seconds.
30.
So it was a bit more than a minute. No problems to control 7. Looks good for IFK and Linné.
Then there's a group of 4 then at this 5th control. So we're live with the GPS tracking now. And these small groups have formed. We've got 2 pairs and a 4 on
And
this unforked leg.
And behind this group of 4, there's another group of 4. We have Sävedalen, Halden, Tyrving and Kove there.
So you've seen this leg start at about 3 o'clock in the morning. You know, these guys have tried to have a few hours of sleep and then got up like a couple of hours before and tried to
usually you
have some food.
I mean, in earlier years, you were kind of following the women's relay to the finish. That was around 6-ish. And then you would eat something and go try to get some sleep. Usually you can, it's hard to sleep at 6, but still you can rest a bit and hopefully take a nap or something. And then 3 hours before the start, that would be around midnight here. Let's go up again. Try to eat something. It's actually not the easiest thing to do, to eat at midnight or even 1 o'clock in the morning. I mean, the eating bit is not the difficult thing. It's more about like keeping it in your stomach later on. You're not used to eat at that time, and your body is not used to do so. So it's not the nicest thing to do. Kind of surprised about the direction. Linné have
this
here.
is a mistake.
I mean, is it a mistake? It's bad direction out. They will lose about 20 seconds so far.
But
But
it's quite easily
unnecessary.
recoverable, I think.
Yeah. I mean, when they come to the street, there's no chance that they will continue doing a mistake.
But I do like this route choice from the 2 leading teams, actually. That looks really like safe and fast. And I think
I mean, you
decent
get
approach
so
to the control
close.
as well.
I don't see the reason why you should go the way IFK and Linné are going. It's not making the control easier.
Well, maybe, as you said, they had bad direction out of the control, and then you just kind of like panic and
And I
go
can tell you
towards
they
like
still have
the
bad
closest
direction.
route choice.
They still have bad direction. They can be quite lucky that they have this street coming here, because otherwise I would say it would end up in a mistake, definitely.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be enough to then affect their position in the relay. So we're expecting a group of 4, or at least 4, I think, here.
But they're doing a mistake as well.
Yeah, they're doing not quite the same mistakes. I think they dropped down from the hill in a slightly different place, but very similar mistake compared to those 2 leaders.
Very, very similar. And now they're standing up there. You can see it.
I just
And
stopped.
no one really...
But all these features are so tiny. There's
and
form
they're
line
correcting
contours
into the
as
wrong
well.
direction. They're going further away from the control. So someone there has to win back control over the situation very soon.
Someone's heading for
Yeah,
us.
but no one of the group here. I think there are other runners around. Now they start to come back.
So
here they are.
Yeah, let's see who actually ends up
Helsingin
in this group.
Diets.
Yep, first ones to be there. Calvin Rasti.
So this is actually a group of 5.
MS Farmer, Södertälje,
It's a group
and
of 6.
Tenui.
So
Yeah.
there are 2 teams we don't have on GPS. We don't have NTNUI. And we don't have the second team of IFK. Not on the GPS we have here, actually. I don't know if they're going to have it in the broadcast. No. Strange that they decided not to have it on NTNUI.
Yeah. And yeah, this is exactly where they stopped. Maybe they thought, this is the hill we're looking for. Nope. And then you've got to, again, someone's trying to spot the control.
There's another group coming behind there.
Yeah, well, so there's 5 teams in that group that we can see at least. Are they going to make the same mistake?
Yeah, I don't know. Can't say that yet.
But I mean, it is so hard to know, when you've got the slope there that they're coming off the hill.
How can you already now say that they're going to do the same mistake? Still looks good. I mean, if they drop down and get the marsh there, then they're safe. If they miss this little marsh, then it's going to be difficult. Would have been interesting.
Yeah, it really would. Well, I'm sure we'll head back to that control very soon. We've had 10 teams through there so far.
I think
a pair, and a 6.
Changes because we're going to see the leaders come to the next TV control very soon.
This is
or
my cue.
Is it the leaders or is it the leader? Here we are. And it's only 1 lamp coming here to this 9th control.
The lamp
and
of
it
who?
is Stora Tuna.
Oof.
Henrik Johannesson punching here all alone.
I dropped Alexi Niemi.
He struggled a bit at the 8th control. So, and the gap before. So let me see. The gap before 1 minute and 3 seconds compared to Max Peter Weimer.
You can see from the pictures, we're starting to get some light in the sky. It's really very, very little. I think that picture makes it look like there's more than there is. It's really very, very little light.
So
it may as well be pitch black.
This is Tampere. This is Alexi Niemi approaching the control. And I can tell you, he's going to have a chance to get back, because it looks as if Johannesson is doing a small mistake to control 10. Let's see, 1:03 we had compared to IFK Göteborg and Linné. It's definitely more now.
The time didn't stop, but he was 52 seconds behind, just to let you know.
Yeah, here we have it, 56, it's here. Anyway, it's 1.5 minutes compared to IFK Göteborg and Linné, and I think they're coming here.
Yeah, pretty close
behind. A bit
behind.
more, but at the same time...
So Max Peter Weimer, Luca Basse.
So Johannesson is doing a mistake towards 10. Now they're together again. Tampere Pirintu and Stora Tuna. Haven't punched the control yet, but heading into entering the circle now. Not sure if they have full 100% control. Stora Tuna is actually continuing a bit.
No, I think
he got-
now back together again.
Yeah, so let's see the replay now.
So this at the top of the screen, that very strange mistake from Linné and Yves Kouyathro, just very strange direction out of the control. But then obviously big long path run, no problems, too much.
And here,
Maybe
still
this
together.
is Tampering Prince's mistake. Yes,
Yeah.
so that's allowed Stora Tuna to get ahead. The next control we see all the mat was control number 9. So this is obviously where Stora Tuna had the gap. Then watch this yellow mark now.
Yeah, and 9 was the TV control. It's a bad direction, heading too much to the left up on this hill. Then he wasn't sure where he was. He turned back, coming together with Tamperen Pyrinto, and then entering the circle there.
I think he must have thought he was on the hill behind the control.
Yeah, but
He'd
now it's
overshot.
the gap is not big anymore. Compared
It's less
to
than
Yevko.
30 seconds.
Yeah.
Do you think they can see? Oh,
Not,
I don't know.
Not yet, but when they come down into this flat bit, there is a possibility that they can see a bit of light ahead of them. Depends on how they exit from the hill. Now they go a bit differently here. It's actually a long leg waiting here.
Ooh, look, and they
They're
split.
splitting up. And you can see that the group behind, they missed that control number 8 as well, a little bit. Again, a bit too much north of the control.
Yeah,
and
again,
in the lead,
not
we
by
had
loads.
Tamperen Pyrinto, Stora Tuna splitting up on different route choices. Behind, we have Yevko Göteborg and Linné on the same route as Tamperen Pyrinto. And not far behind, I would say that they can see, they should be able to see Tamperen Pyrinto every now and then. Still about 20
But they won't
seconds between.
necessarily know that it's him. Although actually, there's not many other people in this part of
No.
the forest, are there?
Maybe some leftovers from the long night, but otherwise.
Well, possibly.
And they will come together again, Stora Tuna and Tamperen Pyrinto. And actually, I think in about a minute, we will have 4 teams in the lead.
But this is the 9th control. So I think it's still a minute and a half, maybe a minute, before we see the next runners here.
Before we should see them.
And this is the group of 6, I think. Still waiting at this 9th control. A group of 6 on their way. But they are 6 minutes behind. Here they come. Should be 6 teams here. We've got Helsing and Sinstiat in that group. We've got Kalavan Rasti as well. Let's see who punches first. This looks like Södertälje Nick Van.
It is.
Erik Borgeskog.
Kalvan Rasti, Helsingin Suunnistajat, Yevko Göteborg, and MS Parma.
N10 is the team do we see them through? They're not tracked.
No, but they haven't punched either.
No.
So now we lost them. waiting for Mats Eidsmo. He was within this group at the last TV control. We haven't had him on the GPS graphics, and we haven't had him here in the picture. Quite sure about that.
But so far, the fastest guys on this leg are, no surprise, Luca Bassa and Max Peterbema in
Here's
catching
the
up.
next group coming. A bit off direction. I mean, not all of them. I think that Halden and Malung getting the control quite okay. Now the other team, Savidalen and Kove, turning back as well. This is Turving. It's the first team,
And
then
Halden.
Halden. Splitting up here.
Oh,
Kind of strange direction by Turving, wasn't it?
yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
see, we have to
Very
catch
strange.
up with
Is he
the
going to come
GPS.
back the other way?
He's heading in.
Is
Yeah, he's
he
coming,
coming
back,
back?
here. Yeah.
yeah.
It's like 180 degrees into the wrong direction.
Yeah. Well, actually, that's quite good to go. Oh no. Okay,
Talking
nobody
about-
followed me. Okay, right. Let's
Talking about
do that
an
again.
unnecessary mistake on a unforked leg.
Yeah.
Of course, I mean, he was the first one there. It's a good job by the one that followed him, or
Yeah,
not followed
or not
him.
followed him. Okay, now we get our full look at this long leg then towards control number 11, and we do the replay.
You can see now that very soon they're going to split up, Tampere and Pyrinto and Stora Tuna. You can see just by exiting the control a bit better, IFK Göteborg and Linné get closer again compared to Tampere and Pyrinto. And now here they should see the back of Alexi Niemi every now and then.
Oh.
Splitting up again.
Yeah. Going
Now
between
taking
the hills.
Stora Tuna's back. I think they will get together again. Tampere and Pyrinto will get to the path a bit earlier.
Yeah, you can follow the vegetation boundary.
I
Go
won't do
around the
that.
hill.
We'll go to the marsh there, following the terrain. Now you can see the lights again from the competitors, from the other competitors.
And certainly that's 3 of them together with 1 in the lead. And we do have a camera at this one. The 5.8 kilometer mark is number 11. And yeah, you can see we've lost some of the GPS tracking just in the forest here, but they're really, really close behind. This is the control then. It's 11th control.
And interesting behind, we could just see that Södertälje choosing differently compared to Parma, Kalevanrasti, Helsingin, Sunistajat, and maybe a few of the teams, other teams there. They went all the way to the right, choosing a path around, but let's get back and focus on the lead. This is Stora Tuna, Henrik Johannesson, punching in the lead, but just
Max
a few
Peterbema.
seconds ahead of IFK Göteborg and Linné, Luca Bassi. And here is Tampere and Pyrinto.
Alexi Niemi. Finn.
It's going to be interesting to follow the teams behind then.
Yes, they take really very different routes. So behind the leading teams here, Stora Tuna you can see in the lead. IFK Göteborg in the 2nd place. And so this leading group of 4 now together, and they, of course, they all know this is an unforked leg.
I've got a glimpse of the map there.
Was the running camera also needs to know exactly where they are, especially if you're jumping between different groups as well. It's not easy to follow these top athletes at all.
It isn't.
And I think our running cameras are understandably pretty tired.
I guess though that they have kind of a change in the operators of the camera
Yeah.
at one point. to be very, very hard to have this like 21 hours shift.
Yes. But honestly, they absolutely make the broadcast, though. So, yeah.
Here you can see it. Interesting. Different route choices by Södertälje. At least Södertälje. We don't know if there might be one of the other teams as well. Actually, it was only IFK's second team there as well, right? Because we didn't have Antenui.
Oh, yeah, because we didn't have Antenui, yeah.
Actually, it's interesting to see. Do we have him there? Now we got him 8 minutes behind. He punched there. So he's in the group behind there. But yeah, I think it's a good choice here by Södertälje, because from here, of course, he has this marsh, but it's quite
flat.
Yeah, and then you have this small path and the power line just before the control. And if you come from the other direction, you have to run over this. Yeah, let's call it an open area, but it looks quite rough to run in.
Yeah, it's got the vegetation screen in there that's not going to make that very nice.
In the leading group, actually, Alexei Niemi has to be careful now not to lose the backs of the other teams. It's a gap there of about 15 seconds. Or even more. And I mean, the tail is 30 seconds. I would even say it's 20 seconds there. Yeah, 25.
Just answering our questions for us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe they're listening to our...
Well, they should. I mean, as above the Swedish broadcast is what I'm saying, yeah.
And now you can definitely see that Alexei Niemi has a hard time there following the leading teams. It's not so much left of the course. Has to be careful now not to lose too much time in this last bit. And look at that. I mean, this is a very big advantage now from that point for Södertälje compared to the other teams. It's a very good entrance from there and much closer to the control.
Yeah, and you know, maybe you're going a little bit slower in order to execute that properly, but that's
but
fine.
I mean, you still have the power line that helps you a lot with the distance. Now he's even going to catch that small path.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's probably on the track there. Yeah, you can see the speed pick up a little bit.
Actually took just the top of the hill.
So this is the group actually coming off the path here, the chasing group, MS Palmer.
Actually, the runnability in this bit isn't too bad. I was
going to say they are
worse.
just... okay.
No, but it's quite okay here. And here answers the question as well. If you have in which group you have IFK's second team.
So Södertälje, Nick Van, they were alone, yeah. That answers that question. And
actually, they will get together more or less.
Yeah, really soon. This is the next TV control. The next control we will get a split time as well. You can see there.
This is Södertälje.
Yep.
Erik Börjeskog.
Yes, and he's got to kind of vacate there quickly before everybody else comes along. Not sure that's very possible. I don't know.
Yes, about 25 seconds maybe.
Yeah, here they come. Here's this next 4. So kind of a nasty Helsingin at MS Palmer, IFK Göteborg 2.
Yeah, Sävedalen as well. No, they're in the group behind, yeah.
Yeah, they're in the group behind with Halden and Turving and Malung. and now Nynäshamn as well, and Kuvi as well.
And it was exactly 25 seconds between Södertälje and Kalevanrasti.
So that chasing pack, they've just gone through control number 11, the leading group, as you can see, at control number 12 already. And yeah, it's just kind of playing out as we might have seen it, just looking like Tampere Printer and Alexi Niemi just does not have the pace of those top three. And especially now you've dropped off the back, those three can work together. You know, Alexi Niemi is just by himself now.
But it has been this 40 seconds for quite a while, so he's not losing that much time yet.
And then we're really on the, as you can see there from the map, the final stages of this 8th leg. 2 more to go. 2 long ones to go. But yeah, as you can see, maybe now back to those chasing groups. Södertälje, Nick Van has now, you can see in reality what that gap is. Obviously, as they increase the speed, the distance between the teams grows. It was a 25-second lead.
Here we have Nynäshamn. That's Eidsvoll, followed by Sävedalen. Tyrving, Malung, Halden, and Kove. And now I think Alexi Niemi starts to lose time because now he starts to do small mistakes here. And the leaders actually already on the field just before the arena, so very soon we're gonna have the pre-warning and then the changeover to the second last leg in this men's relay. So we have 3 teams in the top of this relay right now. We have Stora Tuna, Linné, and the IFK Göteborg.
Yep, Stora Tuna handing over to Victor Svensk, Linné handing over to Oskar Hagström, and IFK Göteborg handing over to none other than Norwegian multi-world champion Kasper Fosse.
So here they are. We are waiting at the last control, not the top. Yeah, here we have Max Peter Beimer. We have Henrik Johannesson.
And Luca
here we have Luca Bassi. And interesting now to see how big is the gap compared to Tampere Pyrintö and Alexi Niemi. He's not going to be there the next minute at least.
I don't think so. So Kasper Fosse there, ready to head out into the terrain.
Just take a short check. Does he have his SI card on his hand? Does he have a compass with him?
You didn't leave it in the toilet like last time. Oh, that was Jukala, I think. But still, Max Peter Beimer then down here towards the finish. We've also got Henrik Johannesson just wanting to take the scalp and actually cross that line first, then for Stora Tuna to hand over to Victor Svensk. Max Peter Beimer handing over to Kasper Fosse. And you can see then for Linné Luca Basse, the French athlete, 7 seconds behind, handing over to Oskar Hagström. Was Oskar Puerberg, but got married to Sara Hagström in the late summer or autumn.
And here we have Tampere Pyrintö, Alexi Niemi, and you can see that he's still on the street just before the pre-warning. Very soon to enter this, last 100, 200 meters of orienteering. And you can see that the 3 leading teams satisfied with the work they've done. Now we have the pre-warning of Tampere Pyrintö at control number 13, so he should be here very, very soon. And here we have him. So the time now is 1 minute since the changeover. It's gonna be, maybe 30 more seconds, 25. So about 1.5 minutes. disadvantage for Tampere and Pyrintö. They will send out Mikko Eerola on the second last leg.
So halfway around this relay, Alexei Niemi was in that leading group, but dropping the time. And now quite a decent section back. The hands over to Mikko Eerola.
And you can see that the gap almost 2 minutes. And we have the next team getting to the arena should be Södertälje then. Actually doing a mistake at control 13. But also the other team's doing a mistake there. No, control 12, I'm sorry. So now we actually have this. It's quite interesting what's happening at control 12. So all of the teams there in this chasing group doing a mistake. You can see it here, the replay.
Okay.
So actually choosing the kind of easy approach to the control, was on the top of the hill, but just didn't see. I mean, he's so close to the control here.
You have to, if you're at the top of the hill, you have to really make a very sharp left to get to the actual control
You can
point.
see, but the other teams are very off direction. And interesting there that we have Sävedalen going all alone over this Katten area. You can see that Börje Skog now has control over the situation, or at least he has got to know that he is on the wrong hill. Now it seems as all the other teams following him as well. And two groups formed one here, I guess, at this third last control.
This is a really big group.
Of the third last leg.
Two long courses still to go.
Yeah, and the finish of the women's relay.
And then, yeah. We mustn't forget that.
So, but now we got the punch for Södertälje and the other teams in that group, but we also get the punch for Sävedalen. Very, very close now. So doing quite a good job here. Maybe lost some time, but position-wise, another good leg for Sävedalen. Young Polish runner. Stanislav Pasnik. They're going to send out quite a young runner here, Sävedalen, on the second last leg. Actually, they're going to have a young team on the last two legs here, Kasper Schepp and Arvid Schepp. They will have a hard time matching those other world-class runners here, but they have been doing such a great relay so far.
So you can see the teams coming through here towards the field, and actually it's just about Södertälje and Nick Van managing to stay in the lead. Just. Despite that big mess up at 12, allowing that other group, well, not just mess up by Södertälje, but by that's the bigger group as well. Those two groups come together.
Still, we only had 4 teams at the changeover. Waiting for number 5, and it's possibly going to be Södertälje.
Yeah, this is a
is
super group.
I don't think that there are not that many runners in that group, right?
Well, maybe they've just got really strong head torches, because it looks like there's loads of them. Look at how many of them there are. There's some in there that aren't tracked.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, more than we think.
But it's still Börje Skog and Södertälje Nykvarn kind of leading this group, this chasing group. But it's been almost 7 minutes.
Yeah, there's Södertälje with a little gap as he hits the road. Short gap. Here's the last control, or
That's the
second to last control. So 4 teams in so far. And here's Södertälje Nykvarn in the next one. And we'll see a few of these runners in as they punch this last control. So we've got Entenui, Helsingin Synestia, Kalevan Rasti, MS Palmer, Turving as well in. So lots of teams in, but I think we'll have a little chat to one of those teams in that leading group. And Luca Basse is here for Linne, and big smile then. You look really, really happy with that. You look like you were working really well with Max to catch up on those leaders. How was it for you?
Yeah, it was good. I was a bit nervous before the start. My training hasn't been going very well this winter, so was a bit insecure. But then when we started a bit cooperating, I felt that I couldn't trust my own ability today. So I mostly relied on him and tried to I give some route choice tips sometimes, and I feel that he listened at some point. So no, but that was good, and I fought very hard in the end. They were running fast, and I tried to not leave the back go away, and I'm super happy that I did it. So it feels super good.
Well, your shape can't be that bad because you were dropping Alexi Niemi off the back of that group, so it must have been a pretty good feeling actually to be dropping runners as well.
Yeah, I thought about it. I didn't really look back when we caught them up on this big track. I felt that he had already been. He was already at least 50 meters behind Stora Tuna. So then I said, okay, I'm focusing on the back in front, and I could feel that he was getting further back, and so that felt good.
But we followed the GPS tracking here a bit. It felt like let's say from control 8 to 10 was quite a decisive period. So just before you turned back again was also where you most probably get to see the backs of the runners in front of you. Can you describe a bit those controls there?
We saw we kind of saw light far away. As you say, 8 and 9. But it's only on the way to on the long leg. I don't remember which control it was. It was 11 or
11.
That I really started to understand. Okay, maybe it's the lead there. First, I didn't really know what lap it could be, so started to feel good. But tried to focus on my own orienteering and Max's own orienteering as well. It felt that it was a duo today.
And on a personal level, where does this run rank in terms of your big relay runs for Linne?
No, it can't be compared to the one I had in Örebro, and also here in Nynäshamn 6 years ago. I think now I was mostly following, and we didn't run super well as well on the long legs. It felt that we were quite often getting offline, and so nothing compared to my performance 2 years ago, for example, where I was super happy and did it on my own. Now I'm mostly happy that we're back in the race, and that's everything's possible.
Yeah, everything's possible. 2 legs left to go. Thank you so much, Luca, for chatting to us, and well done as well.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, let's get back then with the leading runners. This is Kasper Fossa, and just the intensity and the high pace through here. You can see the kind of effort that the camera runner is putting in to follow him, and you can just see how well he's covering the terrain, covering the ground. It's really, really incredible here, and he must be in the lead, surely.
Yeah, he is, but I think if the camera operator would stop for about 2 seconds, we would see Stora Tuna in the picture as well. One team here, thanks a lot. So just behind. But one team we can't see here is Linne. They dropped behind a bit in the beginning of the course at the first control. but they're not so far behind, let's say. Yeah, if the camera operator is waiting here for another 10 seconds maybe.
Yeah, then we'll see the next athletes. You can see searching around. But yeah, you can see how close Stora Tuna actually was there. And Victor Svensk.
Now we got the light here. This is Oskar Hagström.
I can't remember which World Cup was it last year where Victor Svensk beat Emil Svensk. There's definitely one of them. No, maybe that is not a okay. You're
Yeah,
right. Maybe
don't
that is
ask.
not a question for 4 o'clock in the morning.
It's definitely not a question I can answer before breakfast.
Lots of people kind of camped out in front of the big screen here, feeling nice and cozy. And the light definitely growing in the sky as we look out from our commentary box. It's still not doing much for...
3:54. I think we said 3:49. We get the first light back into the terrain. Quite accurate anyway.
Linné team there, all together. Quality hats. Orienteering merchandise is very... it's very peculiar, brilliant.
You can't ask me any questions right now.
Sorry. Snacks. Fueled by snacks. Last year I was fueled by Swedish pick and mix. Today I'm fueled by British sweets. Got some fruit pastels on the go. It's very, very necessary. And those spectators trying their best to stay awake. So I think we are here then at the first TV control then for
Control number 4.
It is indeed. And yeah, you can already see, I mean, how much difference it's going to make to the runners yet. It's probably very little, but you can already see some people on their way.
Is it the same control that they struggled with on the leg before? Yeah, it is.
It is. It is.
But it's a bit, you can see now you can see that you get a bit of help of the contours around if you compare this picture to what we have seen about 45 minutes ago. It's quite different. And we see the first lights here. That should be Kasper Fosser and Stora Tuna. Victor Svensk. You can see Svensk to the left, Fosser to the right.
Yeah, the two of them together.
And how big's the gap down to Linné?
See, they are kind of taking different routes, but they'll probably just keep a little side eye out for where the other one is.
Linné coming here. The one who gets the light to the left, I guess. No, it was the light to the right. It's not really in the circle. It's
no,
just
I think he's not going to come from.
it.
He's going to come from
here.
right of shot. There we go.
Here he's coming. That was a small mistake. About 25 seconds.
Yeah, missing this control in the other direction.
I would say he's 1 minute behind right now. And we are behind Tampere Pyrintö.
Yep, Mikko Erla.
He is approaching the third control. So he has some meters to go until he's at the TV control.
And there's obviously these parts in the top of the hills where the light can reach a little bit more. It's going to benefit from that.
See that he's
light.
looking for the control now. Hesitating a bit, he's very close. Here it is.
Yep. Maybe drop down a little bit too much, but not too bad. 20 seconds maybe, 15. But it's the next control that will get the punch, I think.
And that's control 5, actually a small mistake by IFK Göteborg and Stora Tuna. Linné now very close again. I would say about 20 seconds behind. Leaving the control in a different way compared to Stora Tuna and the IFK Göteborg. So here we're back at control 4, waiting for Tampere and Pyrin to I think that's the light we're looking for. Let's see if he can find the control he is looking for. Getting a bit low. It's kind of the Hagström approach to this control. Maybe not losing as much time as Oscar. Here he punches. 3.5 minutes. And now we will be waiting for quite a while until we get this big group to this TV control. They are on the way to the second control, and this is control number 4. Here again, the mistake at control 5 I was talking about before. They were very close here again. I mean, they're basically running over the control. It's very hard to believe that I didn't find the control here. And you can see here, yeah, not a big gap. Then all the 3 of them leaving the control in different directions.
Yeah, it's almost like they just ran the wrong side of one of those dot knolls there.
Again, Linné going up there.
It's evidently a good route down.
I think that Stora Tuna is the best direction out. It's okay for IFK as well. He's having a little bit better entrance from that direction compared to the others. They're choosing to get this re-entrant, but then they have to climb in the slope. I don't think it will be, if all of them, if they don't have any problems in the circle or close to it, then I think they will be there. It won't differ too much.
Yeah, if you think Stora Tuna,
but I mean, they have to climb
exactly the same distance away.
They have to climb for 15 meters. Okay, so has IFK. Actually, a good approach for Stora Tuna. Now we can climb up the re-entrant there. We'll get a very nice entrance to the control.
Yeah, you can use the re-entrant just like a line feature, straight into the control. Yep, and turning up. Spot on.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to end up in this green bit.
No. Other green bits like that have been fallen trees.
Now he has to climb a bit in order to not miss that re-entrant, but he should get the stone there.
Yeah.
Yeah. No
it's one of those re-entrants you can't necessarily see when you're further down the slope, but this is spot on. And actually,
they will see each other. I mean, Kasper Foster, I think he can see like the distance to the control from here. So if Svensk is punching there, he'll definitely see the light. Interesting is going to be if Oskar Hagström is going to see the back of Kasper Foster. He probably can't from here. Here you can see Tampere and Pyrin as well. And just behind. No problems at control 5, I guess.
No, and heading again for this long re-entrant.
You can see the gap between the two leaders and Linné about half a minute.
So we lost some of the GPS tracking on the slope, slightly. But yeah, I mean, they're back together again. And the gap now to Linné, 40 seconds. So Oscar Hagström was we had the mistake with the two leaders. They dropped back to Linné, but they've now managed to break away again. Just got that higher speed through the terrain. Let's look a little bit further back.
And then now it's changing a lot when it comes to the light in the forest.
So this is the fourth control.
Yeah, we're waiting for Södertälje and Helsingin Suunnistajat, those two teams we have on the GPS screen at least. Maybe there are more teams to that group.
Yeah, we're nearly 9 minutes then behind our leaders. As the gaps really open up now. And just a reminder, this controller's caused problems on the previous leg.
Yeah, and it continues to cause problems, even though we got more light in the forest. But you can still see the effect of the lamp. So it's, I think it seems brighter in the picture here than it is actually. And this kind of big group up there. I think I could spot the IFK shirt as well. Here's Helsingin Suunnistajat.
Yeah, nobody else. Here's the next people, maybe.
I think there's the second team. Second team. No. So, yeah, it is. Now, Gaby, I can see. Maybe not in this leg. It's blue and white. Not the one we're looking for. So the Telly actually did did a bit of bigger mistake to this one. This
is kept going further. MS Palmer, Savadalens, Entenui, Calvin Rusty with Lauri Nynänen, Kuvi with Kenny Kivikas in 12th. And Halden as well. This fourth control, 2.7 kilometers of the way around. But let's catch back up then with our leaders. Again, splitting up. This is where we kind of left them.
Yeah, not the best direction for Linné. A very good job here by Stora Tuna.
Yeah, Victor Svensk being able to pull away here
from
Kasper Vosser.
Ahead. And I wonder now in this section, Hagström should be able to see Kasper Vosser.
Yeah.
You can see there there's like this green area just before. I think Vosser got a little bit stuck in it.
Yeah, it's been pretty runnable under some of those power lines.
I can see Tampere and Pyrynte up there doing kind of the same as Linné.
And we do have a camera then at the 7th control. This is 4.6 kilometers.
So very soon.
This is it. Yeah.
You should see Svensk coming into the picture there.
And this is a 10.5 kilometer course. Yeah, it's been difficult to see maybe just like a really good line down from this hill towards the track and really attacking from Victor Svensk.
So now here we have the picture and we have the GPS.
Yeah, and again, I think the camera is over-exaggerating the lights that we have here, but
Yeah,
but certainly
definitely.
it's gonna help when you're on the top of these hills, definitely.
And
He must have punched already.
yeah, he was there. So we're waiting for. I think we're gonna see Foster coming up here. Is he really on the right spot? Yeah, better with.
Svensk has already been there.
Waiting.
I think he was waiting like further northwest,
didn't
like
we
looking
see
down
anyone?
from the hill. Oh, maybe because Svensk was more towards the right. I don't know.
But then we should have seen Foster now.
Anyway, Foster has gone through. And let me have a look at the time gap. Time gap is 59 seconds. So a whole minute.
We should have Linné there very soon as well. Now we got the punch there. What's the gap to Linné?
The
104?
104,
Yeah,
yeah.
so they're together now.
Yeah. And then it all changes with just 2 controls. Okay, let's look back then. This kind of super group. Again, all leaving this control 5 in quite a similar direction.
You call it a super group. It's just seen on the size of the group, right?
Yeah.
Or do you measure it on quality or on
No,
quantity?
just size.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of quality teams in there,
Yeah,
but
of
not.
course.
It's going to take a lot of work for any of these teams to win.
Yeah, to make it a super group.
Yeah. That would be a ultra group. No, but a lot of these teams, they would be, you know, this is where the top 10 is going to come from. Obviously.
Yeah, obviously, yeah.
There's still some good
Yeah, but
scalps to take in this group.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, the gap.
There's a lot to play for. I mean, there's a huge gap back to
Yeah,
from
it is a
fourth
huge
now. I
gap.
think it's like
It's another 10 minutes.
Yeah, they're about 10 minutes behind the leaders, but it's all about the positions as well. It's all about beating your rivals. It's all about getting that good number for next year as well.
So actually, I think they were waiting at the wrong spot at control 7 for the runners. Just got that confirmed. So that's why we didn't see the runners in this picture, and another one missing the 7th control. It's Tampere Pyrinty, Mikko Erola, running up the wrong hill.
And this is kind of mistakes we were talking about, like potential for this kind of mistakes we were talking about earlier, right?
I'm kind of wondering how this can happen. I mean, he's on the wrong side of this. Did he think that he entered
By the green part?
Yeah, exactly.
There's like a small,
that he
really
was at the
small
hill
slither of
just
green.
under the red line,
I think so.
getting into the green.
And then you jump over to the next hill, and that's where number 7 is. But then surely it was quite obvious where you left the power line, you think?
So now they found control here. That's the 7th control. And we're waiting for Tampere Pyrinty. Here he is, Mikko Erola.
So a lot of time lost then. Let me just check what it was. Was 1:33 behind. That was at control number 4. It's now 2:49. Sorry, I think it's more like 5 minutes down. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong column. 4:48 behind.
You are forgiven.
I was going to say we're waiting here at number 7, but it's going to be a while before we see our next runners through. Maybe another 5 minutes, I think.
And the next TV control we're going to have at control 13. I can tell you that Victor Svensk just now punches at control 10. I would say he's going to... Yeah, it's going to be another 5 minutes here as well. So I don't know if he will stay at this control we have in the picture here until we see the next runners, or if he will change to the next TV control. Before that, you can see here, this is the group behind on the way to the 7th control. So those are these 5 minutes. It's not 5 minutes, is it? 4.5. So maybe we just can get them before we change control, even though I have to say maybe it's not 5 minutes to that control either. Yeah, we're gonna see. But here, interesting, Södertälje going in a different route.
Yeah, the Södertälje team really have gone on quite a lot of different routes. And mostly I think it's paid off for them.
Yeah, I mean, they're not gonna, they're not gonna lose time on this one.
No. No, because you keep going on the path all the way, you take the little junction.
And then you get into the corner of the power line there.
Yeah.
Get these hills just before.
Good entrance. Even if it's in the green, it's a good entrance to the control, I think. So that puts Södertälje in 5th place, I think.
You know, here we get Antenui back in the tracking.
Yeah, so maybe it was just the 8th leg we just didn't have.
Yeah, yeah. So then is it just EFK's second team we don't have a GPS device on?
Yeah, there might be a few others as well, but...
You can also see that Savidan
No, actually, I think it is just them.
now starts to lose a bit of... Yeah, they lost the group. As I mentioned before, 2 very young runners here on the last 2 legs.
Yeah, definitely a case of front-loading the team with experience.
And we are waiting here for Södertälje.
Yeah, this is, again, still here at the 7th control.
It's just entering the green area before the climb. So another, 30 seconds, I guess.
So coming up to 9 minutes behind the leaders. Stora Tuna.
Almost 9.5.
Yeah, I think it will be 9.5 by the time they get here.
And he is a little bit ahead of the other teams behind. It's not that much. Actually, it's going to be like 20 seconds. Mattias Peter running for Södertälje.
And looking out for the...
And there's the
There we go.
lamp. Here he is. And here we have the other, but as I said, almost the same time. We have Victor Svensk at control 13, just punched there. What's the time? I'm checking my watch.
5.6 kilometer mark.
Here we have Tyrving as well. Kove.
Yep, into 11th place.
still, we are waiting for the next teams to approach control 13. It's not the one we have in the picture, but we have seen Victor Svensk punching there 40 seconds ago.
Yeah, it's gonna be another race. Will we get someone at control 7 first, or will we get someone at control 13 first?
Are we going to see one team chasing Victor Svensk, or are we going to see two teams? I think we get the answer here.
Yep, we do.
It's Kasper
It's
Fosser.
Kasper Fosser.
And the gap is a bit more than a minute. Here's Fosser.
1:19.
And here we have Oskar Hagström for Linné as well.
Oh, so I think it's 1:21 and 1:27.
But very, very good performance here by Victor Svensk. I can tell you that Tampere Pyrinter missing at the 10th control. We have Sävedalen.
The forest is starting to wake up.
Yeah, I can hear the birds singing. Next team coming to the 7th control, waiting for Malung. We see that Halton is doing mistake to control 7.
Yeah, this is Malung here. Rickard Börjesson.
And for Halden, actually, we have Magne Daly running the second last leg.
Yeah, I was surprised to see him kind of struggling and making that mistake then from the GPS tracking. I mean,
yeah, it's quite a
such a competent forest orienteer.
quite a
Here he
lot
is.
of experience together with the second team, Jirko Göteborg.
Okay, let's have a little recap. Then this was the approach towards control number 7, and yeah, it looked like maybe Södertälje Nick Van just
And
going
we can
around
see
the crag.
Actually, Halton was in the group there, or just between the groups, running up
This
the
is
wrong
the same
hill.
mistake as Tampere Printer, I think.
Yeah, but just much
But
bigger.
worse.
I mean, he's standing there for a long time until he gets. I mean, he's been on that hill now for 2 minutes, heading down. And once he noticed his mistake, it was no problem to get the control.
No. But yeah, this is what's so tricky about this terrain, especially in the dark. You have those hills that are all, they all kind of look the same. You can make those big parallel mistakes, and especially if you stand around looking on the hill for a long time, or you take a while to realize exactly where you are, like Magne Daly, then it just takes a while.
And talking about the while, it's gonna take a while until we're gonna see the next runners to the 7th control. It's only gonna take a short while though until we see the next team to the 13th control, because very soon we should have Tampere Pyrinter Mikko Eerola to this one. But he lost a lot of time on this leg so far, more than 5 minutes already.
Yeah, and he's lost time in mistakes. I think 7, was it 10 as well, perhaps?
Okay, he didn't lose 5 minutes. I mean, he went out, I think, 2 minutes behind. Yeah, they dropped quite behind there on
yeah.
the
Yeah, with
leg
Alexei
before.
Niemi. Yeah.
Here he comes. You can see
It's
the light
13th
there.
control. So the camera looks like things are quite bright, but you can always just tell by how much impression the head torch is making. And it's really definitely still making a good impression. So head torch definitely still needed.
Yeah, at least to read the map, it's very important still.
Can we catch up with our leaders?
Yeah, we can. See that we have quite a long leg now, 13, which is the TV control we are seeing here in the picture. To 14 might be the longest leg of this course. It is. And they are halfway to control 14. Still have Stora Tuna in the lead. I would say about 1 minute 20. You can see it here. So we don't see the other teams chasing teams, but you can see the control. So very soon it's gonna get to the street there. And from there it's not a long way to the control. And now we get Linnea into the picture. Haven't had Jevka there, but it's because the GPS
we
is
lost
frozen.
the GPS.
Yeah. So my guess is that we have Foster about 10-15 meters ahead of Linnea, as it was at the control before.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable to say that.
But they are running exactly the same route. I don't see that many different options. Actually, if you keep to the red line here, or close to the red line, you get quite good runnability all the way.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty flat through here. You can see the hills now a little bit more now. You have the marshes are quite visible, and you'll feel the marshes on your feet as well. They're not super wet though.
No, but you can see now we got the GPS for Foster back on the screen. And I would say in about 2 minutes, we're going to have the next teams to control 13. It's going to be Parma and Tenui, Tyrving, Södertälje.
It just feels like Victor Svensk is not only super quick, but also really in control here.
Yeah, he is definitely. Looks very, very good. Has been looking very, very good throughout the whole course. And if we look ahead to the last leg, he's going to send out his brother, Emil Svensk. We had kind of the same situation in the first Swedish League relay, and then actually Emil Svensk did a mistake just before the finish. Was overtaken there.
Yeah, he wants to try and give his brother like a good lead, you know, just so that he can feel safe on this last leg. Although, 12.7 kilometers of orienteering this last leg with the real big hitters on the last leg. I mean, you should never really feel safe. Okay, back here, waiting for some more teams to punch the 13th control. We're more than 10 minutes behind now, so we should see these next groups on their way. Just catch them through here. Amos Parma, Södertälje,
Tyrving and Tenui.
A few runners together.
can see from those pictures here, there's a long leg waiting.
Yeah. And maybe you just wait for somebody else to make the decision. Kind of a little game of chicken. So 4 teams through there. Now a few more.
Helsingin Stayats. Kalander Rasti.
Tiomila, Perrin, Lauri Nynäshamn, those 2 runners just come through. Stora Tuna then here. Here's the leader, Victor Svensk. And you can see from the tracking, just going over this hill, very nice and direct line. See, he's towards the top there. Now in the actual picture, for that 15th control. It's the next one when we get the time check, the 16th. So it's a good line up to the hill, then headed a bit further towards the left. Dropping down, you've got to use these small hills in amongst the flats.
It's been orienteering so well so far. And I mean, it's not every day you just orienteer away from Kasper Fosser and like open a gap by 2 minutes, as it looks now.
Yes, you can tell
Here's
he was
the
kind of looking
control.
around and getting ready for that, and just already out to the next control, out to the road.
Stanna nu. Ska vi stanna nu?
Kind of desperate call for help there from the camera operator. I don't know if you heard it. Should I stop now? Should I stop now? He was shouting. Trying to get in contact to the producer, maybe.
And the next control's where we get the time, the 16th. And at that point, let me just see where that one is. Around the course. How far?
Yeah, it's about 1.5 kilometers from there to the finish, I'd guess.
Yeah, it's an 8.2 kilometer mark of 10.5. And here we go, here he punches. Nearly 7 minutes in total for the team. 7 minutes? 7 hours in
So
total
now you
for the team.
start to mix the
Now
minutes and
I do,
hours as well. I did that for like 4 hours ago.
There's a good sunrise happening, I tell you what. Some nice colours out here. And I think we've
This
gone
comes
back
from
to the 15, yeah.
So the
camera operator couldn't stop because he's gone back to the other one.
He could stop, but he had to run back again. This
Yeah.
is Kasper Fosser.
Kasper Fosser, and he should just be just ahead of Linné. Oskar Hagström.
Definitely is. You can see that the camera operator is kind of making space here in order to let Hagström pass.
So we did see the gap was about 1.5 minutes.
I would say it's more now.
I would agree.
Up to almost 2 minutes.
Yep, we can zoom in here and then get the punch at the next control.
Here they are at control 16, and the gap is 144 down to Jeppe Göteborg and 147 compared to Collinet.
It does look like Kasper Fosser's just been ahead of Oscar Hagström, you know, every single time we've seen them when they've been together. But I tell you what, it's not easy to run away from Kasper Fosse. It's also not easy to follow him.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not only that he follows him. There's been a gap between Fosse and Hagström in the beginning of the course. So he actually closed that gap by doing his job very well in the beginning. So it's not all about following here for Linné. He's like get almost a bit seasick, but just.
Well, yeah, this rough nature of the terrain, the rocks, everything, up and down, these little ledges all the time. It's the stresses that it puts through the body are just kind of incredible forces going through the body.
Actually, this camera operator has been following two runners here for about a bit more than about 2.5 minutes. Yeah. This is kind of bridge they built here over this marsh. Yeah, now he has to let them go.
Stop. Yeah. So
good work there anyway.
Yeah, and remember, you don't really have full use of both of your hands as well, because you've got to hold the camera up.
But you don't need to read the map.
No.
Actually, not really allowed to, because you should just follow. No problems for Svensk at control number 17. We have 21 controls on this course. So of course, we know that the pre-warning and the last control, they are very close to each other. So from 18, you have one more orienteering control to 19, and then they will enter this open field just before the arena and the changeover. So I would say about 5 minutes left on this course. A bit more, maybe 5.5, 6, 5:47.
You're going to time it now?
I'm going to time it now.
Yeah, okay.
Let's take a look a little bit further behind. Tampere Pyrinto very soon towards the 14th control. So there we're going to have approximately 3 minutes to the TV control. We're going to get this one in just before the 5:47 run out for Victor Svensk. And then you have a big group still behind chasing Tampere and Pyrinto. And then actually there's another group behind this chasing group with Kove, Malung, Sävedalen. You can see it here. Now we're back at 14 and Tampere and Pyrinto. Kind of making a circle there around control. And I wonder if this is the beginning of a mistake for IFK Göteborg and Linné. They're too far up slope. About 10 meters of climbing. And now they start to hesitate a bit just before entering the circle. Seems as if they have control now, but they lost about 20 seconds here.
I'm surprised because you should, like, if you can't see the green, I thought the green was like
but I mean,
reasonably obvious. Like, it's not very green, but like it is different to the white.
You feel that in about 2 weeks it's going to be a green, but right now when you don't have the leaves out yet, it's not really visible green in a way.
True. But there are actually quite a few controls in that area as well, actually.
Yeah, you can see quite... he's really not cutting the corner there,
No.
Victor Svensk.
Yeah, you can see that he must have been on that little instinct path the whole way.
He's not willing to risk anything. This is the hill we have seen so many struggles on at the leg before. They had the control to the left of this small path. Now actually he's going to go where everyone else was the leg before.
Maybe we should see if we can ask him about like playing it safe at the end. Hopefully we'll hear from him. Of course, it's a good idea to go around some of these hills as well. But the gap is made, though, by the mistake from those chasing pair. So 19 done, no problems. And that means that's the hardest part of the orienteering done.
So we're back at control 16. Waiting for Tampere and Pyrinter. Should be here very soon. Ikuerola, here he comes. And you can see it's about 9 minutes. 8:42.
So still behind Tampere and Pyrinter. He drops down towards the to the marsh. And I'm sure we'll swap very, very soon towards the fields and to the leading team. Here, just as I say it, here's the main road.
About 50 seconds left to the pre-warning.
Very good. And Victor Svensk has had a run here that may well be a defining moment of this relay, because this is a brilliant, brilliant run, and he's still just really careful, reading that map a lot here. Just, you don't want to mess up the last bit. Everything's gone so well, you really don't want to mess up
Seriously,
anything.
you can't mess up the last bit
you
here.
can't, but that's the thing, your mind plays tricks on you, right?
Yeah, but I mean, he has such a great run. You mentioned it before. I mean, he went out with other runners around him, but they were not whoever is out there. It was the long distance world champion Kasper Fosser he met out there, and he was just orienteering away of IFK Göteborg and also away from Ukulele, coming here all alone from the second last leg, taking Stora Tuna now in a very, very good position.
Yeah, this is a really, really exceptional run. Not just anybody runs away from the long distance world champion, the new king of the long distance, and Victor Svensk has done just this. He's going to hand over to his brother, Emil, the fourth of the Svensk brothers to make up this relay team for Stora Tuna. And they so want this group. Here's Emil Svensson here, ready to start off this last part. He just cheers on his brother, who's about to punch the finish. And after over 7 hours of running combined as a team, just gets the correct map and will hand then over with a significant lead then here on this final leg.
I think he said to him that he should take it a bit calmly. I'm not sure if I got it right though, but
it's a good message to pass on, I think.
Kasper Fosser still those 4 or 5 meters
just ahead of
Oskar Hagström. we have seen that picture throughout half of the course at least. Coming here together, OK Linné and IFK Göteborg, and they will send out Elias Jonsson and Albin Riedefeld. So it's still very good runners coming here, of course. Two very experienced runners. Jonsson had the chance to take home and win the relay last year. Then for NTNUI, now in his new colors, blue and white for IFK Göteborg. And you can see the fighting face here for Kasper Fosser.
Yeah, pushing hard on this run-in, but second and third place then here on the screen. You can see the gap now going to be more than a minute and a half, and those are the two runners going to go out. Albin Riedefeld on the right, and we have Elias Jonsson on the left. So that is the finish control, dropping the map into the bin, and then we'll take the new maps and hand that over. So second place for IFK Göteborg. Third place for Linné. A big shout there.
You almost don't need to translate that. It's just go Albin. You can hear it in, like, on the voice what he meant.
Tappade lampan där när vi bommade i slutet. Jag tappade den in och så slog jag i armen. Kolla upp och så ser jag dig slå där. Väldigt högt upp liksom.
So when they did this mistake and the small mistake in the 18th control, he actually lost his lamp, his head torch a bit, so he got rid of his head. So he had a bit of struggles there, Oscar. But you see it. I mean, it's not that dark anymore. So it's mostly uncomfortable. I mean, if the lamp is hanging down, you want to get it on the head in one way or another.
Yeah,
very satisfied as well, as he sounds.
Yeah, and you can see actually just behind him in one of the commentary boxes, in the Swedish commentary box, is his wife Sara Hagström, who told us she was going to go to sleep over the night, and she's still commentating.
Yeah, and taking pictures.
Yeah, and taking pictures to see her husband competing.
Interesting here. Different approaches to the 17th control. MS Palma going the way we have seen almost all the other teams taking so far. Turing, Södertälje, NTNUI, Helsingin, Sunnistayat, Kalvan Rastik, taking a different approach. I think it was a little bit quicker to go to the left. There is a small advantage for Parma. And you see that Tampere and Pirita is still ahead of this group, but the gap's not that big anymore.
No, the gap is closing and closing.
He'll get it through this leg. Still has about 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes to work with. And actually interesting in this chasing group here, Turving gonna send out Matthias Kiburz on the last leg.
Yeah.
Marathon man.
Marathon man, exactly. All but qualified for Paris and the Olympics with a fantastic run in the French capital.
And he's not qualified yet.
But yeah, but
yeah.
Neil, you were telling to me 99.9.
Well, that's my guess. But actually, I've been quite good at guessing. Nobody has reached the Olympic standard, and I think it's just a few days to go until they have to select the competitors. And there's no one near. Yeah, I mean, there's one other guy, but it's not really a threat there to take him out of the team.
And to, do this winter of marathon training, having, been obviously an incredible athlete, but still to swap there and to be that good. I mean,
it's going to be, especially it's going to be interesting to see how he's definitely fast, but it's going to be interesting to see how it's working in the forest, because he has not been running in the forest for a long time now.
Not much at all over the winter.
So that's going to be interesting. Also, I mean, if you look at the technique, he's not been training any orienteering skills during the winter. Now just switching back for one competition. It will be interesting to follow. Here we have Mahler. in 11.
I mean, surely
Savadana.
he's got to be careful not to trip, not to injure himself
Yeah.
out here as well. It's a risky. I mean, he will just love orienteering
in one
around
way
here,
or
won't
another.
he?
You have to continue to live. I mean, if you just are afraid of all the situations that can occur, then it's.
Then you never do anything with your
No.
life.
Here we have Halden, Manadali. Saw him struggling a lot back at control number, was it 12? No, 7.
Yeah.
Here we have Kove.
And I was about to move on to map number 10 of this men's relay, and actually, no, we still need to hold on to map number 9 for a while. There's still lots and lots of important teams coming through the 16th control, as you can see.
You can see Tampere, Pyrinto, Mikko Erola punched at 19, very soon to approach these open fields. And with that, the pre-warning. Still about those 2.5 minutes ahead of the chasing group behind.
Yeah, and it looks like in that chasing group, we've got still Södertälje and Nick Varner at the top there, MS Palmer as well. That was the good route choice towards 17, I think.
Yeah. I mean, it didn't help so much time-wise, but he got a better position in the group. That's for sure.
And certainly two different approaches towards this 19th control. Those sticking a little bit higher with that shorter route. Taking less distance overall.
So here we have Tampere and Pyrinto entering this open field just before the pre-warning. About 2 minutes to go for him. And he's still in this 4th position. He will be able to defend it compared to the chasing group.
But certainly losing time compared to those leaders.
He went out 2 minutes behind. Switched off the lights already. Will not need it on these last 2 controls anyway. He's going to send out Fabian Abersold on the last leg for Tampere and Pyrinto. Was already running the last leg last year in Skellefteå. I think he had a fight there on the last leg against Linné. Luca Bassi.
Yep.
A sprint finish. And won it.
His new Swiss middle distance champion, so in some good form as well. And I think it was a sibling joint top actually at the top of that podium for Switzerland. And as we see Tampere and Pyrinto in, we have the new leader as well with us. Victor Svensk did a fantastic job on this 9th leg, and you looked very fast but very in control. And what can you tell us about how you were able to get away from the other runners on that leg?
I took it a little easy in the beginning and let Kasper get in the front, but then we did like some small mistakes. So after that, I decided now I will trust myself and go hard, and from there the technique part was much better.
Yeah, were you surprised to be able to drop the world long distance champion?
Yeah, very surprised. Kasper is incredible fast, so.
Yeah, it must give you a lot of confidence. And we saw you with some, like, taking some safe route choices towards the end. Were you getting a little bit nervous in the end?
I look at the map and when I saw like round route choice that I think was like equal, I took that to just save a little bit. I know I was in the lead.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's the approach you need to have. And then obviously you've got your brother Emil out on the last leg, and you must have a lot of trust in him as well, of course.
Yeah, Emil is incredible fast. So if he can manage to do a good technical race, I think this can be fun.
Yes. Well, enjoy watching the last leg. I hope you enjoy it as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nice. So we can see then the leading 3 teams all having split up towards the start of this 10th and final leg.
Oh, there's a
mistake.
Small mistake, not a very big one, but a small one. For Elias Jonsson and IFK Göteborg. Here we got the next teams to the changeover. It's MS Parma, Södertälje, Nykvarn.
Jonas Hubacek, then Matthias Peter, you can see in the picture.
And Tenui following behind. Then should be Helsingin Suunnistajat, just a few seconds behind Tenui, together with Tyrving and Kalvan Rasti.
So this is 5th, and you see a climbing there for MS Parma and Jonas Hubacek. So obviously 12 minutes off the leaders, but only 2 minutes off 4th place. So definitely some work to be done there. And Tenui just changing over there. Oscar Edvardsson going to hand over to Erik Langedal Breivik.
Here we have Helsingin Suunnistajat as well.
Mathieu Perrin going to hand over to Oliver.
Yeah, and here we have Tyrving sending out kibbutz, as we mentioned before. And Kalvan Rasti.
So you can see the Oliver just heading out there on the right-hand side of your screen.
Thomas Krifta going out for Kalvan Rasti.
Here's Albin Riedefelt for Kyline in about kind of 2nd or 3rd place, I think. But here's the lead, Emil Svensk.
Yeah, first team still.
And I think I can get rid of my map number 9 now. We can go to map number 10.
And the gap between Stora Tuna and IFK Göteborg was 1:42 at the changeover. So we had the first TV control at control 4. If you look at this here, 1 minute tail. I think it's more now. Could be 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And
2.
you can also see that the IFK Göteborg, they dropped behind Linné now almost exactly a minute, maybe 50 seconds. The gap between Linné and the IFK Göteborg.
Yeah, those 50 seconds.
And at the changeover still had 10 teams so far within 13 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, we had Kalvan Rasti into the finish, Lauri Nennanen handing over
Thomas Krifta. Here we have Elias Jonsson approaching the 3rd control. I think we had maybe not. Maybe a 2nd team here changing over.
Yeah, they're waiting.
Yeah.
61 waiting, ready to go out. But Elias Jonsson
Now you
in
can see
third.
that there is some sunlight getting into the forest, or at least the top of the trees there.
Yeah, really just painting everything kind of this golden orange color. So this must be in the fourth control. So Linné there into second place.
2:06.
Yeah, and we said it looked like it was about 2
1:42.
minutes. Alvin Riedefeld.
Yeah, 1:42 it was, so he lost 24 seconds.
And I guess if you're a chasing runner here, you've got to be in control of your own race, and you've got to be there ready. If somebody ahead of you makes a mistake, you've got to be there ready to go.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Emil Svensk is a really strong runner. He has a good orienteer, but he's also a runner we have been seeing doing mistakes. Often he has one mistake throughout the course, and
But it can be one mistake which is really decisive, actually. Elias Jonsson, number 4. Control number 4. And he's got to be careful for me on the direction as well. Back towards the finish. Let's see who we're looking for now.
looking for Halden, we're looking for Malung.
Yeah, Magne Daly.
Just behind, we're looking also for Sävedalen. Still going very strong here.
I'm just looking back at the team placings from last year, and we've got the top 7 teams from last year all in towards the finish already. So very, very consistent amongst those top teams. The 8th place team is Cuvée, who we should see actually quite soon as well. Here's Magne Daly for Halden. Handing over to Guillaume Elias on the last leg. Here's Malung. Rickard Börjesson. This is 12th place. And climbing there, as you can see, from that team. Here's Sävedalens here. Kasper Schöp. Number 47, so the lowest kind of ranked team to finish so far. And a very, very young few runners on these last 2 legs. He looks like he's going to hand over to his brother, who you can see waiting, ready to go. No head torch needed now. The sun has risen. And nearly 20 minutes behind the leaders. Cuvée here. This is Kenny Kivikas. Handing over to Daniel Vandas.
Ja, flera lag har växlat ut då på den sista sträckan. Halden Musikklubb Magne Daly var 11:e lag. Tappat en hel del i tid.
This is the second team from IFK Göteborg into 15th place, this looks like. I mean, the absolute depth in this club. We've seen already, with them taking first and second place in the women's relay last year. Already in a good place for the women's relay before the restart here today. And into the top 15 as well, this second team. You see the improvement, that number 61 going to improve into 15th place with 1 leg yet to go.
Flera lag på ingång. Nummer 24 är det som är på upploppet nu. Och Rikalisten Nouseva Voimaneva Timo Oksanen.
So we can catch up then with the leaders. Still Stora Tuna in the lead, Emil Svensk. And it was a lead of about 2 minutes at the 4th control. Just keeping it simple then on the approach to the 6th. To be honest, all of these runners just taking very safe routes. Around all these hills. And it's again, it must still be this 2 minutes, if not even more here for Emil Svensk. Going between the marshes and towards the 7th control. Parts of the forest we've not really been in too much. Navigating around these big marshes. Not too tricky, this control here. And again, so I think the gap between the leaders and second place is growing, but the gap between second and third is probably quite similar.
Yeah, there's
still
small
that kind of 50
hesitation
seconds.
at the 6th control by Albin Ridefelt. You can see that Elias Jonsson is getting closer again. I would say about 45 seconds behind now.
There's some fans of the leading team, or I say fans, like actual club members. Stora Tuna. These bobble hats with the club name on are proving very popular. I wonder if they've managed to catch the whole relay or whether they've gone to sleep at all. So you can see the OK Ravina and also the bubble hats behind.
Ja, men precis. Så är det också att det blir betydligt lättare när man ser formationerna på.
So this is the standings at the changeover. 1 minute 42 was the gap to Stora Tuna, between Stora Tuna and any other team. It's grown already. And then you're more looking like 10, 12 minutes back to kind of the 4th, 5th place teams as well. It's where you really want to be looking to. I'm sure we'll see lots of chopping and changing on these final legs as well. Lots of opportunities for a bit of a kind of an impact to be made on the last leg. So this is
Control 4. We're
control
waiting
4.
for Tampere and Pyrintö. Should be here any seconds.
See the time, more
Maybe
like 12 minutes
disappeared
now.
Behind the hill there. You can see one of the runners disappearing there. I've seen that before. Here he comes, back between the hills. This is Fabian Abersold. 11:46 behind. More interesting, maybe the gap then back to the chasing group. There we have Kalevan Rasti, Helsingin Suunnistajat.
It's more than a minute, though, I think, before we see them.
Yeah, Södertälje, Parma, Tyrving. You can see it here on the GPS screen. Yeah, it's about 1.5 minutes left. Minute maybe until they are at control 4.
I got so used to seeing these controls in the dark that I've forgotten what they look like in the lights.
They look the same on the GPS graphic.
Yeah, but not in the picture.
No, of course not.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But obviously we've seen a few people make a mistake on this fourth control. Being both off to the right and off to the left.
But it should be a bit easier now when you have the light back in the forest, because now you should see that yellow hill just behind very much better. So we're waiting now for this big group.
Yep. They're on their way. They've kind of dropped down from the larger hill before it. They're on their way in.
This is Kalevan Rasti.
Yeah, it looks like Kalevan Rasti.
Going behind that hill.
Yeah. Or coming over the hill.
Yeah.
Nearly. This is Thomas Krivda, who's been out on altitude training camp in Flagstaff in America, but back to do some orienteering.
The other teams are doing a mistake here.
They are missing.
Now they get back.
Yeah.
This is Parma, NTNU, Södertälje, Helsingin Suunnistajat.
Yep, Olli
and I think
Uenho.
Tyrving as well, yeah.
So it's a list of who's who. We've got Alexi Rohola, Olli Uenho, Tino Posini, Erik Langedal Breivik, and Matthias Kiberts then in this group. So recap then of this mistake. We saw Kalevan Rasti and Thomas Krivda just go right over the top of that hill and absolutely spike that control. All of the others a little bit too far off to the right, but they noticed pretty immediately, being able to kind of scan the terrain. And so this is the pen as they wait to go out, all remaining runners wait to go out on their courses. A lot of club coaches there. And it is, sun is well and truly up.
And I think that we're very soon going to switch back to the leaders, because we're going to have the next TV control at control 9. And this is the recap of what's happened in between when we were waiting for this chasing group. So we have still Stora Tuna at control 7 in the lead. We have Linnea behind, and we have IFK Göteborg. You can see that it's maybe 2 minutes between Stora Tuna and Linnea. It's approximately a minute between Linnea and IFK Göteborg. And we're going to have the TV control at control 9. So the next control for Emil Svensk going to be the TV control. So far, no mistakes, as much as we could see here for Svensk. No bigger mistakes, at least.
No, but a little bit, maybe again, some hesitation, like just into the control for Riedefeld. You just saw him like stop at 2 moments just before the control itself. And, you know, if you're doing that and you're losing like even just 5 seconds on every control, that really quickly adds up. But yeah, I mean, Svensk just looks in control, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely has the speed, he has the technique. If he continues like this, there's no risk that Riedefeld will get in touch with him again. But I mean, it's quite difficult orienteering. You can do mistakes. We've seen that before at quite many of the controls, also towards the end when you have the slope orienteering. So it's far from over, definitely, because it's only 2 minutes. We've seen far bigger mistakes than that. Magnedalia spent a lot of time on this hill at control 7, I think it was, on the 9th leg. Johan Rynesson missed the TV control with the camera before, so it's not the easiest orienteering out there.
No, it's far from easy, and these are why these guys are the best in the world, because they make it look incredibly easy when it really, really isn't. It's a stupid time in the morning. It's the pressure of this last leg. It's tricky terrain. It's steep. It's rocky, and you've really got to kind of back your speed as well to take routes that maybe in an individual race wouldn't get you the win, but you need to get the win on the relay. You need to go with 0 risks.
And I think the guys now, as they're performing at the moment, I don't think they take any bigger, like any different route choice compared to what they would do on an individual race. Not at this point, at least. Maybe when we get more towards the end, as we have seen Viktor Svensk doing in the 9th leg, when he was really running out that path and not cutting the corner there. I think he would do that on an individual run, but here it just seemed unnecessary. Why to risk anything when you can invest 5 seconds and be totally sure that you're going to have this track up the hill? So I don't think that they change anything in the orienteering style at this point, because it's so much orienteering left, and if you start to invest here already, you might lose those 5 seconds you mentioned before at every control, and then you lose this half minute to the finish, or the 1 minute to the finish. So there we are, back with the chasing group. See that they're still together. So you can switch back, different route choices here. Elias Jonsson staying to the left of the red line. And Riedefeld more executing the route we have seen Emil Svensk taking before. But the time's ticking. My feeling is that it's been 2 minutes already.
So we wait again at the 9th control. And
So
I mean,
definitely it's 2.5 minutes now.
and how much do you think these top teams are like listening to the chat about, who are the favorites, who's in contention, all of those kind of things?
I don't think that
Do they care?
No, I mean, not about the discussions before, who's the favorite and stuff like that.
Yeah, because they know you've got to do the orienteering to make it count.
Yeah, and no one else in the world of orienteering knows their team as good as themselves. So they know if they have a strong team on the start line. It's a bit less of speculation there. Now we got Linné at the control. It's 3 minutes, the gap.
Yeah.
And let's see how big the gap is compared to...
The gap at the
before.
4th control was 2 minutes. It's now 3 minutes.
How big was the gap between Linné and...
It was about 50 seconds.
Okay, it's
I
definitely
think it's
more.
grown.
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, we have these different route choices to control 9.
yeah,
I
I'm
think
not
it was
a fan
about...
of this route choice.
Yeah, the thing is that what we've seen when we had Linné and Stora Tuna on the route from 8 to 9, if you remember it, they took this more right approach. They stayed below the hill, and it looks like you have a very good passage there, 2/3 of the leg, where you can run quite quickly, and then you start heading up into the more detailed area. If you go more to the left, you have these cutting areas. You have to do a lot more work with the map on the way. You have to find kind of the edge of the hill. It's so much more elements you have to consider executing this leg. So I don't think you can keep the same speed on that one.
But we wait though at the control.
Should
Here
be
he
here.
comes.
Yeah. And it's 1.5 minutes. Quite exactly.
So again, not losing. I can't really see these guys losing masses of time. But, well, I don't know. You're not halfway through this leg yet.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about this before, but at the first Swedish league relay, we had Emil Svensk in the lead, and he missed one control, not even the most difficult one, by about 2 minutes. So they can do mistakes, but at the moment it looks very, very good for Stora Tuna. And you can't really see any hesitations. It looks very clear and solid how he's executing it. It looks more confident compared to Linné and IFK.
Yeah, you can see there's flow, there's distinctness in the orienteering as well.
But as closer we get to the finish, the nerves are starting to play. They know about this talk about that it has been, I don't know, was it 60 years?
It was 60 years.
60 years.
Yeah,
Since anniversary.
1964 since was the last time Stora Tuna won Tiomila.
Yeah, and I mean, just to put this in relations, I think I've been writing down when we had the first women's relay in Tiomila. I think it was in 1977.
Yes. Yeah, the women's relay is younger than the last time Stora Tuna won.
Quite much younger.
Yeah, and they've got a few wins in the women's relay and in the youth relay as well.
Definitely. So what we can see here now is
time
that
for the men to catch up. I mean, what?
What you can see now is that Tampere Pyrentu is caught by the chasing group.
Yeah, was there a mistake then from Fabian Abersold, or just the fact that that group behind is moving at such pace? I mean, looks like Helsing and Sundstad there. That's Olli Janho on kind of pushing that group.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of a mix. If you look at the route, Tampere Pyrentu has been taking up to the 7th control. It's not as good as the other routes, and as you mentioned before, it's just adding up a little bit. Doesn't need to be a very big mistake. You have the fact that you have very, very strong orienteers together in the group there as well, pushing from behind. So it's quite hard to defend this position.
And I tell you what, it's time Olli Janho had some luck on a relay, because I think it was when he was doing a Finnish Relay League, he fell and bashed his shoulder. He had to have surgery on his shoulder, kind of put him out for the rest of the season. He was rehabbing most of the way through the winter.
I mean, don't jinx it. He's not in the finish yet.
You can't hear me.
That doesn't. I mean, that doesn't mean
that doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, exactly. So back with the leader. This is control 15. We've seen that one before on the night leg. And we are waiting for Emil Svensk, and here he comes.
And this is like really characteristic of this kind of more southern parts. These like long crags, these cliffs as well, and big parts of rock that you just can't see behind. And look, he looks.
Yeah, now you can see that there's it's unfolding the map. It's a long leg to the next control.
And he has time to make this choice. Of course, he has no idea how far the others are behind him. He'll know he's had a good run, but he's probably thinking, well, I've been careful and I've been maybe not running 100%, but maybe easing off.
I think he's quite confident with his speed, and he knows that if the others did a good race, they're not that much closer. He knows about the gap of 2 minutes he had when he was running out. I'm quite sure about that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he is calculating with 2 minutes still in his head.
Yeah, I think, and I think he should. And I think you know, he's evidently had a great winter. I think sometimes when you're not feeling very fit, you feel like you have to run 100%, otherwise they're all going to catch you. Whereas if you have confidence in your physical ability, you're like, no, I don't even need to run 100%, and I'm going to be running faster than these guys.
Yeah, but I think he is trying to run 100% here in this bit. I don't think he's like slowing down the speed purposely. Because sometimes there's a
you
risk
slow
as
down
well.
that you can't orienteer properly, right?
Yeah, it's kind of a different. Then it's hard with kind of get a feeling for the distance if you're not running full speed. It's also a risk that you kind of.
Sometimes your mind can wander as well.
Yeah,
actually,
exactly.
if you're
That you're not as
completely
focused
on it.
anymore.
Mm.
But interesting behind, I think that the gap between Linné and Jevko keeps on growing. It was, I would say, yeah. But how much was it before? 2 minutes?
Oh, it had grown to like a minute and a half. Yeah, it had grown to a minute and a half.
So I think it's almost 2 minutes now. Let me see. It was a minute and a half. Yeah. It's definitely more than 1.5 minutes. No problems at this forking at 13 for Riedefeld. So now we are waiting for the next team to come here. We are waiting for Riedefeld. At the same time, I can tell you that we just had Gustav Bergman leaving the arena. So quite far behind. They had struggles on, was it already the first leg?
Yeah, it was the first leg, and they were very soon, like 16 minutes down. So hard to come back as a club from that, even if you have some quality runners, and they do have quality runners.
But we are waiting now for Linné. Should appear here in just a few seconds, I guess. I think I can hear something. Someone.
No, that's just the birds.
No.
Oh, no. Yeah, but you have an eye on the GPS tracking as well.
I don't.
Yeah, you do. Okay, so this is a control before a really big long leg. Let's see
Gap is
how
up to
prepared.
4 minutes now. Another minute added to that.
Yeah, it's like a minute at every
Yeah.
TV control. Okay, so we've already had Tampa Imprinter caught. So this group here together are from 4th onwards. But Sodatelli and Nick Van and Tine Polsini drops, though, from this group. After seeing the club so kind of dominant and forward in that group. This may be a mistake there.
Waiting now for Elias Jonsson for Göteborg.
Yeah,
Don't know if they,
this
they
is
should
15th.
manage to get here, or he should manage to get here just before we're gonna switch back to the 9th control and the chasing group appearing there. So now I can hear him again. Here he comes. The gap was 132 at the second TV control compared to Linné. Now it's 137. So quite equal still, but also he lost 1 more minute compared to Stora Tuna. And now we could switch back to the other TV control because we have the whole group coming there. Yeah, just missed them. But back with some GPS, you can see no problems at all for Emil Svensk so far on this long route between 15 and 16. And it's kind of a similar route that we had on the 9th leg. You can stay close to the red line. Good runnability almost all the way.
Yeah, pretty flat as well. And then you cross the road, it changes from the bigger hills to those much smaller hills. But yeah, through the 9th control, we can see the order was, so 4th place, Entenui, Erik Langedal Breivik, then Helsingin Sinestiat, Olle Jönho, Calvin Rasti with Thomas Krivda, Terving with Mattis Kibberts, Tampering Purinta with Fabian Abersold, and MS Palmer with Axeli Ruhola. Those were the teams from 4th to 9th.
We can say that MS Palma actually is 1 minute behind that group, approximately.
Yeah, and you can see this in that reflected in the tracking now, that 1 minute gap, and then these two groups splitting again as they go into the forking. Pretty even split there. But Entenui with Erik Langedal Breivik maybe just pushing off the front of that pack
And I
slightly.
think actually at this 10th control it's a bit quicker to have the D option, but then of course at the 11th it's a bit further to go. And you have to take a few more steps through the green. But you can see now as well that Entenui getting a bit of gap here compared to Turving and Tampere Pyrintö. Also compared to Kalvan Rasti Helsingin Sunistajat. So good section here from 9 to 11 by Erik Langedal Breivik, and switching back to the leader. Switching back to Stora Tuna, you can see that he now reached this street and the gap is massive. I mean, it looks more extreme if you have it stretched like this.
Yeah, when they're going
it's
a bit
still
quicker.
About 4 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, if not more. I mean, the next TV control, I think, is number 19, and it could be another minute by the time he gets there. A few more controls to go. It's like you're nearly on the home stretch of this leg, or we're nearly on the home stretch of this relay, and then there's just a few more controls diverted around to go. But again, pretty much all three of these teams just in control here.
Yeah, and running exactly the same route, even though I have to admit that there are not that many options.
No, there's not any like big or even small paths to go out to on this long leg, to be honest. It's actually really all about those micro route choices.
And back in this chasing group, you can see that Kalvan Rasti, Tampere Pyrintö, and Helsingin Sunistajat kind of are together chasing Entenui now.
Or trying to hold on to Entenui. Erik Langedal
No,
Breivik just like going ahead.
Yeah, now I think I have to say that they start chasing him again.
Yeah.
Not really together anymore.
No. You see all the runners on the screen now were at one point all quite close together, but we had Södertälje dropping off the back, MS Palmer dropping off as well, and Tenui gaining a bit of a gap at the front, and so this is going to be for helping to sort out those final places, as they are about halfway through, or maybe more than halfway through this leg now. As the sun comes up over these rocky hills, it's especially beautiful out there in this forest. I think we said towards the start of the broadcast, you know, the spots for like the controls have not been picked because they're especially pretty. Like you literally could just chuck a camera into the forest anywhere and it's going to look great. And just in front of us, you can see lots more athletes warming up for their respective legs, and of course, the results system here is really good to be able to kind of track your runner, track your team's progress as well through the results. Means you can be ready to go on time. Hopefully there won't be too many missed changeovers. But again, we have a couple of forkings here.
And then Tenui now getting closer and closer to 14. Remember that we have the TV control at 15, so in about a minute or a bit less even, we're gonna have Erik Nangedal Breivik showing up there. And then we get to know about the gap he has compared to the other teams behind. So here we are at the control. You can see that we had 3 teams at this point of the relay. Stora Tuna in the lead, 4 minutes ahead of Okolinje, and 5:37 ahead of IFK Göteborg. And so we are waiting now for the 4th team, the winners from last year.
Yep, should be Erik Nangedal Breivik to be the first one up through this gap. Here he is. Just climbing here, and I wonder if he's already, in fact, I think you can see him kind of turn the map over, just maybe looking ahead to this long leg. You can see how he's folding it up, doing different parts of the map. And he's made a good kind of attacking midsection of this race to be able to take a gap. So the time we're looking at then, plus 14:07, and the key thing is then, what is the gap back to the rest of the field?
I can hear them coming here.
I can hear them too.
Was it Helsingin Sunnistad?
Yeah, I think it was Olli Jönho on the right of picture, maybe.
Waiting also for Kalavan Rasti, Turving,
I think that was a different athlete.
Yeah, must have been.
Should be here really soon.
Here he is.
Yep, this is Olli Jönho, Helsingin Sunnistad, followed by Kalavan Rasti, followed by, is that Turving, there's Mattias Kiberts there.
And Tampere Pyrinter.
Yeah, Fabian Abersold, Swiss teammates there.
So, IFK Göteborg, but it's not the right leg, is it?
No, it should be 61 if it's their second team. And again, this is not the first team from OK Ravinen.
I can say definitely 2 different approaches now. So take here Axel Ruohola, MS Parma, split time into 9th position. We can say that definitely different approaches to control 16 from NTNUE compared to the chasing group. Chasing group decides to keep a bit to the left of the red line, whereas we have NTNUE going a bit more to the right, just when leaving the control. And And switching back now to the lead of the competition, to the leader, Stora Tuna, waiting at control 19. The next TV control is punched 18, on the way now to this TV control. Kind of lost his GPS device on the way. Now it got back. Again, halfway there. Should be at the control in about a minute. Here we are.
Yeah, this is it. Number 19. 10.2 kilometers.
I could hear the spotter.
Yeah. Here he
Here
comes.
he comes.
And I tell you what, he was a bit off the red line, quite a bit off the red line, but it's not.
But
I
I
don't
think it
really
was on
think it's
purpose.
a mistake. Yeah, again, he just looks super in control. I mean, and if Emil Svensk is looking like this at this point, really, what really for these international runners is very early in the season. I mean, he's just evidently had a fantastic winter. You can see he's actually got a small head torch there, for maybe for reading the map.
Yeah, especially
In
in
the
the
dark-
green,
in the green section.
areas, yeah, which you don't have that many of.
No. But they do exist. There's a few of them.
So this is the replay of Svensk approaching control 16 first. No problems at all. You could see that he was choosing to take this small passage between the hills, then going to the marsh and take the big crack up to 16, kind of going around this big crack also to 17. That's guiding him into the direction of the control. And here, that's very sad that he had bad direction. I think he was avoiding that hill just after control 18, rounding this one, then again heading towards this crack just before the open area, going there between this small kind of handmade tower or man-made tower and the crack, and then got good direction into the control 19, the TV control. You can see a slightly different approach there behind by Alvin Riedefeld. He chose to go all the way over the hill to control 17.
And so we look further back in the field, we see them split up then on this longer leg. And actually, I still think it's advantage Nynäshamn. This is just really
I even
good.
think that it opens up a bit again for MS Parma and actually Ruohola to maybe get back into the group, because now they have to kind of round this forbidden area if they're not going all the way around, but that seems quite extreme to do. Can't imagine that, so I think they will just round this forbidden area, then head a bit more to the east again, and end up on the small path where Nynäshamn is at the moment.
And if I look back at the previous TV controls, number 15, Emil Svensk, in terms of the leg time, he is a minute quicker than Erik Langedal Breivik, who then again is a good 30 seconds ahead of Thomas Krivda. And I think that's only growing then back to the rest of the field as well. So certainly Emil Svensk and Erik Langedal Breivik having the best runs of the field on this last leg.
And Svensk now approaching the 20th control, still online.
And there's one more, I think, maybe one more TV control to go before the last one. Yeah, maybe see him at control 22 before the arena as well.
And I mean, this we've seen this kind of a similar leg on the 9th one, where we had this small mistake by Linné and IFK Göteborg. Is he having the control yet?
I don't know. That's a good question. This is the most hesitation we've seen from Emil Svensk so far.
Yeah, the question is if it is a hesitation or if it just...
Maybe it's a small mistake.
around because I think, I mean, here you can just go direction and then you try to get this crack. No, I think he was going to go up on the hill there, trying to get a good overview in order to spot that crack on the way. Here he is.
Yep, so we can catch up with him on the running cameras. This is, he's approaching control number 21 on this last leg at 12.7 kilometers of orienteering ultimately. Taking the tops of these hills and on his way to his next control. So there we go, drops down straight on top of it, absolutely spiked. And then out towards the next one, which I think is where we get another time check. Here is Riedefeld for Linné in the second place. And
see
approaching
the gap now, almost 5 minutes.
So you can see crossing the Feld area and then approaching this 19th control. And that's what I said again. I said next TV control is going to add another minute to the gap. It's gone from 4 minutes, it's now over 5 minutes.
Also stayed a bit closer to the red line from 18 to 19. We remember that Svensk a bit more around between this man-made tower and the crack. And 5:08 the gap now. And still we couldn't spot any mistake by Stora Tuna and Emil Svensk, and not that many control to go for him. Actually, we're gonna have a TV control at control 22, so he's gonna be there in about 30 seconds.
But we're kind of looking over towards the Feld area to see the third place team. Looking for
It's gonna show up very soon as well. Don't know if who we get first. Yeah, I think we're gonna see at least spot Elias Jonsson here before we switch over to control 22. Here he is.
Oh, yep. Good spots. The blue and white stripes crossing over very much further left compared to everybody else. Say everybody else is 2 other runners. It's not a good sample size.
But it is one.
Yeah, it's a rubbish one.
So now we actually have Stora Tuna at control 22. And from here it's 1, 2, 3, 4 controls to go, and 2 of them are the pre-warning and the last control.
So it was been about kind of a minute and a half, give or take, maybe a minute 40 between second and third place. It's now grown to 2 minutes, but it is still a very comfortable third place here for IFK Göteborg. The fourth is a long old way back. But Nynäshamn actually in that 4th place.
And I think that was actually control 22.
Yep.
Or maybe are we waiting at 23 now? I think we are waiting with the running cam at 23. So here we have him coming down to this 23rd control. It's 3 controls to go from here. 2 of them very, very easy to find. So it's very, very likely now that we're gonna see the first victory of Stora Tuna in 60 years.
In 60 years, what a gap between the last win. And I think, you know, there has been chat beforehand about how strong this team was, especially as these kind of Svensk brothers get more and more experience. Obviously, Emil incredibly experienced, but the younger brothers as well, getting more and more terrain under their belt, more experience, these big competitions. And yeah, it's
And
really
I mean,
cool
they've
to
been
see.
struggling, especially with the depth when it came to this, to Tiomila compared to Jukla, when you only have 7 runners, you could fill it up. You can almost make a svensk only team then with 7 runners. But now they got some more runners into the team and performing very well. I think as well that it might have suited them that we had a bit shorter legs. So if you don't have that depth in your team compared to other teams, maybe, then of course you prefer to have shorter legs. But I don't think they would have needed that today. They performed on such a high level throughout the competition. Struggled a little bit in the beginning of the relay, but then got back on the long nights.
So,
this is Riedefeld.
So can be behind the leading team and the second place team here on our split screen as Riedefeld just drops into that control. But look how this forest has opened up, and it is all Emil Svensk to play with here, because he has only got a couple of more controls to go. One real proper orienteering control, which is the other side of this hill, and then the last sections, the last meters in towards the finish. And I'm just looking out to see if I can see any teammates like ready
or
waiting
the 2
for him.
supporters we have spotted earlier here. They should gather around the run-in and the last control now, because it's not far to go for Stora Tuna and Emil Svensk. Just has to drop down this hill in order to get control 24. Then he has to cross the open field towards the pre-warning. And then there's just the last control left for Stora Tuna to go. He's perfectly on direction right now.
Yeah, he's absolutely spot on. Don't know if we've already... Yeah, he should be heading straight for this control. There it is. Oh, absolutely spiked. That is how to do it, people. And as you said, down now towards the track, down now towards the field.
You can see the open area just in front of him.
Yeah, you can use that as such a beacon then ahead of you.
And from here, actually, the orienteering part is over. It's just running left towards the finish. There's no doubt anymore that we're gonna have a new winner here compared to last year. It's gonna be all yellow and black. It's gonna be Stora Tuna.
Yeah, and we thought this competition was going to make history with these first time we've had these women's legs in the dark, in the night time. But history being made here for Stora Tuna, their second ever win on Tiomila, 60 years after their first. But we've still got, I guess, they don't award medals in the same way, but those medal positions, those podium positions, it's still this third place here for IFK Göteborg, who are at one point leading this relay as well.
It's not so much drama in the competition right now. We have Stora Tuna, Emil Svensk here, the very last meters. He can start preparing his celebration. He is already celebrating here.
Yeah, and he absolutely should, because he is 5 whole minutes ahead on this relay.
Yeah,
he can just take a little walk here.
I mean, he could
really
walk back here without any problems. So the whole team here starting yesterday evening or late afternoon. Anton Sjöqvist on the first leg, Ville Johansson second leg, Henrik Petrisi third leg. Long night then restart, Joakim Svensk, Anton Forsberg, Olle Kallered, Jesper Svensk, Henrik Johannesson, Viktor Svensk, and now here Emil Svensk. And you can see the whole team waiting there on the stand, coming down with golden hats. They were prepared. They were very well prepared for this.
Yeah, they were being talked as amongst the favourites, and they've shown exactly why here, and they can celebrate together. Oh, there's a hat on top of a hat there as well. This is fantastic to see the whole team together to celebrate, and we've seen spectators rush over to this final section as well to cheer them in, cheer them all the way up the run-in. They're going to take the garland. It's going to be put round the neck of the final leg runner of Emil Svensk, and the team of 10 here going to take a very historic victory.
Maybe the biggest struggle they had today.
That is the biggest struggle they had today. What a team performance. You felt like it has been coming for a while. They've improved from 5th last year, and Stora Tuna take the Tiomila victory in the men's relay. I mean, they were always in it. So if you kind of look behind, like they were never more than
they were a bit
3
behind in the
minutes
beginning.
behind, but they're never more than 3 minutes, 3.5, 4 minutes behind.
And I mean, we knew that from the beginning that they have a very strong runner on the long night as well. So now just waiting for the download of the Sporty Damned, and now they got it confirmed. As I was into, I mean, we knew that they have a strong runner on the long night, and I mean, you can run just with a bit more confidence if you don't have to have perfect runs on the first 3. Then it was daylight again as well, so the risk that you would lose a lot of time in the beginning wasn't as big as in earlier years, and they, as you mentioned, 3 minutes, biggest amount of time they were behind the leaders. That's very impressive, very good performed. And I mean, we're not even close to having the second team to the finish yet.
No, these guys can
they could give the interview just before next team is coming.
It could, to be honest. Okay, so we've got second and third place quite sewn up, and this looks like it will probably be 4th place then. Erik Langedal Breivik punching there at the 10.2 kilometer mark, the 19th control, I think. Oh, but he needs to make sure he gets the exit there correct.
A bit more than a minute ahead of the chasing group still. 1:20, I would guess. Here we have some replay. You can see Linné, you can see IFK Göteborg punching the 16th control. Then we had the group splitting up here. MS Parma getting back, different route choices here. They're going all the way around. Helsingin Sunistajat and Kalevandrasti. Actually not a bad choice. It seemed too extreme when I was looking at it, but they could push very hard on that leg. But all of them together again in this reformed group now with MS Parma, Axel Ruohola included in it as well. But we are waiting here for Linné.
Yeah, because he just stopped there on the top of the hill.
A few meters away from the control.
This is the one that, here we go. This is the one that Emil Svensk absolutely was spot on direction to.
Yeah, we could see him here on the last meters of orienteering of this course, because now he is entering this transportation bit towards the finish, towards the pre-warning and the last control as well.
Yeah, fairly simple section of running here. And he's not going to know that he's got a comfortable position. Well, I mean, he's not seen anybody this whole time, so he's got a good guess, and he knows he hasn't made too many mistakes.
This is the
Here's
group.
this chasing group, all
no
stopped.
one taking the initiative.
No.
Notice and the marathon runner in front.
I was going to say, there isn't even there's much route choice here to do, but I guess are they all kind of
they're
psyching?
splitting up now.
They are actually.
Different routes.
Are they all trying to psych each other out? They're all trying
there is a route choice. You can go to the left or to the
Yeah.
right. You can see Yantian goes to the right, entering the streets.
And is it at this point they're all looking around each other going, oh, I'd quite like to beat you on a run-in, or maybe I need to take a risk with my orienteering?
No one wanted to take the first step just to see what the others are doing. But in the end, they split up anyway, so it's maybe a lot of show for quite little outcome. We'll see.
Anyway, we can take Linné in towards the finish. The team from Uppsala are heading towards the final stage, the last control and the finish line for this team of 10. And again, this team were further down, I think, at the start, and then they've managed to catch up because they were
they were actually not far down. They were far down after leg 6.
Yeah, they were 6 minutes down.
Yeah, but before they were never more than 26 seconds behind, so very good relay performed here by Ritu Ecker, Rasmus Möllries, Oskar Spets Storhov, Milos Nykodum, David Lingfors, Cornelius Kristad Löfalt, Rasmus Andersson, Luca Bassi, Oskar Hagström and Albin Ridefelt.
Yeah, and the whole team there with the flag as well to upgrade one position compared to last year.
A bit of struggle there for Luca Basira, having a solid running style to the finish.
And again, I think some happy faces there.
Yeah, I mean, this one is easier to take than compared to the second place at Jukkola, because here they were not really in the fight for the golds at any time in the at the last leg here. Interesting, the fight behind as well. The two groups split up. I think they will get together again. Tyrving, Kalvandrasti, Helsingin Sunistajat, and all the others. Here we have IFK Göteborg.
Yeah, this is the third place team. At one point they were leading this relay, but they're very, very comfortable third place here. And it is Elias Jonsson going to bring them home, having been a transfer this year, transferred from NTNUI to IFK Göteborg. So actually, I guess a demotion in terms of the positions for him. But look, great to see the team kind of celebrating together and supporting each other, and, you know, people saying a few good words together, and, you know, trying to remember this moment as well, and letting it motivate them when you get to Jukkola and also when you get to the next season as well. Let's take IFK Göteborg through towards the finish then. Here is the third place team.
Let's take the whole team there as well. Håvard Sandstad Eidsman the first leg, Filip Ossiansson, Ludvig Ek, Fredrik Backman, Vegard Kittelsen, Johan Högstrand, Gunther Mulli, Max Peter Beimer, Kasper Fosser, and here last leg runner to the finish, Elias Jonsson, taking IFK Göteborg into third position.
Lots of congrats from the incoming runners as well, and just again big smiles on the team here. A huge improvement from their 14th place last year. This is kind of what we'd expect from this team. They were definitely amongst the favorites when we were looking through the runners and riders at the start of this broadcast, at the start of this race, and rewarded with a third place then here as they all come up the run-in together. And the Tiomila for IFK Göteborg is over with the punch of the finish. Well done to the whole team.
Next team, I think we have a TV controller 22, right?
No, not really.
That's the running cam then.
Yeah. We don't have a radio control.
Supergrattis till Emil och till hela Stora Tuna.
Ja, tack så jättemycket.
Because we have NTNUI right now at control 22, still about 1.5 minutes ahead of Helsingin Sunistajat, Kalvandrasti, Tyrving, and Tampere Pyrintö. Actually, Ruola dropping a little bit behind here. Say 20 seconds maybe.
Yeah, they probably noticed that they've let NTNUI get ahead.
But it will be very hard for this group to get in contact again with NTNUI.
Running out of course. Now they've got I thought they were going to try and line up in order, but no. They're putting Elias Jonsson into the middle of this group, this third place team.
Det kanske så man ska börja springa nu på äldre dagar. Just det, så det blir Stora Tuna nu då, 60 år sedan senast. Återigen tar den här segern.
Again, some big smiles, some exhausted faces as well. That's a tough old last leg, and on not much sleep as well.
So this is the replay. That's the kind of waiting game they had at Control 19. Then they split it up behind the NTNUI group into two different route choices. You can see Tyrving going more straight. Tampere Pyrintö, Helsingin Sunistajat, Kalvandrasti going around. They got together again at 20. Can also see that the gap up to NTNUI is still around 120, 130. And as you said before, they're running out of course. 23, it's only 24 left as a Norwegian Touring control. And I mean, interesting a little bit to follow this chasing group. We're talking about the fact that Kibbutz mostly was focusing on running. He was gonna get the chance from 24 to the finish to play it out. I don't know how explosive he is though in his running style, because now he's been focusing on running consistently over 42 kilometers. Definitely going to be interesting. You can see here as well that MS Parma and Axel Ruola dropped a little bit behind. Again, they had the chance to get back into this group on the way to the 16th control, when they had quite a smart route choice compared to the rest of or most of the others in the group. So now we only have this last hill in the way between the 4th position and NTNUI.
And actually, there's more. It's only a couple of contours of climb, and then
it's quite
a few more contours descent. Although there's a few Form 9 contours in there as well, makes it look a bit bigger than it is.
This yellow hill he's on right now is very good runnability, and then you get kind of a re-entrant there on the other side. There's a control at this stone. The next one he is going to reach. You can also see that they split it up behind. Tyrving, Tampere and Pyrintu taking a bit of the bigger roads there. But still together more or less. And now, very soon, we have NTNUI at 24, has to drop a few more meters.
Yeah, just being really careful into there, but going to be bang on money.
Now it seems that we have Tampere and Pyrintu maybe staying on the path a little bit longer. Seems as if they feel the need to try something. Fabian Abersold, is he going all the way around?
Well, it would be
extreme.
A Swiss route.
Yeah, I mean, Kibbutz is also Swiss. He's not doing it.
Yeah, but maybe
and he's a marathon runner.
But he's more experienced.
Yeah, I think that's extreme.
And
also considering
he will back his sprint finish. Can you have a sprint finish on a marathon? Yeah.
Yeah, but that was what I was talking about
Yeah,
before. I don't know how
explosive?
explosive he is. But
Well, we're going to find out very soon.
Talking about explosive, my guess would have been that Abersold just staying in the group and then trying to sprint everyone down in the last meters, because he definitely is explosive. But let's take NTNUI to the finish first. Erik Langedal Breivik was able to get away from the group quite early into this last leg.
And again, really, they've just been in this leading group the whole time, and not quite doing exactly the same as what they did last year.
But like, it was a little bit what we were talking about before. It's that compared to other teams, they have an incredible depth in the team,
the
but
numbers, yeah.
Maybe not the absolute world runners on the last three. I mean, Breivik did a very good job here on the last leg. Also, the others did a good job.
But no, the 8th and the 9th. Yeah, that's maybe where they've lost it here. I say lost it, they're still 4th. And the team are here.
Here he is.
Hey, you can hear the cheer go up as they see their runner come in. Hey. Maybe he doesn't know exactly what position he's in.
No, you never know when you're running for NTNUI because it sounds the same, no matter what position you're on.
He's
asking
4th?
what position.
4th?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's fourth, but great result again for the team. And if we
got another team member to the right there.
And if
So
if we remember, it was also they've lost 4 members of their team compared to last year. Now we see what a sprint finish Matthias Kiberts has compared to Olli Jönho, 2 incredible world-class athletes. And does he take are going to have a sprint finish here.
They were able to push away from the others on this running section here. So Nynäshamn to the finish.
Yeah, they're going to take 4th.
That's no question. But who is going to be in 5th? Is it Helsingin Suunnistajat? Is it Tyrving? Is it Kalevander Rasti? They were going to show up very, very soon at the last control.
Who's going to come around this corner? Here's Matthias Kiberts.
How explosive is he?
Oh my goodness me, this is a sprint here. And you got the power, the build of Olli Jönho versus the marathon endurance of Kiberts. And you can see he's lost that explosiveness on his way to going almost definitely to being at the Olympics, though. It's going to be at the cost of 1 place for Tyrving, but Helsingin Suunnistajat, Olli Jönho, you can see he's such a built runner as well, and he's just got that power there. You can see Matthias Kiberts giving it up there at the last
smile on the face.
files. But I mean, this man on the right here, he's almost definitely going to be running a marathon at the Paris Olympic Games in July, August. I mean, that's an incredible achievement. So Tyrving into 6th, Helsingin Suunnistajat was into 5th. Kalevander Rasti, we kind of missed there in the picture, into 7th place. Here's Tamperin Purunta, this will be 8th place, and Fabian Absold trying to do something different. I'm not sure what on this last leg. It was not worth doing at all, because he's got a good sprint finish.
I mean, he's a good finisher. He did a good job on the last leg, but honestly, putting him on the last leg, for me as a coach, the tactics is clear. Having him in a group on the last meters, don't do anything. Don't leave the group. Keep there. You are fast.
The end. Yeah.
He could have been. Yeah, you can see it. He's not satisfied with that finish.
MS Palmer here as well. Akseli Ruhola in towards the finish line as well. Nearly rounding off this top 10. So next teams, we've got Halden, we've got Södertälje Nickvan, we've got Ikalista Nyseva Voima, we've got Malung, we've got Kuve. And that I think is the inexperience showing through. Still a very young runner. Even though he's run this last leg in this position before, like in a similar position, in a pressure position.
I see, it's so stupid. So stupid.
Yeah, he will be beating himself up.
I mean, given the fact that this guy here hasn't been in the forest for almost 4 months, it's quite a solid performance. He wasn't very active in the group though, but I mean, it wasn't his job either. Didn't expect him to do so.
No, I mean, everybody knows like Kiberts' position coming into here. I think it's great the fact that he's willing to take the risk on an Olympic year and do this orienteering, something that he absolutely loves to do, and living his best life. You're trying to eavesdrop?
Yeah, but I couldn't catch any of the things they sent. So there's quite a gap now to the next team. We have at control 22 Halden and Södertälje. And then, about half a minute behind Ikalisten and another minute behind Malung. Happy Helsingin Suunnistajat.
Bra stämning bland lagen som har kommit i mål och placerat sig bland de 10 bästa.
Immediate team debrief then here at the changeover zone.
Handels Lo och Mikaelisten Nosva Voima har ja, vi ska höra med Henrik Eivind Langedal Breivik. Han gjorde
It's like a little, like a football banner.
Yeah, keeping up that colors, the green, blue and white Helsingin Sunis diet. And I said it before, we're waiting now for Halden, Södertälje, Ica-listen. The Halden and Södertälje almost together at 23. It's about half a minute down to Ica-listen. So they are now on this leg to the control just before the open field and the pre-warning.
Oh, and it just starts to rain. Not very heavy.
No, but it was predicted a little bit of rain this morning. But it's kind of strange because at the same time you can see kind of the sun as well. Yeah, now all the runners leave the finish area quite quickly.
Yeah, makes sense.
Vi säger stort grattis till NTM på fjärdeplatsen och ett grymt lopp, Erik Langedal Breivik. Tusen tack.
Yeah, I think Fabian Abersol tried to explain there what happened in the end. It doesn't seem that anyone in the team is angry on him anyway on trying. I mean, he should get a little bit credit for trying, but just given the his skills as a last leg runner, it's.
He doesn't need to avoid a sprint finish.
He
is what I'm
did
saying.
everything right until what I expected would be the very easy bit for him came in the very end of the finish. I mean, he was in perfect position for that sprint.
Presumably, he just was feeling quite rubbish at the end of the course.
Or really good, so he thought he could run around and still be quicker than the others. I mean, I don't know. He was very fast even when he came alone, so I can't imagine that he felt tired. But interesting now, because we see on the GPS, we were talking about it before, Halden, Södertälje and Ica-listen, all a bit...
They've really split up, haven't they?
Different routes. Still expect Halden to be here first. And now actually Södertälje is going on this Abersol special as well. Not really from the same starting position, but heading a bit around. It should be faster for Halden if they get the control without any problems. So they are on the top of the hill right now. I'm doing some radio here for you at home. Södertälje on this path all the way around. Actually, if there is a little bit of hesitation from Halden's side towards control 24, then there's a chance, but
no, I think
really be.
Södertälje and Nick trying to do the Fabian Abersol route, and that's just not working.
Yeah, but it wasn't really exactly the same because
no,
they came from this Ica-listen way.
Det kändes lite som att det var ett mentalt spel där ute. Vi kunde se att det nästan stannade upp i vissa kontroller, att det var ingen som riktigt ville ta kommandot. Hur var det?
Ja, det var kluriga vägval. Det var svårt att veta vilket vägval som skulle vara snabbast. Så jag tror det var därför att för det är möjligt att tappa liksom 20-30 sekunder i den här terrängen. Jag ska väck bara, det behöver inte ens vara någon jättelång sträcka.
En femteplats för Helsingin Sonis där. Hur värderar ni det?
Ja, men det är stabilt. Det är bästa placeringen på Tiomila nu de senaste åren med det här laget. Men det är klart att vi är sugen på lite mer på Jukkola i mitten på juni.
Elias är i upploppet och de kommer att greja topp 10 med Timo Santanini, Kovar Vedege, Martin Rodney, Alvaro Castedo, Casado Gomez, Elias Bäckman Ekvall, Viktor Wassén, Aro Aho, Nils Christian Hellerud, Manuel Berg och VM Elias Hallenskidsen. Mästaren i Tiomila blir 10:e lag. The club who has won the most times in Tiomila is the last top 10 finisher here. The French finisher Guillaume Elias heading into 10th place. Och då ska det vara Södertälje Nykvarn och schweizaren Porsini som kommer här. Södertälje Nykvarn, number 11, det är Mikael Olenik, Florian Freuler, Johan Iberg, Jesper Sjöblom, Kent Olsson, Fredrik Grahn, Johan Erik Larsson, Erik Börjeskog, Mattias Peter och Timo Porsini. Den kommer italisten Noseva Voima, han behöver en liten läkare, han röjer från ansikten, men det ser inte ut som en stor fara. Italisten Noseva Voima Tolle, lähtenummer och Kakskemetanelja. Ja, lite blodigt ska det väl vara när man har sprungit sista sträckan i Tiomila. Då blir de 12:e laget och Savolainen. Då ska Malung in på en 13:e plats. Martin Hammarberg, Richard Bennison och Oskar Sandberg. Det blir nummer 13, skogsmålarna från Dalarna. Who is preparing for the Olympic Games in Paris?
Jonas Färtz och Katrin.
Mattias Kebolts för tävling som jag tror är rätt så nöjda med en 6:e plats, Mårten.
Yes, 6th place for Tyrving this year. What do you think about that, Mattias Kebolts?
Really have to say, they're like empty starting spots, and it's a hitting course, so I race a bit more players than maybe other guys, and be fast in the end, and catch some guys after the climb, but we'll see where they will lead to. Good luck in Paris. Thank you, Mattias Gultz. och förbereder sig då inför olympiska spelen på var den orienterare som representerar i OS i Paris i år. Ja, det är kul.
Och i mål har vi KV från Tampere, utan nummerlapp är Daniel Vandas på en 14:e plats. KV 14 place, half an hour behind. KV Tampere och Nelia Toista. KV Tampere.
Börjar det regna bort här? Ja, det gör ju det, så att vi tänkte försöka söka lite skydd här. Jag får på sådana regnar. Det ser väldigt ljust ut i horisonten, men ja, blickar man åt andra hållet så är det nästan mörker. Men ja, vi tror väl att det här är tillfälligt och det snart gå över när vi börjar ladda om för damstarten då. Jaktstarten om 35 minuter bort bara nu.
Ja, det är det. Då har vi 4 sträckor kvar och den första är ju rätt lång. 10 kilometer då. Den längsta sträckan ska vi börja med i jaktstarten här. Vi har bara fått in 14 år i herrarnas stafett. Jobba lag. Vi väntar på fler. Det kommer att ta lite tid innan vår nästa lag ser ut.
Okej. Okej. Ja, tack.
Ja, så småningom på flera lag in mot mål här. 14 lag alltså i mål på det senaste. Och Stora Tuna årets segrare. Det är Motsjö på väg där fram mot den 22:a kontrollen. Tillsammans med Kåre där. Göteborgs andra lag som skuttar strax bak och på väg upp mot den 22:a kontrollen.
No ei, kyllä mä olin vaan sen verran haastava ja reitinvalinta, että tässä maastossa niin voi olla selviä kierroja. Täällä niin on kiinni
Och Region Sävedalen finns med där. Men de har lite olika styrning på sina vägval där i Region Sävedalen och minuter då på den sista sträckan. Ja, senast Stora Tuna vann år 1964 så var det alltså inte så här med en målplats utan man bussades runt mellan olika ställen där man skötte växlarna på vägen. Vi kan höra av Nils-Olof Åsman som vi intervjuade tidigare här idag. Publikplats under natten. Så vi ser ett helt annat Tiomila. Man kastade mynt istället för att stämpla i kontrollerna. Så man räknar mynten efteråt. Lag som inte fanns i den här mynten i kontrollen man hade varit i. Så hade man en fickan full med mynt som skulle läggas i växeln. Lite annat än idag nu när Stora Tuna återigen då vinner vunnit av kraven flera gånger däremellan. Så har en domkoll efter det här. Helt nytt är ju att det är 6 sträckor nu för damerna. Vi har redan avverkat 2 under natten. Nu ska man göra då en jaktstart som man gjorde på långa natten. Och då ska man gå ut på den långa sträckan som är 10,1 kilometer. Och där är det väl ingen gappning heller. Sedan har vi en 5,6 kilometer, en 6 kilometer och den sista sträckan är 7,4. Det kan hända väldigt mycket i domklassen utöver dagen här. Ja, det är Göteborg som vi kommer skicka ut allra först där klockan 07.00. Malin Hagerig Kristiansson som går ut i täten för gårdsdagen bara 2 sekunder före MTM. Då ska vi väl säga det vi sa på herrarna. De ska vara 10 minuter innan. Så passar de upp och sen går de fram 5 minuter före start. Ja, precis. Var det i tiden? Ja, men precis. För det är många som ska på korttid där, så det kommer vara intensivt i starten när vi börjar skicka iväg klockan 07.00. Det är alltså det vita tätet med en annan fotbollsplanen där i jaktstarten. Ja, det är ganska precis 30 minuter kvar till nu. Vi väntar alltså, vi har bara 14 lag som kommer till. Ser vi att den 24 kontrollen och lagen är väntar på så skiljs de åt här. Kimoko tar ett högerläggal och Kåre håller ett vänsterläggal. I Göteborg vi håller väl på att bli det bästa andra laget i filmen. Ja, det ser ju så ut. Första laget i år slutade på en 3:e plats efter Tuna och Poloné som är på andra platsen. Ja, kommer de tillsammans där igen då snart så Kåre och Kimoko. Ja, vi får in där. Kåre håller ner vänster. Man tar den där höjden från olika håll fram till den 24:e kontrollen. Där inga stiger runt och verkar så Kåre har den idén.
Ouais, tu l'as fait hein, quand t'as été sous ton pronostic. Hein.
Här kommer OKK. Ja, Isak får Grusefärna då in som 15:e lag för OKK. Han står i stämpelrätta nu. Och Göteborg-Majorna är även de inne på upploppet och går då mot en 16:e plats i årets Tiomila. Jag noterar att Kåre 41 minuter och 3 sekunder efter segrande Stora Tuna och Göteborg-Majorna 41. Utmanar i Göteborg där om den 18:e platsen. Då står vi på upploppet och tar in då ravinen på en 17:e plats. Anton Johansson tar in OK Orion då på den 18:e platsen och IF Göteborgs andra lag in på den 19:e platsen och bästa andra lag. Och då Gripenberg. Så har Gustav Bergman den bästa tiden. 8 sekunder bättre än Emil Sven.
Den åker.
Han blir tajt det här. De satsar på en, vad var det? Ja, precis. Det är de 20:e lag. Det är fan för chans. Bra gjort! Tiomila. En 20:e plats ska det vara. Sen kommer Kristianstad då. Ska vara 21. Och man blir upp i våra listor här, Sävedalen. Vad Åke heter i så fall. platsen. Keviat som var topp 10 förra året. Nu är man strax utanför de 20 bästa samoheiska. Ja, vi saknar Sävedalen i listan. Konfunderade att Sävedalen inte kommit till våra listor här. Vi hittar dem heller inte på TV-sätt att någonting har hänt. Det kommer i alla fall åka vidare mot mig. Mindre än 20 minuter då till damerna som står. Tisaren i mål alltså med Alfred Björnerö, norsk juniormästare förra säsongen. På listan. Vi tar bort Sävedalen, kommer tillbaka igen.
är officiella partners till internationella orienteringsförbundet och Tiomila gör Lumonite till det säkra valet när du ska köpa en ny pannlampa till din orientering. Du hittar Lumonites pannlampor i Skövde Sportförsäljning. Välkommen!
But we heard that there would be a party in the forest.
Yeah, but it's not Coachella, it's Tiomila. You will need this.
När kungarna varit med först inte? Ni var ju inte... Ja, men de här typ veckorna på. För ni var ju i första och andra serierna. Jag sprang ikapp dem och sen så bor de här. Jag är före. Jag sprang ifrån dem så jag borde vara här.
det börjar närma sig. Nu är det 6 minuter kvar till damernas omstart och de ska ut på den längsta sträckan alltså. Som mäter över 10 kilometer. Jag upprepar att ni ska vara vid uppropningen 10 minuter före och 5 minuter före ska ni stå klar där uppe. We do have 5.5 minutes now to the pursuit start for the third leg of the ladies relay. The longest leg, 10.1 kilometer, no forking. You should be there 10 minutes before your starting time. Ja, det är 5 minuter. Nu måste de första lagen börja närma sig starten nu om jag tänkte vara med i damernas kavor på den tredje sträckan med mindre än 5 minuter kvar. Less than 5 minutes for the first team should come. Ja, det ser Göteborg där borta. De ska tappa först. Men de har 2 sekunders ledning. Så de andra lagen måste också komma. Ja, det är Göteborg. Det är Malin Agervik och Karlsson som ska gå ut först där uppe mot.